A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Integrated Design Research Conference 2022. So I think we had quite a successful day yesterday where we had the inaugural keynote, which was extremely interesting, and we had some very interesting sessions as well, where a lot of diverse thought was exchanged. And we are here to continue the sessions. And today we'll be having the undergraduate sessions taking place. We have 2 sessions in the morning. And of course, the highlight for today is, of course, the conference keynote, which will be taking place today. And we are extremely grateful for Professor Gloria Kondrup, who is here with us today, joining all the way, virtually joining with us today. Thank you very much for being here. She is a professor from the Art Center College of Design, California, United States. And before we invite her for the keynote, it is my pleasure to invite the event chair, Dr. Sumantri Samaravikrama, to the podium to welcome and introduce her. Thank you.
So, of course, it is my great pleasure to invite and have Gloria with us. And so to give a quick overview of who she is. So Gloria is a professor. So her professional career spans within the field of art, design, and education. So as a design consultant, she has helped evolve extensive branding, identity, and packaging systems. As a full-time professor at Art Center College of Design, Gloria has a dedicated design educator for over 2 decades, shaping and inspiring a future generation of designers. She instilled in her students the importance of ethical design practices, fairness, equality, and respect for our natural environment. Her fine art print work and books are in private and public collections, including AIGA, the Getty, and the Sackens Archive of Concrete and Visual Poetry. She was awarded with AIGA Greening of Design in 1997. As a director of the Archetype Press and Art Center's unique and vibrant letterpress studio, she redefined the value of typography and analog technology in digital landscape. In 2015, Gloria was instrumental in the fundraising for and creating of the Shopman Milken Center of Typography, and currently serves as the executive director. So I'm extremely honored and also very excited to hear her keynote, which she didn't let us know what it is, and I'm sure it will inspire all of y'all. And so with this, over to you, Gloria.
Thank you. Can you hear me, first of all? Just acknowledge, yes?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you all. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. It is the evening before your day, so it's quite, it's nighttime here, I have to say, in California, and it's our Thanksgiving Day in the United States. With that said, it gives me great pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk about something that I think affects all design. I'm not an expert in all areas of design, except I must say for typography. And I'm going to talk about something that's very important in the United States these days. I'm not quite sure if it's as important. I'm sure it is in Sri Lanka. But as our design industry and education grows, we are seen by my terminology, because if I don't, then you're thinking something different than I'm thinking. So diversity and inclusivity is about growing our design ecosystem. So I define diversity, and this is a general definition of including or involving people from a range of different social and ethnic backgrounds and of different genders, sexual orientations, etc. I defined as inclusivity as ensuring that everyone feels valued and respected as an individual. And please, if you have any questions, I'll say this right now, please put it in the chat or the Q&A, or I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to ask live questions there in the audience. And ecosystems. Ecosystems I take from nature. and I think we're all involved in nature as humans. It's a community of organisms in conjunction with the components of their environment, interacting as a system. So it's very important that you understand what I mean by these terms. So, how does it fit with design? Well, design, like nature, has an ecosystem. We have external and internal factors that will affect who we are as designers and what will affect how we design. Their psychology will always influence our ecosystem as we're working. Then, of course, there's the commercial influence of our design ecosystem. What does business demand of us? How are we participating in business and in the larger global economy as designers? And obviously, there's educational input into our design ecosystems. What are you being taught? How are you being taught? What are you teaching your professors? Is just as important in this ecosystem as what you are learning from them. And then, of course, there's the natural environment. The natural environment always affects our human and our design environment. How we interact with nature, how we respect nature, how we use nature in design, how we talk about nature is important to us as designers. It's not always about materiality, it's about the narrative we use to talk about nature as designers. On top of this ecosystem, that's external ecosystem, we then have our internal ecosystem that's interacting. There's race, there's gender, your background as a human will impact your design ecosystem, how you approach something, how you think about something. Your gender will definitely affect how you interact within your ecosystem. Your ability, what abilities do you bring to the table? And I use the word ability because it's a positive term. Your ability will affect how you work in your ecosystem. Your sexuality will affect how you work within these other components. Obviously, your culture will definitely affect your design ecosystem. What factors from your culture pull you or do you put into your design ecosystem? What histories are we taught as designers? We'll get a little bit more into this. What do we know as designers? What are we taught as designers to interact with other cultures? Your age, your perception of design and your input into an ecosystem is different if you're 20 years old than if you're 40 years old, than if you're 60 years old. How you interact amongst different age groups is also an important component to your design ecosystem. So, in growing your design ecosystem, we have to think about how do we sustain it, how do we grow it. The one thing we have to do is we must avoid a monoculture. And again, I define a monoculture, and this I take from nature. Monocultures are plantations that reuse the same soil for a single crop. It increases runoff, plant diseases, eventually rendering the soil degraded and inhospitable with a loss of robust diversity. Perhaps we can think of our design ecosystem the same way. If this is how we see ourselves, it's a monoculture. We obviously don't see ourselves this way. We are all different as human beings. Perceiving a design ecosystem like this means that our ecosystem is doomed to be inhospitable and fail. Our environments, they don't look like this. It's a monoculture environment. If we constantly build our environments to look the same, again, we're looking at an unrobust system, our language. And this, I have to say, is my area of expertise. I'm not an architect, I am not an industrial designer, but I am a typographer and a person who works with language all the time. This is not a good design ecosystem. Our ecosystems today will not last if this is how we view our languages, as all the same, no differentiality. In order to grow our design ecosystem, we have to have diversity, inclusivity, and variability. And I define variability as it means the quality of being subject to change, the quality of including different kinds or being different from one case to another. This is what we need to have a robust design system. We're different. We have variability as humans. We have variability of where we live. And this is what we have to realize as we study design and as we do our design. Again, I look at variability from the point of view of language. We have to have variable languages. We have to have variable forms of languages. Because today, we all don't want to see one language in our design culture. We can't. We can't communicate to people with one language any longer. Our histories. You know, I think this is very difficult in education. Our histories, unfortunately, I have been taught a certain history. I have been taught a certain Western history, which has left out a great deal of the rest of the world. And it takes a lot of concentration and a lot of effort to have the willingness to learn other histories. Because today, if we want to be a designer, if we want to have a sustainable design environment, we have to embrace and try to learn other histories. Because this is the history today of design. It's not just one history, it's multiple histories. Whether it's Latin American history, whether it's Asian history, whether it's African history, yes, and still Western history, and Cyrillic and Nordic. So today we see a very extensive history in our design ecosystem. And sometimes it's easy to embrace other histories, and sometimes it's difficult to understand or embrace other histories. So what do I do about this? What do we do here at the Hofmanns-Milken Center for Typography about growing a design ecosystem? It's very, very, very difficult to always think of what we do, how we teach, and how we look at design as a history. Very difficult. And how do I input programming? How does an educator, how does an administrator, how does someone who teaches young designers think about our programming and growing design ecosystem? You know, the HMCT, the Hofmanns-Milken Center for Typography, is very young, only since 2015. And it's been a privilege of mine to be able to form and create programs that really think about an ecosystem. What can I do to grow the ecosystem? What can I do to create variability? And I think this is important when you think about the pedagogy of education, when you think about the ability you have to inspire and to teach. So I take this very seriously to think about, how can I do this? How can we at the HMCT do this? Because we are typography, I truly believe that typography will always, always remain one of the most important discourses we can teach. Effective communication across a global economy, we have to speak clearly and consistently. This is how we talk about our design systems, not only on multiple platforms, but in multiple languages. So this opens new possibilities for typography and how it drives the human experience, association, and feelings. Now, you can also add this to other areas of design. If you think about your area of design is effectively communicating across multiple platforms in multiple languages. It could be a visual language. It doesn't have to be a typographic language. It can be an architectural language. How does your design ecosystem communicate across all of this? And how does your effective design and your design ecosystem drive the human experience? That, I think, is the most important. If you are able to, when you approach your projects, and you think about this in the back of your mind, and you say to yourself, am I thinking about variability? Am I addressing my design ecosystem? You will find that your design will actually grow and perhaps even change. So here at the HNCT, we're constantly thinking of how our programming is being developed. So when we have, for instance, we do have a typographer in residence program. And we decided this last year that we're going to do a program on Mujeres Hispanas y Typografía. And these are all 5 Hispanic women. And we created this wonderful typographer in residence program. And included in that was a bilingual catalog. So again, language is my way, and typography is my way of creating variability. And this was one example of our many typographer in residence programs that we have now. And I have to say, we're not perfect as an institution as we try to think about increasing the variability of our design, increasing our design ecosystem. So the other way we do it is through our exhibitions, such as Mike Sierra Tango, which is an exhibition about multi-script typefaces. I might not be a typeface designer, but I can certainly understand the importance of how language is perceived and type is perceived across multiple cultures. So you can have the design of language now that might start out in Latin, but if you look at these language systems now, such as IBM Plex, such as Google Noto fonts, which is, they're designing thousands of different languages. And the reason is because not everyone wants to speak in English. Not everyone wants the translations to be in English. People on their cell phone want to look perhaps in Aramaic. They want to be able to, converse in their own language and at the same time have the technology work for them. So this is another way to support typographers and exhibitions that talk about multi-script languages and the importance of it. Here's another example of language that is multi-script language. And I have to tell you, this was done in the early to mid 1800s. So the concept of multi-script languages and a varied ecosystem, at least within our languages, is nothing new. All of these typefaces were designed in the 1800s. So it's not a new concept. I think we think of it as a new concept now because we could communicate this to each other, that we have the ability to talk to each other and allow the multi-script languages to have their own importance. We also talk here at the center about how important it is to have workshops for educators, for students, again, to show that language itself is important, technology is important, and understanding how we use words. I think it's extremely important here. The other thing I can say how we try to grow our design ecosystem, and you can think of this too, is to still respect the history. We still respect the history and the foundation of language here. And we're very fortunate that we can do it through a huge letterpress program that has an incredible amount of archetypical typography. We call this it's a cultural artifact. Preserving language and understanding how language has developed or changed through technology is important for you to understand how language has been developed through digital technology. So it's important to embrace the history and the foundation of what you're learning in your design, as well as embrace the future of your design. The other important thing about what I consider very extremely important about your design ecosystem to make sure that it stays whole is that you acknowledge history and that you acknowledge that there is a place for the foundations of the understanding of design history, the understanding of social, the understanding of political histories. And this is the other thing that we do here. We have a huge and growing archive. And the archive reminds us that what we think we see today in our design ecosystem has always existed and will continue to exist. It's always important, we feel, to go and refer back to your histories, the histories of your culture, the histories of other culture, to understand your own personal design histories or your own design ecosystems. So when you think about all of these components, education, technology, supporting multi-script languages, all of this contributes to a design ecosystem. And by the way, I think I've done enough talking. I'd like to have a conversation more with you if you have any questions. You can always, anyone can contact us here at the HNCT. You can look at our archetype press, you can look at our archives. Everything we do is a resource. And I think that's the other important thing about a design ecosystem. Sharing your resources, sharing your education, sharing your knowledge. I think that's extremely important to have a robust design ecosystem. It means that you can allow people to enter and exit and increase the variability when you share. Thank you.
Thanks, Gloria.
And I can't stop sharing. I can't stop sharing this. So.
Don't worry, you're on big
I hope it
screen
wasn't
now.
I hope it wasn't too esoteric. That you understood that our design ecosystem is the same ecosystem as nature. Can you stop my share? I can't.
Don't worry, we can see you on big screen.
I got it. I did it.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. That was so inspiring. And I would say it was, what's interesting was the fact that you redefined the ecosystem. And most of our audience is actually undergraduates and young designers. And clearly it has given them an opening, especially to know what exactly they're doing. And that is important because we are, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool. And so one would be is we are here, as you said, we are in another part of the global south. And you're there. And we do design into parts of the sphere. And here, what is interesting is we've learned on the importance of what we do on this side of the world. And that is an inspiration. And most of our designs, and also I would say the sessions, the students have been doing a lot of work for this culture. And that has been like a huge contribution. And with this inaugural conference, it's going to be shared now. And so, yeah.
Well, I have to say that I think, you know, people are very narrow when they think of diversity and inclusivity. They think it's only about, unfortunately, it's not just about the color of your skin. It's about your age. It's about your gender. It's about other factors. It could be about abilities, or, you know, we don't say lack of ability, but it could be about what you bring to the table. And I think infusing design cultures can be very interesting. You know, I know little about your design culture. I'm sure your students are taught a lot about Western design, Swiss design, and international design. You know, that's what we're taught in the United States, more so than anything about, not necessarily about the Asian narrative or the Asian aesthetic or the African narrative or the African aesthetic. And I think that's why here at the center, we're always open to saying, you know, what can we learn? What can I learn from you versus what can you learn from me? Because it makes, I think, a more interesting design dialogue.
Definitely. Can I open the floor to the audience to ask any questions? Yes, we have a member. Yeah.
Check.
Hello, good morning, madam. So, can you hear me? Yeah, so my question is...
Can you hear, Gloria? Do you hear the
Yes.
question? Okay.
Yeah, so my question is what you define as a design ecosystem and a sustainable community have a similar meaning? So...
Yes, similar.
Yeah, so...
Because if you want to have sustainability, you have to have variability. Sustainability, of course, means meeting the needs of today without taking away for the needs of the future generations. I think the only way we can have a growing design ecosystem if we think of sustainability. And sustainability means variability, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, variability and inclusivity and equity between the different people and institutions of the community. So, my question is, so if as a communication designer, what's the role a communication designer can play in linking up these different links in a sustainable community? So what are the major aspects that he has to consider while doing this?
Well, first of all, you have to consider what are you being asked to design, number one, okay? There always has to be a hierarchy. You have to understand, I believe, what you're being asked to design, right? Who are you being asked to communicate to? Are you being fairly adequate in the questions you're asking?
Yeah.
You know, about what you're being asked to design. I think that's important. I think it depends on, are you communicating the right language? You know, everyone throws around this language, you know, sustainability, what does it mean? Green, what does it mean, right? So what does it really mean to be sustainable? I think it really means that you're conscious of what you're being asked to do, is number one. Okay. Think to yourself, is this important? How important is it? Not everything should have the same level of importance in what we do as designers. You know, I always say to my students sometimes, you know, we're not heart surgeons. Although graphic design and typography can save your life if you're designing instructions correctly, if you're designing for medicine correctly, if you're designing so people understand what you're trying to communicate, that's important and sustainable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, madam.
Good
my
morning.
question is, do you believe in design utopia where the Western and non-Western cultures have a central inclusive design field?
What do you mean by design utopia? Define that for me.
A place where we can find inclusive design, I guess. Because all the designs we are academically or practically we are practicing most of the designs are Western. So do you?
That's what has to, you as a designer can influence the change of it. I've noticed a big change in design aesthetic in my students. You know, that's up to you to say, I want, and it's up to your professors too, to say that it's okay to look at some of your cultural narratives and say that's okay. You know, it's okay to have that influence. I think because you are who you are and I am who I am, your cultural influences are going to affect your choices. Even in programming, you know that. When you program a computer to do machine learning, your own ethics and your own design aesthetic will influence that program. So you're right, you have to make an effort to say, I want to learn more about my own cultural and world history. It's an issue. It's an issue here too, about learning other histories other than Western. So.
Thank you.
How do we bring the popularity of local language typography to a global level and make it familiar to a large audience? Google Font is doing it. They're taking their Noto font and they're making 1,000 languages that are going to work in technology. I mean, you need the large companies, I think, to help expand local language and local typography. And they need to go into these local areas and have local designers design for them. Don't bring me in to design your language. That I think is wrong. You need your tech. You learn the technology like I learned the technology. You should be designing the languages for your global world.
Yeah, I guess that was something we had as a challenge. I think when Adobe was actually doing the software, it was not compatible for our scripts. So till very recently. So obviously, but the good news is that software is also now responding to this diversity and all, the design in this part of the world. So which is quite interesting. And I feel there is an interest that is being built. And even within the students, we can see the value of, them understanding the value of what they're doing. So
I think it's important. Yeah, it's very important. I mean, we sponsor the D&AD in London, their typography brief with Google. And we ask the students to choose a subject, choose a person, choose something that's of interest to you, not of interest to a large commercial company. And also you can do it in your language. You can design using your script. That's important, I think. I agree. I might not understand your script, but I certainly understand design. And as you learn design, part of it is understanding different design aesthetics. I think it's very important here that we, as educators, understand that there are different design aesthetics that we have to learn that are different. And that's what's so great about global communication. I learn more and more just looking. I can look on the internet and say, this is interesting, or this is different. What am I learning about this?
So Gloria, just to give you an idea, so this audience has students from different fields. So we have media and communication, then there is product design, and fashion and lifestyle design. So one of the things that I understood, which you shared in your keynote, was on the importance of histories. And would you want to highlight on something? Because I think you are a practitioner in that sense also. And, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, do your students, do you study history?
They do.
History of your design aesthetic? Do you have a resource to study? Is it how important it is? I think history is important to understand the influence of what happens at a certain time will influence your aesthetic. Whether it's a need, whether you're a product designer, an architect, a graphic designer, a fashion designer. Remember when I showed you that picture of the outside influences in your design ecosystem? Those are going to have heavy influences on how you design today. Your social environment, your commercial environment, all of your technological environment has a huge influence on styles. Typography to me is like a body. Your scripts, right? Your language or my language, they all have certain constructs. They all have certain foundations, right? They all have certain bones, our bodies. You and I are basic humans, and we have arms and legs, and, but we all dress differently. Our hair is different. Our makeup is different. Language to me is the same thing. They're just bodies with, typography is bodies with different dresses on it, depending upon the voice that you want to use. And sometimes it's the same with homes. What's the function of this house? Is it a different structure, or is it the same structure as that house, but it has a different dress on it. You know, those are things you can think about. You're not going to change the structure of your scripts, perhaps, but you will change how you dress them, depending upon the voice you want to have with your scripts. My type, it's the same thing. It's always changing depending upon how I want to dress the voice. And you can probably translate that to other areas of design, you know? How do you need to change the voice of what you want your design to say?
Thanks. So I was just thinking, when you're saying changing the voice, I would say as designers, we, in this part of the world, we do have a small issue when it comes to defining, you know, are we actually designers or are we design slaves in that sense, or like laborers? That's something that I think we as a community, as designers, we are fighting to establish and say, no, there is something called design which is actually valued, and because there are so many angles that is actually coming in. We have people, you know, the well-paid jobs. For us, I would say the biggest role that has to play is the economy. So, and so therefore, that has actually ruled our careers as well. So when it comes to defining, you know, like the job market or the need for a design comes in, okay, we have somebody from outside of this part of the world telling us exactly what to do. They give us the brief and they do. Are these the designers that actually we are producing, or are we trying to produce these independent designers? And that, I believe, will change in the future, but this is definitely a challenge that we, in this setting, is facing. So, and your keynote actually gave them a lot, gave us an understanding of the importance of being who we are and being that, you know, we have our own voice, and we are the contributors, and if we don't stand up on our 2 feet and be proud of what we do and what we design, it will not take us
you enrich your every variability enriches design. What you do enriches my understanding of design in general. It's an enrichment to me. You know, it's difficult. I think the more globalized design becomes, the more technology catches up with our different cultures, the more you can be independent. Because you're right, the person who said it's always been about Western design, because that's the technology has been about Western design. But that's changing now. The technology is changing so that it's not always about Western design. It can't be. It has to be about what works with different communities. And I've noticed it. I mean, I don't want to talk about FIFA because the Americans are playing England tomorrow. But if you look at the branding that they've done for FIFA, it's an interesting blend, I think, of Western and, you know, Asian design. I think it's a very, very interesting blend of the two aesthetics. And it's interesting that we here in the United States are seeing this. We're seeing a lot of interesting design work because of technology. And I think that's a great example of how do you blend the two together.
Thank you. So we are nearly closing towards the end. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Yes, there's a question. There's a question here in front, the mic.
Check.
Hi. So with the dominance of the Western world in the design field, is there going to be a problem of communication design going towards, you know, with influential and, you know, wanting to include cultures? Is there going to be a problem of cultural appropriation which can happen, which can be seen in the fashion industry right now?
Yeah, yeah. I think you have to be very careful. I agree with you that if you don't allow cultures to create their own designers, it's appropriation. I think I'm not a fashion expert, but again, if you're going to create a script typeface, it should be created by the person in conjunction with the person from that culture. You know, do you think it's bad if people appropriate fashion designs from different cultures? I think it's bad when the wrong people wear certain fashion designs. They shouldn't be wearing it if they're not from the culture. I think how bad it is to appropriate it. Do you think it might create a better understanding of an aesthetic? I'm asking the person who asked that question.
Not necessarily bad, but the fact that a Western culture can overpower a certain other culture without the acknowledgement, or this is like creating a different identity with the not the help, but inspiration or influence without giving the acknowledgement.
Right. I agree with you. I think that's wrong. I think that's unethical to do that. I think it's, again, it's about teaching how to be an ethical designer is also part of, I guess I left it out of the design ecosystem. You must learn how to be an ethical designer. You must learn what is right and what is wrong. And I agree with you. I mean, without acknowledgement of an individual, but I think cultures are so easy to access certain cultures. You might not get the nuance, I agree with you, of certain cultures, but there's so much visual access today. You can type anything and you might not understand it, but you can see visual cultures. It's so accessible. I agree with you, it's wrong to appropriate. And I'm sorry you feel that there's such a dominance of Western culture and appropriation.
So
it's going to take time.
Yeah, but I would want to actually say right now, I think we are seeing the coin is starting to flip now.
I agree.
Yeah, so
I agree.
And this is a good turning point. I think this is for the audience also, just to now back up, stand up. You have something, and people do hear, and the world is now ready. It was not. Now, yesterday, if you the inaugural keynote done by Dr. Ratna Ramanathan, she spoke about the Global South, the importance of it, how history had actually overpowered the Global South. And she learned, and she actually showed examples of how people, like especially for the last question, how initially at those days, how all the work was done by a different community, but the acknowledgement goes to the ones who had the technology, like Gloria said. It is actually the technology that is overpowering, and therefore we are unable to communicate. It's like we have the skill, but we are unable to. We don't have the language to speak. So that is the.
But you do. You have the visual language now, and you have the technology now. So I agree. I agree that it's always been heavily controlled by those who control the technology. But technology today is global. I mean, again, I agree with you, Samantha, that it's changing. Here, it is so important. And this is a very Western college, a very Western university. But the concept of diversity and inclusivity is paramount to how we hire people now, what we teach, the lectures that we try to do. It's very difficult. It's a very, very difficult learning curve. I have to tell you, it's not going to be easy for Western cultures to understand this. So it's, but I see it here moving. It's moving here, definitely. So.
Thank you. Okay, so we are nearly, our time's up. But if there are any questions for...
They can contact me.
There you go. You have the contact details in your books as well with her profile. So you can refer. And so Gloria, I think we're going to wind up our keynote today. And thank you so much. It was very inspiring.
Thank you.
It had actually spoken to us students, especially on the importance of what they're doing. So appreciate it. And thank you for giving your time of your holiday. And
it's all right.
It definitely valued here. And wish you were here.
Thank you. I wish I was there too, but I can't. There was no way. 1 year.
Yeah.
I would love to come to visit.
Lovely.
I definitely would. I would love to come to visit. I would love to come to teach. It would be my pleasure to teach and to meet the students. And they could have these discussions with me in person. It's all good. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, super round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gloria. So we will move
Bye.
on to the next session. Okay. See you, Gloria. We'll be in touch. Okay, so with this, I would say it was a very inspiring keynote. And with that energy in you all, we are going to start our first session with the undergraduates. And for this, I will introduce our session chair, Ms. Dilshani. So, and the speakers to come forward as well. So let me introduce Ms. Dilshani. So she is your beloved lecturer as well from our department. And she is specializing in ceramic design, and she has completed her master's in ceramic design as well. And right now she is reading for her PhD, and it is definitely honored to have you being at the chair. Over to you, Dilshani.
Very good morning to all. Now we are moving to the session 2 IDR research program. So today we have 6 students to present their undergraduate research. I'm going to introduce the first presenter today. She is Amaya Rodrigo, right? She is a graduate of the DID, Faculty of Architecture, University of Moratuwa, and she is specialized in the MICO and Media and Communication. So currently she is working as a layout in the private limited as a UX and UI designer. Today she is going to present her final year design project. The heading is Card Sorting Method as a Participatory Approach to the Research Stage of City Branding Process, understanding the city experience from the perspective of stakeholders. Yes, Amaya, it's over to you.
Thank you, madam. Good morning and hi, everyone. I hope all of you are having a great day today. Today I will present to you my final year research project. So how many of you all here are familiar with this phrase? Show of hands, anyone? Okay. I'm sure people who didn't lift your hands also know this, but for a long time this has been the brand of University of Moratuwa. And many of us present here has some sort of a relationship with this place. which means that we are all stakeholders of the university. But let me ask you one question. How many of your real experiences in this place are related and tallies with this brand? Because to let you know, most of my experiences here are not in any way technical. Not the 5 rupee plenty we have after the lectures, and not the time we as a batch worked in front of the university gates, and definitely not the mud pit body painting field visit experience of us. And I'm sure this is the case for many of us here, which means that this brand does not reflect the true experience of its stakeholders. Now imagine this scenario in the context of a city. What if the stakeholders' experience of a city doesn't really tally with the brand it has been given? This is one of the major issues pointed out in the current city branding research. The fact that the developed brands of a city only includes a dominant narrative or the dominant stakeholders. And this happens when the branding process happens detached from the stakeholders. The technical university brand or like the Pujanagare brand are not really formally developed brands of those places. But when it comes to formal development of a city branding, it is very important to make sure that all stakeholders' experience resonate with the brand. So to do this first, you have to understand what the real experience of stakeholders of the city are. And in my final year dissertation, this was my main goal, to explore ways to understand the experience of city from the perspective of the stakeholders. The thing is, when you look at academic side of the city branding, which is quite a new but developing area, most of the studies mentions the importance of stakeholder involvement and suggest that we take participatory and collaborative approaches, but they don't really mention how we are supposed to do that. And so this is where my study comes in, where I did my research project to explore how UXR, which is a user-centered research approach to systematically studying users, whether it can be used to understand the stakeholder experience during the city branding process, which city stakeholders who are the users of the city essentially. And for this, I chose one UXR method, which is card sorting, and conducted 3 card sorting sessions, which are closed card sorting, open card sorting, and a hierarchical card sorting session. And to conduct a study, I chose Negombo as a context, which is a very diverse city when it comes to its people, culture, and city attributes like monuments, historical value, and significant places. This diversity was a main factor in choosing this context, as my main aim was to explore how these diverse experiences resonate with different stakeholders. And I selected participants through snowball sampling and made sure they represent different stakeholder groups, like fishing community, town livers, Catholic community, shop owners, and frequent and non-frequent visitors, tourists, and also people in the tourism industry. First, I interviewed a few of these participants and listed out 40 different experiences of Negombo and created an initial card deck. The first card sorting session was a closed card sort, where the participants categorized the cards to predetermined categories. These sessions were conducted individually for every participant. Using a scoring system, here I was able to eliminate irrelevant experiences of Negombo, and I was also able to identify the most relevant and important experiences from the perspective of the stakeholders. And also it was interesting to know that there were some experiences that all participants chose as relevant and important, which means that despite the type of experience they have with the city, these particular experiences were relevant to all of them. And this session also gave the chance to test pre-existing perceptions of the city and how true or not they were. The next session was an open card sort. Here I instructed the participant to group the card deck which was now narrowed down to 25, in any way that makes sense to them, and then ask them to label those groups. This session showed how different stakeholder groups perceive the city in different ways and how their experiences create different relationships with the city. This also gave more in-depth insights into individual experiences and their relationships with different stakeholders and how truly diverse these experiences were. One of the most important results was that this session, in a way, deconstructed the city into various themes, and by the stage, all the scattered data about the experiences were categorized and sorted into different themes. The final session was a hierarchical card sort, where the participants sorted the 10 most relevant cards in a step-by-step hierarchical order. With a scoring system, I was able to identify the most essential and valuable experiences and was able to compare each experience with one another, tallying with stakeholder groups. It was truly interesting to see how different experiences created different value systems of the city. Another not so off-topic but off-topic experience was founding was that different stakeholder groups value different experiences, which can be later used in the city branding promotional stage of the city branding process. With that, I concluded my research project and was able to identify card sorting as a research method that will involve all stakeholders and give insights about their perspective of the city. To further this study, there are a few approaches that can be taken. As this study only considers card sorting session data, there is also a chance to go more in depth with observations and discussions about the rationales behind sorts, and also to test out more UXR methods. And finally, to use this study as a stepping stone into making more making city brands that truly resonate with stakeholder experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Amaya. So if you have any questions regarding her research, so please write down as a note, so we will discuss this later, right? Okay, so today our second presenter is Nipunu Dhananjana, right? So Nipunu is a product design student, now graduate. Now she is working in the Lanka tiles as an interior designer. So today she is going to present her research regarding the modular unit to enhance the soil quality and the substance, vegetation, product material, manipulation from Tetra Pak waste in Sri Lanka. Yes, Nipuni.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nipunu Dhananjana from Product Design. Let me to take you through my comprehensive design project. As the topic shows itself, I was interested in finding out what we can do with waste raw materials. So packaging is a mandatory element in every product that we consume, especially for food and beverages. Almost all of the packaging do not have a secondary use, and nowadays there are many packaging varieties made of numerous materials. So Tetra Pak is a special packaging type used for food and beverages, and the specialty of the packaging is it's a multi-layered packaging composed of both degradable and non-degradable material layers. As you can see in the slide, it has a paper layer, LDPE layer, and a metal foil layer. This is considered as a hard packaging type to recycle and which cause complexities in degrading. But if we analyze well, more than 75% of the packaging is degradable. These are current recycling methods practiced in the world, which utilizes high technologies and high cost, and also it causes secondary impacts for the environment. So my objectives of the project is to find out a sustainable and affordable way of reusing waste Tetra Pak other than the available methods in the world, and to add an extra value for the waste Tetra Pak. So the path I selected was to experiment with the materials, and I started with basic testings with the Tetra Pak. I used currently done material researches for packaging wastes and got reference data from them. I used different organic materials with different proportions in the mixture, and I used Tetra pulp to get new degradable composite material by mixing with this new organic material. I did tested with different samples with different proportions and finalized a sample with this convenient material characteristics. So the final sample had the chemical and physical characteristics of the raw material I used to produce it. As you can see in the slide, these are the additives of the my invented material. Material I developed had qualities of a strong construction material with special characteristics like biodegradability, which Tetra Pak I used to get this material did not have. I did normal testings for the sample, and also I did scientific testings collaborating with the material science department and got an idea about the chemical and physical properties of the developed material. I concluded that with observed qualities, this material can be applied to a context, natural context, with its strongest form applied to a product as the main material. With the observations regarding chemical and mechanical properties, I identified that most strongest form which I can go ahead is brick form, and it is the most easiest production method, and also the context which I can go ahead is a natural context. Soil erosion is the problem I addressed with its nature of weak soil structure, and I can give extra strength to the soil through my developed material. I selected Ratnapura Malwala area as my sample context, and also I selected a sample house in that context to identify about soil erosion and the infertility in the eroded soil more deeply. There are landscaping solutions such as retaining walls, surface covers, covering the land, interlocking blocks used to avoid soil erosion, and I got precedence data for my research from this. Then I deeply observed about the real need of the context, which needs to cover the topsoil, and it needs something to retain in the soil. I started with basic geometric shapes, and then I did 2D sketching with projected parts in the product to retain in the soil. I did experimenting with different cut shapes and different shapes. According to the geological survey data, most stable form in the soil to be retained itself in the medium is forms with angled surfaces. So I finalized this form and these prismatic cuts for my product. My product had prismatic projected parts in it, and also I had to experiment with the orientation of these protruded parts with the knowledge I gained from architectural structures and geological survey data. Then I added value to the product by giving ability to grow a plant in it, which has a capability to reduce soil erosion. So these are the plants I selected as the initiate of the project. Then I developed rough surface interior cavity for the product, which helped for the plant root growth. And these are the experiments I did with plaster of Paris with rough textures in the interior wall. And my second attempt was to develop the exterior surface development with protruded parts or cuts in it, so it can retain easily in the soil. And this is the final look of my product. It has prismatic protruded parts in it to retain in the soil, and also it has holes in the side walls which help for the water flow and for the root growth. This is how it looks when installed together. And also there's extension in my design. It is strengthening units. These strengthening units do not have a cavity in it, and this can be installed in between cavity units, so it adds extra value for the cavity units. And these are the technical drawings of the project. And this slide shows the function of my product and through how it changes throughout its life. And if I explain it more, my product performance change throughout its lifetime. First, it acts as a retaining unit, and it should stabilize in the soil. Secondly, it should adapt to the soil and start covering the soil. And thirdly, it should carry the small plant until it gets stable in the growth. Next, it should start degradation while supporting the growing plant. Finally, it should complete degradation and add full nutrition to the soil and the plant. So this is the end of my presentation. Hope you got any knowledge from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikuni, your valuable presentation. So now we are moving to our third presenter. She is Tamashi Dias. Tamashi is graduated of the Integrated Design Department, specialized in the fashion and lifestyle design. And currently she is working as Bernard Botejo Industries as a fashion designer. Today her research is based on a final year project. Its heading is the visual dilution, adapting linear illusions with the stuck to visually diminish women's fuller bust. So it's mostly relevant to fashion and lifestyle fields. Yes. Come, Tamashi, it's over to you.
Thank you, madam. Hi, I'm Tamashi Dias. Let me take you through my project. So it's called Visual Dilution, which is about adapting linear illusions with tucks to visually diminish women's fuller busts. So at first what I saw was that women with fuller busts are having a hard time finding ready-to-wear attire that are modest and that flatters their body. And so they have to wear either plus-size attire that fit from the bust or made-to-measure tailor-made clothing. And an unavailability of ready-to-wear attire that are modest and body-flattering for women with fuller busts was the main issue here. And the target group modesty concerned women of age 25 to 45 with fuller bust due to either genetics or having a disease of hormonal imbalance or simply in post-pregnancy and breastfeeding time. And next I was concerned on identifying the bust area, and I interviewed some women from the target group. Also I did a survey on their preference and on the way they want to be seen in public, and more than 85% of the target group voted that they want their bust to look smaller in clothes. So this target group did have quite an interesting lifestyle. Also, I researched on non-fashion approaches in reducing the bust size, like different kinds of food, drinks, exercises, and what kinds of surgeries. Also, there were other approaches, like fashion-related approaches, such as online blogs. They offered styling tips for the target crowd. And I did a little comparison on past and modern modest style dressings. And the gap that I identified is in regard to the target group was that the available options for dressing does not address the social and self-preference attributes of the target group. And during the ideation, I was inspired from the traditional medieval era and Sri Lankan modest clothing, and the techniques in visually reducing the volume of clothing or the body, and also playing and distorting body contour lines of women. And finally, how to manipulate and apply elements of design to clothing. So through all these in the ideation process, what I saw was that the words popping up, such as lines and tucks. So with that, the concept was created, visual dilution, which denotes by the name itself, to reduce the intensity visually of the fuller bust, or diluting the fullness or the size of the bust visually, in which I combined the fabric manipulation by tucks and the linear illusion theories. These are the types of tucks that I considered, and the linear illusion theories that I considered. You can Google them. Then I did many tryouts, and finally the fabric TTR was selected to carry on with the experiments because of the way that it shows the tucks and the lines. It's very something like a crispy fabric, but still it was very comfortable for the body. So like it showed the tucks and the lines very perfectly, just the way I wanted it. And this is how the tucks looked in TTR. Then I came to experimenting, in which I tried all sorts of tucks. I changed the lengths, the directions, widths, combining different types of tucks, and tried pretty much everything possible. And I tried to see how those tucks acted on the body and what effect they give out on the body. And also I did some comprehensive design developments via sketching to check what linear illusion theories will be best suited to reduce the volumes of the body, because some linear illusions, they actually show the volume even more expanded. So I had to find the illusion type that is ideal for my project. And from all that I learned from that, I was able to come to prototyping. This was to focus on increasing the vertical volume and actually reducing the horizontal volume of the bust. So with that, I was able to come to the conceptual prototype 1. This is an adaptation of opal-kunt illusion, applying changing the spaces in between the tucks. So the horizontal tucks are concentrated in the bust area, and it's diffused downwards. That is according to the opal-kunt illusion. And this is the before and after look after applying that. And in the conceptual prototype 2, this is an adaptation of Helmholtz illusion, applying blind tucks, space tucks, cross tucks, and release tucks. So the horizontal lines are only applied at the bust area, and the vertical tucks are added to the highest point of the bust to map down the creation of cross tucks. And also this shows the comparison that is needed, the horizontal and linear vertical tucks that is needed for the Helmholtz illusion. And this is the before and after look of that application. And in the conceptual prototype 3, this is an adaptation of illusion of angles, the Mueller-Lyer illusion, and Opel-Kund illusion, applying diagonal tucks and cross tucks. The V-shaped tucks here are applied both facing up and down to create the arrowheads that are required for the Mueller-Lyer illusion. And the tucks are concentrated again at the bust area and diffused downwards according to the Opel-Kund illusion. This is the before and after look after applying. I hope you can see some difference. And it's the conceptual prototype 4. It's an adaptation of Ponzo illusion, applying the space tucks and cross tucks. So to accentuate the Ponzo illusion, two flaunted oblique lines are placed on either sides, that is tapering downwards, and it is intersection cross tucks are again focused along the bust area to again give a flatter look to the bust area. And this is the before and after look. And the conceptual prototype 5. This is actually an adaptation of the Wand illusion and Orbison illusion with wave tucks. This one has some decorative details too, with the sleeves and the skirt and everything, just for an aesthetic look. So this one has some decorative details, like I said before. The radial lines create from the wave tucks in this, the stitch lines. Actually, these are the lines that depict the Wand illusion, and the waves itself created by the tucks depicts the Orbison illusion. So this is the before and after look of that. So this is my final conceptual collection. Of course, the project does not have to stop at here. There will be and more future adaptations to be inspired from the concept, like maybe a fashion retail brand focusing women with fuller bust, or the opposite of this concept itself can be used to accentuate the bust for whoever wants to do that. And this can be again applied to different parts of the body, maybe buttocks, thighs, arms, anywhere again where people want it to use. And this can also be used in designing clothes for deformed and different able bodies. So that's pretty much it. Hope you enjoyed.
Thank you, Tamashi. Now we are moving to the fourth presenter of the undergraduate research session. She is Handuni Attanayaka. Sandhuni is the graduated under the media and communication field, and now she is working at Dalek Axiata as a UX designer. Her research based on an interactive Sinhala storybook designed to identify early signs of dyslexia among children.
Thank you. Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Sandhani Attanaika from Media and Communication Design. To begin my project, I'll go through video.
Children start to learn the fundamentals of reading and writing during their primary education. At this stage, there are many children who are at a risk of learning difficulties. Dyslexia is a specific learning disability that involves difficulty in reading. According to the registered data of Sri Lankan Journal of Child Health, it is estimated that 23% of children aged 5 to 14 are affected by learning disabilities. 70% to 80% of children with learning disabilities have dyslexia. This is Tejan. He was not diagnosed at early stages of dyslexia. This shows how he reads at the age of 11. There are major scenarios like Tejan in Sri Lanka. Dyslexic children face difficulties in reading, writing, and having low self-esteem. Parents seek medical intervention when their child shows a large learning gap with peers. Due to delayed identification of dyslexia, the reading gap of typical over-dyslexic children widen over time. This puts children at a risk of having poor outcomes in their school learning and social development. Therefore, it is vital that any signs of learning difficulty are detected early and delivered to the intervention for identifying dyslexia. Children who are at risk of dyslexia can be identified early, between the age range of 6 to 8 through standardized assessments. As a communication designer, by identifying this problem, my project is based on developing a design solution for early identification of dyslexia.
So as in the video, the main problem I have identified is dyslexic children in Sri Lankan context are not identified early. So children at the age of 6 to 8 are the ones who have been newly introduced to the letters. Most of their reading and writing problems are rising at this stage. To identify dyslexia at early stages, we have to do the test for both dyslexic and non-dyslexic children. And the parents and the guardians who are responsible of identifying dyslexia in the context of the study are identified. The client of my project is IATI. IATI is the National Disability of Sri Lanka. This is the main organization in Sri Lanka which have taken proper procedure to identify dyslexic children at early stage. I started my project from primary research. In here, I have identified visual difficulties as well as phonological difficulties of dyslexic children. As dyslexic children are unable to write independently and they have letter reversal effects and difficulty in recognizing Sinhala letters and also repeating the same letter. And as phonological difficulties, I have identified they are not able to pronounce new words, problems when connecting letters with sound, missing letters, and they are slow at reading. In IT Center, they have used variety of dyslexia assessment. In here, I have chosen one which created based on standard format of dyslexia assessment. These images represent the available test in the clinical context. In here, they have been used several activities to identify dyslexia. Basically, first they evaluate 4 different skills of child. First one is letter sound knowledge. The second one is whether they can build sentences and word. And the third one is early word recognition. And fourth one is passage reading and comprehension. By analyzing the assessment, I have identified they basically use some specific letters at the initial stage, which is highlighted in the slide. And these letters are the ones which primary teachers introduce to the child at the very first stage for their convenience of practicing letters. So, after identifying what is available in the IT Center, the dyslexia assessment is done in a clinical setup and they use York assessment of reading and comprehension and they evaluate reading and comprehension and cognition of the child, and it is in a printed medium. In here I have identified several problems. The child is stressed because the assessment is done in a clinical context and there are less visual cues, and also they have less attention span. So in here I have identified the main problem as how can we create a method to identify dyslexic children at early stages. So aim of my project is identifying children who are at risk of dyslexia from early intervention through interactive standardized assessment. So what if interactive storybook which acts as dyslexia screening tool? In my observation with primary class teachers, when teaching letters to children, some of them are using stories. This was my insight to my project. So why a storybook? If I created an interactive storybook, this can be easily accessible for the parents and also the children. And in many scenarios, parents prefer the digital mediums than printed medium than digital medium when introducing letters and practicing reading with children. So in the research and my project, I have got my objectives as it should be interactive and fun, include dyslexia standardized assessment method, and this can be done by all normal children and also the dyslexic children, and it includes the screening tool. When doing the research, I identified that most children at the age of 6 to 8 love reading because they have colorful images in their books and fewer characters and also large text, and in the storybooks they got familiar context. When it comes to my design, it is primarily targeted to the children who are at the age of 6 to 8, and I'm focusing on Sinhala language. So the structure of this design based on primary education. In here I did my research about the major learning outcomes of the primary education, and I identified one fact which has most potential of creating a storybook. In here I encourage children to pay close attention to the environmental traits and the animals. To this I combined the data which I found in my research of the storybook and selected picture books as the best medium to do this project. And my book is based on York Assessment of Reading and Comprehension, which has 4 categories. First one is letter sound knowledge, second one is early word recognition, third one is passage reading and comprehension, and the last one is word building and sentence making. I will explain this assessment further with my design. I started my design with creating characters. Children in the age 6 to 8 are more interested in familiar context. So in my storybook, I have designed the characters with similar age and also a child who is having a dyslexia. The main character is having personality same as the dyslexic child, and also there's a sibling which acts as a supportive character. I'll briefly explain the plot of the story. The story begins with the 2 children who are really like to listen to stories, and in the climax the Puncha is the main character, is determined to read all the stories in the book because he loves stories, and also he loves to read books to his sister. And in the rising action, one day Puncha received a book as a gift and he wanted to read the book. Though he tried and tried, he cannot read the book as same as the dyslexic children. In here, I included the beginning of assessment in dyslexia. It is the letter sound knowledge, which include single letter recognition of 15 objects. And in the following action, Pancha tells stories to his sister, including the toys and also the accessories they have when they are playing. And the resolution of the story, father writes the storybook told by Puncha in the drawings. In here, Puncha started to learn to read successfully. And after that story, the assessment 2 begins. In here, it includes early word recognition, And last pages, it evaluate the passage reading comprehension and also the sentence making in the York assessment. These are the development of interactive elements in the book. In here you can see the assessment criteria which is in the book. And for my research, I did user testing with book sizes and font sizes, and I choose the best option where story contains and also the assessment contains. And for the object study, every object which included in the book is designed after object study with the children. These are the sketches and developments. And this is the color inspiration and the color palette. In the book, it has interactive element, which is a mouse, and this is the starting place and the ending place.
පිපී වත්ත පහළ ඇවිදගෙන ගියා. එයාට වැට ළඟ බිත්ත තිබිලා බෝලයක් හම්බුණා.
This is my final design. And if child misplaces the interactive elements, there's a separate page which includes these elements. And this is summary of my presentation. And thank you.
Thank you, Sanduni. Now we are moving to our fifth presenter, Anjali Vagadapola. Anjali is a media and communication student in the Department of Integrated Design. She is going to present her fourth year research project. Recently, she is working at the Dialogue Axiata. Yes, over to you.
Okay, Nina.
A very good morning to everyone. It's me, Anjali Vagodapula, presenting to you my comprehensive design project, the typographical exploration to preserve the passionate memory of grandparents. I hope you watch this little snippet first.
මේ ජාතක කතාව තමයි ජාතක පොතේ තියෙන ආදරයේ පිළිබඳ පිරිමියෙකුගේ ආදරයේ පිළිබඳ ඉතාමත්ම චමත්කාර කතාව. ඒක තමයි කුස ජාතකය.
So have you had this experience of your grandparents narrating stories to you? So I'm sure you all have that experience. So it's the same with me. Something that is deep in my memory would be how grandparents used to narrate stories to me. So grandparents narrate stories in a very soothing way. They are very dramatic. They are very elaborate. They are very imaginative, and they are very curious about the stories. I'm sorry. So as grandchildren, we always have the need to preserve the memory of grandparents as time goes by. So I contacted some grandchildren who had the same need as me to preserve the memory of storytelling between their grandparents. So the sample of the study, the sample I chose were listeners and narrators, the younger generation and the older generation who were involved in this storytelling process. So my approach for this was typographical in nature. In a precedent study conducted earlier, it was found out that the grandchildren, the sample of grandchildren, had listened to Jataka stories mostly out of other stories, and also most grandparents were interested in narrating the Sasa Jataka out of every other Jataka story. So to give an introduction about Jataka tales, there are stories about the incarnations of Lord Buddha in human and animal forms. The great 550 Jataka tales have those compiled. So to give, you all might know Sasa Jataka. So Sasa Jataka is the story about a previous reincarnation of Lord Buddha, the Bodhisattva as a rabbit. At the climax of Sasa Jataka, the rabbit jumps into the fire to sacrifice himself. So my first experiment was about expressing the memory of knowledge through typography. So for this, I chose the letter form Sa, divided the plot points of the letter Sa into 15 incidents, and increased the thickness of the letter form according to the knowledge of the grandparent. The narration of grandchildren and grandparents were recorded, audio narrations were recorded, narration styles of grandparents was noted, and also a photo journal was developed. And this is how the initial experimentation was done by thickening the letter form thickness. The second experiment was about expressing the memory of the moral to typography. So the final experiment was expressing the memory of facial expressions through typography. Earlier I maintained a photo journal of grandparents and their story narration. So from that photo journal, I observed that grandparents had distinct facial expressions. So according to the theory of narrative portraiture, when an expressive storyteller narrates the tone of the story, an expression is formed in the face. In Sinhala typography, often the letters are denoted as parts of the human body. So the terminals are known as eyes, the joints are known as eye joints. They are denoted as parts of the human body. So I reimagined the letter as a face and mapped the letter as the grandparents' face. So I let the grandchildren choose the distinct expressions of grandparents from the photojournal I maintained. Grandchildren shows 4 facial expressions of 4 grandparents. So this was a participatory experiment. The next step of this was sketching the grandparents' face in the letter form, as a letter form. So grandparents' face was replicated in the form of a letter. So there were several drawings of one grandparent. These were the sketches done by grandchildren mapping grandparents' face as the letter Sa. So the best visual expressions of the faces of grandparents were chosen. The first experiment is the terror. The terror forms in the grandparent's face the moment when the rabbit jumps into the fire in the Sasajataka story. So the features of the grandmother changes evidently. It shows terror and surprise in her face through her eyes, mouth, and deepened under eyes. How the face and the letter works parallelly were notified. The eyes of the letter Sa were the eyes of the grandparent. The horizontal stroke was the wrinkle. The curve-to-curve joint was the mouth of the grandparent. So when showing the terror on the face, in the first picture, the grandparent's eyes expand, the mouth constricts. And when transitions into the last photo, the eyes relax and the mouth expands. So many sketches were drawn that notified the transition of the facial expression from the keyframe towards the end, and a motion was applied to denote the expression. The next step was adding an audio, and the pronunciation of sounds was also considered. So like this, an audio was applied to the letter form. This was the English audio.
Hop into the fire.
These were the initial prototypes. And finally, the expression of the grandparents side to side that denoted the facial expression on the letter. So you can see the change in the eyes and the change in these joints as the expression changes. And the second expression was the concern on the grandparent's face, the moment when the rabbit did not have anything to offer to the Brahmin in the Sasajataka story. So this is how the face and the letter works. The keyframe, applying a motion to the expression, applying sound to the motion. And the curiosity on the face of the grandmother. This is how the letter works from the start to the finish, applying the motion. It shows the curiosity on her face when narrating the story. And the final expression, the expression while impersonating a character. This grandmother actually impersonated the character of the rabbit, rabbit, this way. So mimicking the expressions of grandparents through letters. So there were certain limitations to this study as well, but this doesn't stop here, there are future developments. There's a possibility to change the title of the Jataka story, Sasa, according to the tone of the narrative, as given through facial expression. So if this is the expression of terror shown in the title of the story. And also the Sinhala type emoticons are a great possibility. And this can be applied to any knowledge area that deals with the change of appearance of Sinhala typography according to the tone of the narrative. And this also, the main need of preserving storytelling in a novel communication medium is fulfilled. As a summary, I define the possibility of Sinhala letter forms to be more expressive through 3 stages. Thank you. That will be all for my presentation.
Thank you, Anjali. Now we are moving to the last presenter of the morning session. She is Randika Abesekara. She is specialized in fashion and lifestyle design and currently work at the brand Essentials as an intern. She's research topic is a textile development using cut-off fabric waste to create wearables. Yes, over to you.
Good morning all. I'm Randika Abesekara from Department of Integrated Design, and I'm here to present my research on textile development using fabric waste to create wearables. Manufacturing fabric waste in apparel industry is the main focus of this research project, and through research I identified the sections like cutting, bundling, sewing, printing and embroidery generate fabric waste. When researching on fabric waste and how they end up, I found that these waste end up in landfilling, burning, fabric markets, power generation, and also interesting areas such as artistic fabrics and sustainable approaches. As we all know, apparel industry in Sri Lanka is one of the country's biggest industries, and it's the most significant and dynamic contributors of Sri Lanka's economy. Fabric waste accumulation in Sri Lanka is also a problem in the industry, and through my presentation I will be mainly addressing it. BAM Holding is where I first got exposed to the apparel industry, where I completed my internship and where I got inspired. And here are some pictures of my experience at BAM. As a company, BAM Holding pays special attention on their waste management, and when it comes to fabric waste, most of the fabric end up in local markets such as PETA, Pamunur, landfilling, burning and power generating projects. So I identified the problem in BAM Holdings has taken many approaches when it comes to fabric waste, but they have not taken any sustainable approaches when it comes to the fabric waste of the company, which has potential of circulation and bring revenue to the company. I discussed on the identified issues and potential with the company and come up with a project on a waste management department which can end up as a department which bring revenue to the company. So I will be targeting a local fashion retailing brand which target high-end markets in the final outcome of this research project. So as a project focus, here I am focusing on off-cut waste which generate in cutting departments of the company, and my intention is to show how a little fabric piece can convert into wearable textile which bring revenue. So if you look at what are off-cuts refers to the remaining at the end of the roll after the marker is made and garments are cut out. So here's a picture of a marker, and let's look how off-cuts generate. As you can see, after laying fabrics on beds, the marker is placed on the top of them, and then the patterns are cut out, and the rest excess is called as offcuts. Then I collected data on offcuts at BAM Holdings, classified them, and investigated creative constructions with waste fabrics which already take place. With limitations, I looked into construction methods and selected weaving as the construction method. Then I move with my experiment 1, and it's done on a frame loom. I did experiments with off-cut fabrics and came into conclusions which mainly focus on behavior, look and feel. Then experiment 2 is done in a hand loom machine, which is an expanded and complicated structure of a frame loom. And this is the structure of the hand loom machine. Here I used fabrics which I used in experiment 1 in experiment 2 as well. So here I have used denim, twill, corduroy, single jersey and rib fabric in the experiment 2. After the experiments, I checked on the feasibility, where to improve and the potential of the fabric. With the gathered knowledge, I developed 5 fabric developments. I initiate the fabric developments with materials, color palette, weft fabric preparation and wove fabric preparation. So as materials here I have chosen denim fabric, and as yarns I have used cotton yarns. This is the fabric development 1, and this is the very initial development of my fabric developments. And here I have mainly checked the behavior of off-cut fabric strips in the loom and how to handle the shuttle loom and the behavior of warp yarns. This is the fabric development 2, and here I have used mixing fabrics as an experiment. And here I have reduced the warp yarns to highlight the fabric strips, testing 2 types of fabric in one development. Fabric development 3, here combining different fabrics in weft fabric strips has experimented. Color combination, look and feel, adding tassels to the end of the fabric weaves have experimented. And this is the fabric development 4. Here I have reduced the strip width of the weft fabric strip. And with the reducement of the fabric strip, I have checked the behavior and the behavior of warp and weft yarns as well. This is the fabric development 5. Here I have combined the waste yarn during the production to the fabric development. And the combination of fabric strips and waste yarns have experimented. And experimenting on finishing edges and behavior of warp and weft yarns with changes have experimented. And I have done feasibility tests. I have checked on cutting, sewing, attaching fabrics, washing, manipulating and draping. Then I did a shuttle development. And the need of a shuttle development came up since the fabric development is proceeded to be done on a mass scale. A shuttle development is needed to save energy and efficiency of the weaver. Then I studied on structure of the shuttle and the method of winding yarn, and I started prototyping. These are the very 4 initial prototypes I have done. And this is the shuttle development 5, which is yet to more develop, but the objective of this shuttle development was successful. And with all the learnings, I have added the future developments to the shuttle development. And before moving into creating variables, I started sketching. Here I have started sketching on draping, pleating, attaching fabrics, wrapping, cutting potentials, and behavior with other fabrics. Then I moved into prototyping. This is the prototype 1 with which I have done with fabric development 1. Here I have used draping and fever cuts in the prototype development. Here's a closer look of prototype 1. Prototype 2, which I have done with fabric development 2. Pleating and wrapping have tested here. And here's a closer look of it. Prototype 3 with fabric development 3. Draping and tassel placement of the fabric development have tested. And here's the prototype 3 on a body. Then for the prototype 4 with fabric development 4, loose fitted garments, gathering and pattern cutting with fever cuts have tested here. And this is a closer look of the prototype 4. And prototype 5 with fabric development 5. Draping, wrapping and lace cuts have tested here. And this is a closer look of my prototype 5. When I look into the future of the project, the casual wear collections with off-cut fabric developments, experimenting more with shuttle developments for mass production, explore more circular strategies to improve the brand, and promoting the brand of BAM in marketing aspects. And this is the summary and a life of one garment, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Randhika. Yes, now we are moving to the end of the first session today. So we heard 6 presenters. So now panel is open for the audience for the question and answer sessions. So, okay, so I invite all the presenters to come front for the question and answer session. Okay, so our first presenter was Amaya Rodrigo. She presented her research regarding the card sorting method as a participatory approach to the research stage of city branding process, understanding the city experience from the perspective of stakeholders. Yes, any questions do you need to ask from the Amaya Rodrigo? Actually, it is a good opportunity for the junior students, right? Because now you know what are the capacity of the research regarding the level 4. So now you have basic idea about what you need to accept, and so this is good opportunity to express your idea or ask the questions from Amaya. First we are moving to the Amaya, then gradually we are moving to the second presenter. Yes, she is willing to give the answer. No questions? Don't worry, this you are friends, right? Yeah, if not, we can move to the second presenter. Yeah. No any questions? Is it okay? Okay, so according to the procedure, so now I am open to all to ask the questions. I'm not going to move one by one, right? So do I need to remind the headings again or no? Okay. I think they are lucky, yes? Yes, yes, please. You? Okay.
The question is for Amaya. Actually, even though I'm a batchmate, I'm
Yes,
fascinated
good,
about
yeah,
the topic
yeah.
and I wanted to ask some questions. So this is actually not about the research method, but like this can be relevant, so you can say if it's not. So when we are finding what is iconic in a city or a town, there can be some hidden things where like which is gone down by the history or like people don't know anymore and still branded by that because it was known as that. So at such moments, even though the current town or the city doesn't represent it anymore, what's the link between that? How does it affect? Or should we rebrand such things?
Okay. So one thing is like I didn't actually go into the branding process during my project, but to answer your question, say let's take London and Big Ben. Say one day Big Ben does not exist anymore, but one aspect is that Big Ben is always going to be related to and thought about when you're talking about London. But in another 200, 400 years, sometimes Big Ben might not be as relevant as it is right now. So what my suggestion is, and also something that I'm also thinking about, is developing city brands that actually flows with the stakeholders, and brands that doesn't stick, like not static brands, but brands that actually flow with the stakeholders is a suggestion that I'm making. I hope that answers.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions? You? Yes.
My question is for Sanduni. I just want, and Sanduni and actually Anjali as well, just simply to know what your experience was when it comes to going and, your experience in doing that research is something that I want to know, which also will, I believe, just let us know your experience.
To answer your question, ma'am, it was a terrible situation to know that the Sri Lankan children are not identified early, though they have dyslexia in current context. With doing my research with Tilini Lakubala Surya, is the professor at Rakamayati Center, she said that they have facilities, but the society in Sri Lanka are not aware about the problem. Actually, we have to take actions to make them aware that there's a problem like this, like dyslexia, because parents think that the situation will decrease when they grow up, when they are giving more education to child and with more tuition classes. But it's not a fact, because they have a problem in their brain development. As my experience, actually it was good to know and good to work with children. And I learned a lot about dyslexia other than the project, because my whole 5 months I was with them. And it was really tough for me to identify what can I do, because this is a project. This would, in my level, this would stop with the presentation, as I know. But I want to take this forward. Actually, I think we need policies and regulations for education system, and also to develop the education system in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you.
The biggest learning in my project
was empathizing the strong bond between grandparents and grandchildren, because in the beginning of the project, I did not know that importance. It was such a strong bond. And also, when looking for a right target audience, there were so many challenges, because some of the grandparents were so old that they had their own problems of retaining their memory also when it comes to storytelling. And had to kind of look for the right audience who remembered stories as they are. And it's really important to preserve also these stories told by grandparents. We hear stories in other forms right now, like mostly social media, and everything is digitized right now. It's important that grandparents' voice, grandparents' views in terms of storytelling also rises forward. And also typographically, it's important that typography becomes a storytelling medium.
Thank you.
Any questions? I have a question for Nipuni. So, Nipuni, what is your next step? Actually, it is a very important project to the society as a product designer. Do you have any idea to implement your design outcome as a designer?
Actually, madam, thank you for the question. And actually, I did my project with taking reference data from available scientific researchers, and the limitations were there for me to experiment, and I also had limitations with finding materials, techniques that I used and all that. And the problem I identified was the non-degradability of the tetra waste I selected as the main material. So from material wise, I thought in that earlier also I thought to develop how can I further develop it more, and I used organic materials available in the natural context, and there are many more materials that I can use to integrate those with the new developed material. So there are many more researches I can do with from the material side to make it more organic, more degradable and eco-friendlier than what I did for the project. And from the product side, it can be developed with more product forms, like when it comes to installation, it can be developed with interlocking, and it can be developed more effective to match with the natural context, different contexts. For the project, I used it for a house and the natural environment around the house, and there are many situations and contexts with affected by soil erosion, and like river banks, context like with more flood areas and all. So this can be developed with the material development. Along with the material development, this can go far as a developed product design.
Thank you for your positive answer, Nipuni. So yes, I wish you can continue our research furthermore and try to apply the patent as well. Right? It's a good research. So any question for? Yeah. Yes.
My question is for Sandhuni. I wanted to know, like, this is just like a thing that occurred to me, because like your the thing where it helps people identify whether they have dyslexia, is it more of a diagnosis or more of like a tool that can be helpful in the diagnostic process? Because
actually, to identify whether a child has a dyslexia or not, yeah, you want to do a clinical assessment with a psychotherapist and also with physicians. This assessment is for the first stage. In this book, it evaluates whether a child has early signs of dyslexia or not. For parents or guardians or the teachers, the one who are doing this with the child can take their child to a speech therapist to get proper diagnosis. Before that, they have to identify whether they have early signs. So my book, actually, it acts as a screening tool. Do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions? Yeah.
Yes, Danush. Yeah.
I have a question for Nipuni Akka. So, have you ever thought about the market aspect of the final product?
Thank you for the question, Nangi. Actually, my project was developed by, started with developing a material, and developing materials through waste products is less for products like these. Actually, there are products like paper, manipulations and all from the waste materials. So, applicable product like this for a natural environment, it's there's a gap in the market for products like these, and there are many experiments going on with different materials in the world and also in the local. There's a market demand for waste material manipulation, and as I selected this project addressing a problem in the environment, soil erosion. So there are many architectural solutions taken and landscape solutions taken to reduce this condition, but those are not products; they are structures, and for a product like what I did can have a market demand. So,
are you okay? Thank you, Danushi. Yes, any other questions?
Shall I ask a question?
Yes, please.
I have to ask Randhika. I mean, it was a very interesting project, and I really appreciate how you have thought about the final product and applying it to the market. What sort of, the clothing styles the market you are proposing is going on. But my question is something to do with, again, the marketing of the product. We often see these waste materials and eco-conscious fashion going on to the high-end markets. Now I understand why we have to focus on those markets, but that is a demography that already understands the situation that there is and already, in their capabilities doing the changes. But the wastage is happening in more of a mass market level, as I say it. So do you think these solutions that we are proposing one day can penetrate to the mass market, mass audience that we are talking about, or other larger audiences in, outside of Sri Lanka? Is there a possibility of that happening?
Yeah. So in this project, in my project, I am proposing a high-end fashion brand. So the fashion pyramid mainly. The lower, the mass market means the the mass market is we got influence from the top level of the fashion pyramid, and it comes to down. So if the top level of the fashion pyramid, like fashion brands and all of that, influences the lower level of them, we have a possibility to give this idea of fashion waste and sustainable concepts to come to our level. Thank you.
Shall I ask a question from Tamashi? So what was the experience on your research, Tamasi? So can you explain a little bit?
The experience, when designing,
Yeah.
madam.
Because you explained the further development part as well. You
During
suggest
my-
in
no,
the
during my
last slide.
project.
Is that good actually? So I want to know the experience regarding the whole design project.
The whole project, first I started focusing on a single person. Then I found out that there's so many people actually who are having this issue. So actually talking to them and knowing what they go through was very eye-opening to me, because I have seen people who wear things like that, and I thought, why can't they just dress better? And actually, because they don't have things to dress better. So that was one of the main points that I wanted to address as a fashion designer. So if I could do something, and if they also can dress in a nice way, I thought that would be nice. And the whole process that I went through was so satisfactory for me, because I knew I was making a difference. I knew someone would get comfortable with this, and helping someone to helping someone who was really in like a very uncomfortable situation was so great for me.
It's nice to know that, Namashi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Prabhashan. Yes, you can.
This question I wanted to ask from Anjali Aki. So I wanted to know, have you thought of like where you can go in like? It was really interesting to see that you've explored the connection between like familial connections, right? So have you thought about like expanding this like storytelling through typography into maybe like parasocial relationships or even further beyond, and like what possibilities do you see for it?
Thank you, Mali. So, as I said, there are so many ways this can go as future developments. So, I only started with a single letter. So, it is possible that I could apply this to every other letter in singular typography, typographically, and also to establish itself in different platforms. As I said, emoticons are possible, and also a storytelling medium itself through a letter, like maybe an interface with a letter in it where children or grandchildren can see and refer to it when grandparents are not there. They can preserve the memory inside the letter, and so many possibilities, possible areas, thinking about expanding this further as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you all the presenters, and I wish you all the best for your future work, because now you are in the research platform. It's open. I'm personally happy because as the young researchers are entering into the research platform, right? So this is only a beginning. It's open, the Sri Lankan platform as well as in the world. So try to go there and continue our research, right? All the very best. Wait, we are giving the certificate, yes.
A very big thank you to our session chair, Mrs. Dilshani Ranasinghe, for expertly handling this first of the undergraduate sessions. I think it was very, very interesting, mainly because all of you were very passionate about what you had done, right? So it was really interesting to listen to all of you, and thank you for the questions as well. It made the session very interactive. Overall, I think it was a great start to the undergraduate sessions. So we have come to the end of the first session this morning on undergraduate sessions. While I say a very big thank you to Mrs. Dilshani, I would like to invite you to come forward as we have some certificates to be given to our speakers today. The first certificate goes to Amaya Rodrigo for her presentation on card sorting method as a participatory approach to the research stage of city branding process, understanding the city experience from the perspective of stakeholders. Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Nipuni Dhananjana for her presentation on a modular unit to enhance the soil quality and sustenance, vegetation-produced material manipulation from Tetra Pak waste in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much indeed. And we would like to call upon next Tamashi Dias for your presentation on visual delusion, adopting linear illusions with tucks to visually diminish women's fuller bust. Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. The next certificate goes to Sanduni Athanayaka. Thank you for your presentation on an interactive Sinhala storybook designed to identify early signs of dyslexia among children. Again, a very interesting project and presentation. Thank you very much. I would like to next call upon Anjali Vagadopola. Thank you very much for your very emotional and interesting presentation on typographical exploration to preserve the passionate memory of grandparents' storytelling. Thank you very much indeed. And finally, I would like to invite Randika Abesekara to please come forward. Thank you for your presentation on a textile development using off-cut fabric waste to create wearables. Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to all of our speakers for that interesting presentations. And thank you to our chair, Mrs. Dilshani Ranasinghe, as well. So we are running out of time. We have the next session coming up in a little while. We want you to take a 10-minute short break, just 10 minutes, and come back for the next session because we have a couple more sessions in the afternoon as well. So we'll start the next session in 10 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. So welcome to session 2B, which is part of the undergraduate session. So welcome all, and I'm quite pleased to introduce our session chair, Ms. Rwandika Senanayaka. And as you all know, she's the coordinator for fashion and lifestyle design. And she is a senior lecturer at the department. She has completed her postgraduate research at RMIT, Australia, and we are glad to have her chair this session. Over to you, Rwandika.
Thank you, Sumantri. Good afternoon to you all. Okay, I'll straight away get back to work. There will be 6 presenters presenting the final year comprehensive design projects. The first presenter is Hasanya Patirana. She is presenting her CDP under the title A Wearable Device for Claw Pluckers to Protect Their Health while ensuring them to make their job easy and quick in a secure manner. If I give a short brief introduction about Hasanya. Hasanya is an undergraduate of the Department of Integrated Design, and she is specialized in product design and former intern product designer at Rainco Private Limited. Hasanya, I invite you to do the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. This is about my final year. Thank you, ma'am. This is about my final year design project, and I'll explain you why I selected this area first. If I tell simply, this is about cloth. Why this cloth is very important to Sri Lanka? Because Sri Lanka is the 4th country exporting cloth from the whole world, and it's nearly 8.5% of the global demand. On to Exporting Development Board, comparatively our exporting amount is not satisfied, but the demand is high onto the quality of the Ceylon cloth. There is a history behind it. Onto Spice Wars, Sri Lanka is the only place where the earliest cloth piece left. I'll going to explain you how this project is going to fulfill this gap. I divided my whole project into 9 steps as research, empathizing, my role, precedent study, ideation, define the design, testing, how the system is going, and finally the summarize. From 9 topics, I'm going to accompany you through the whole journey I have went through while doing this project. First step. In my research, I have mainly considered about men's power behind this industry, because the main possibility to increase the exporting amount is giving a solution for laborers' issues onto my research. Because the process of cloth harvesting part is the hardest and manual thing. Other things are doing by cooperation of technology. And also factory owners and state owners have to face so many difficulties because laborers are leaving this job day by day. This is the second step. Therefore, I have empathized the situation and summarized their sayings, thinkings, doings, and feelings to an empathy map. So this is the third step. So as a product designer, giving a tangible solution by identifying specific gaps was my challenge. From these 8 gaps, risk of climbing, spending 3-4 hours in a tree tall around 15 meters, back pain and deformities of the laborers they have to face commonly, carrying so many vernacular solutions onto the tree, other areas can fulfill by a product solution. Then the main gap I identify is they are not maintaining good postures in this harvesting process. Because of that, they are facing to so many postural issues and pains. What I'm going to give as the solution is giving a wearable device for claw pluckers to help them to protect the posture properly. Requirements of claw pluckers are a collector to collect claw, some method to gather branches, seating devices to seat on branches, method to unload claw load from the tree. On to my precedent studies. This is my 4th step. They have used several vernacular methods and vernacular equipments, but there are positives and negatives of this existing method. You can see also all of those. Then I have studied about ergonomics to identify most accessible, most stable, most relaxed, strongest, and the place maximum capacity can be held in the body while climbing and sitting. So with sketches, I started my ideation with applying ergonomics, Asian measurements, P95 mean, that means the average size of Asian grown man, and placements. I have tried some practical initial ideas in 3D prototypes. Then I have tested those attaching with human body and come up with a free size design for all body types in Sri Lankan context, and it is adjustable too. Selecting vinyl cloth and breathable wicking material for the seating supporting part, it's orange. Color has selected to onto world standards of laborers and workers wears and considering about greeny background. Selected blue for the collector part from 85 GSM taffeta. Gathering strips are from woven nylon strips. Those are red for identify especially. Made the patterns of this product is onto previous sizes and details as I mentioned. So this is my final prototype. How to wear the product and how is it after placing on human figure. In my process, I have done experiments with collector attaching, removable lock, hooks for gather, pouch for private use as put up a cell phone or things to chew like a beetle, and supportive parts from sponges, buckles and gathering strips, and these are the final available and most suitable selections for the details. This is my 7th step. I have done the testing part. First of all, I have introduced the product to few of claw pluckers, and they have gave me the feedbacks to the product. From the feedbacks also, I have developed my design. So I have checked product strength by CEB's protective equipment testing unit, and they have issued the testing report. That's what you can see on the screen. After that, I have tested it in real context as a responsible designer. analysis how the existing method works and the final prototypes works in the context. All the time they are facing the bag damaging issue, and in my product there is a method to unload the load properly. So the final cost of the product is around 23.5 US dollars with actual materials. This is my 8th step. My target customer is Ministry of Agriculture. If we go through the system, they are taking the product and provide it to the Govijana Seva Madhyasthana to sell, and state owner, factory owner, person who stays for rent can buy the product from Govijana Seva Madhyasthana and provide them to the claw plucker, the user. User also can buy directly, but the system is going like that. Finally, this is the summary. Finally, we have come to the summary like this. What I have done is it's a multifunctional wearable device for the claw plucker. Why I should do this? To do the plucking in the correct posture, and it should be efficient more than this. So how ensuring how I am going to do this? Ensuring healthiness, safety, comfortability by this multifunctional device. To whom I am going to do this? To claw pluckers, where this is placing claw estates in upcountry Sri Lanka. This is totally effect positively for lack of the labours. Hopefully this will positively affect for the future of the Ceylon claw as well. So I'm going to wrap up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasanya. We are running out of time. Presenters, please try to stick to time. I hope you'll see the time cards so that it will be easy for you to get reminded about the time. The next presentation is about the digital experience of clothes swapping, virtualizing physical world interactions. By the speaker is Tisal Dimel. Tisal is a graduate from the Department of Integrated Design. He specialized in media and communication design and currently working at Axiata Digital Labs Private Limited as a UI UX designer. Tisal, I warmly welcome you to the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is having a nice day. So I'm Tisal Dimel, and I'm going to present you a design project, namely Digital Experiences of Clothes Swapping, Vitalizing Physical World Interactions. So let me start with a small question. When you go through your wardrobe, have you ever come across clothes that are not in use to an extent that you might even have forgotten their existence. Yes, most of us do. So why do we keep them as it is? I got some interesting answers for that, but the most common answer was we have no idea what to do with them. With that, I have started a project based on a contextual and a circular opportunity. When it comes to the context of Sri Lanka, Sri Lankan culture is enriched with the qualities of sharing. So sharing culture is practiced in Sri Lanka throughout many generations, and sharing is embedded towards our systems as well. So other than that, the circular opportunity is actually the problem itself. So in Sri Lankans use clothing items for a longer time than the intended use. Unlike the European countries where they quickly throw them away towards landfills, filling out them, but in Sri Lanka we just stack up them in our wardrobes. So in the previous generations, people have done this exchange and practiced exchange mechanisms like hand-me-downs and also giving clothes away, those kind of mechanisms, but it has been going towards the downward trail at this moment. So my project is an interaction design and UI UX design solution to encourage clothes exchange among the younger generation of Sri Lanka. When it comes to the project scope, the 50% of the project is interaction design, where I'll be designing the interactions, colliding the physical and digital worlds to encourage clothing exchange, and 40% will be UI UX design, where I will be crafting a digital experience bridging this gap, and 10% of this project will be the communication and branding aspect of it. When it comes to the methodology, I have practiced IBM design thinking process in this project, because IBM design thinking process allows me to do repetitive iterations, which is a simple design process with 3 steps: observe, reflect, and make. But doing this repetitively will help us to craft a very tailor-made experience for the users. When it comes to the users, as I mentioned you earlier, it will be the younger generation of Sri Lanka, 20 to 30-year-olds, who believe in a sustainable lifestyle choices. Unlike the previous generations, they have the ability to adapt towards the sustainable lifestyle choices with the current trends. So when it comes to adoption of this design, as I showed in this diffusion of innovation curve, this project, the stage of this project will be mostly focused on sustainable innovators and early adopters. So when it comes to sustainable innovators, as I give an example, will be sustainable influencers such as eco-conscious warrior, and early adopters will be the following or the audience of them. I'm going to start with my research. So I started with a user study, starting from user interviews to identify user attributes, user goals, targets, user personalities, and user pain points. And all those points were laid on, scattered around on a affinity map, where I was able to group them according to those attributes to identify the personas for the project. So 3 personas were created according to target audience, and those 3 personas were used in user journey mappings. So the user journey maps were mainly done to identify user touch points, channels, processes, and experiences at the current or the physical context of clothes swapping. And after that, mainly those user journey maps were used in brainstorming, and I was able to do workshops, brainstorming workshops with the user group, collaborating with users to ideate, and was able to get feedback from the users. And also I was able to discuss the ideas which I already had with the users to get qualitative feedback. After that, all the ideas I got were laid on a impact effort matrix, where the feasibility and the impact and the effort for the ideas were measured, and most feasible ideas were then prioritized. And also, additionally, I've done a body storming session with 6 participants, and I've given them 6 scenarios to act out without giving scripts, when it comes to identify the physical context of everything, and those body storming sessions were then documented through storyboards, and where I was able to identify user actions before going into prototyping level. So starting with the prototypes, I went with high fidelity, mid fidelity, and low fidelity prototypes. Starting with low fidelity, I've done 2 stages of low fidelity prototyping, basically identifying the basic user interactions, and those interactions were then drawn in cards and they were tested. So basic features and basic task flows were tested with the users. After that, with the testing feedback, I was able to refine those interactions and the user flows to create the second stage of low fidelity prototypes. And when it comes to mid fidelity prototyping were mainly done to finalize the UI part of it. First, planning space and planning grid layout and positioning placements of elements were done through the first stage of mid fidelity prototypes, and the second stage of mid fidelity prototypes were mainly to identify the language and how to communicate the product towards the users. So using viewpoint, suggestive language, keeping everything cohesive with a simple language were one of the other practices I took. Then I'm going to go towards the design elements and the visual aspect of the product. So the brand name is Looprobe, and this is the logo designs I have done, and I've slowly started creating a design system before creating the main UI, and the colors were selected according to color psychology. Now I'm going to take you through the digital product using 2 users who participated in the final level of high fidelity prototype testing, Harini and Gagani. So Harini is a 20-year-old digital marketer, and she decided to install Looprobe in her mobile phone. And now she's going to get on board, as it is shown in the screen. The onboarding process was quite simple because we don't want to give any friction points to the users. So there is standard processes were followed, and additionally, we were able to we wanted to take the sizes of the users and standard sizes and enabling location to identify people in a close proximity to her, and also connecting social media for verification purposes. And then she is going to set up her digital wardrobe, which is the main function of the product. And to set up the digital wardrobe, she needs to take photograph of the clothing items, obviously the items she didn't use. And those photos will be enhanced using artificial intelligence. And those enhanced photographs will be then uploaded into the digital wardrobe. And with the simple step of creating digital wardrobe, she have the ability to find people matches to swap clothes with. So it's like this. So Harini is there, and she will be matched with another person in a proximity in the same geographical area, Gagani. So simply what happened is those clothing items were taken as single items, and those items were matched using Google's Vision AI API, which is image recognition algorithm, using widely available Google images and styling images on Google and other websites. And the application itself creates outfit across those 2 wardrobes and notify to your users. And the first person who identifies that have the ability to request a swap. And with the request of swap, the app suggests them to meet up, because after meeting up and exchanging clothes, this is also for the verification and also creating a social interaction between 2 young people. And the app has ways of setting up a meeting and sending an invite. So when the invite and the swap request is sent towards Gagani, she has the ability to accept or reject or to edit the invitation, and what is left next is to meet up and swap the clothes. And after swapping, there's standard procedures of reviewing and giving reviews and stuff, because this is to because of we need to keep the sustainability of the product with also to keep this going. We need to have these reviews and rating system, and after that there is a manual way of swapping as well, which is enabled in the product by exploring profiles or users nearby. So yeah, this is a summary of my project. So this project will be this project is pitched towards an IT company as a CSR project, because the algorithm and the AI part of this is the most challenging part to be developed. And so that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tisal, for the nice presentation. We are moving to the third presenter, Sudeep Sansikar. I'm sorry. The title is World Building and Base Character Design for Kittum's Verse. Sudeep is a graduate from the Department of Integrated Design and specialized in media and communication design, and currently working as a full-time freelance designer specializing in 3D designing and world building. Sudeep, over to you.
Thank you. So my project is about world building and creating a base character for an NFT collection. And my client's requirement was to create a metaverse space that's linked with an NFT collection. So the task was to create a metaverse for an NFT collection as a value addition. So the NFT buyers gets a reward, and they can have the access by buying the NFT, so they'll get the access for the metaverse. So to start the project, I started with the metaverse part, and to start the metaverse, there were 3 steps to be followed. As we know, if we are a user and we are going to surf through and go through the metaverse, we need a character, an avatar. And so that was the first task to do, and then I need to create a virtual world, the metaverse. And then there are some guidelines that are given by the metaverse, such as I should fulfill some requirements, polygon counts, and some materials that I can be used. So such things were considered, and then I started the project. And when I started the project, there was a need of creating a strong story. So since I'm starting the project, since I'm starting a link between the metaverse and the NFT, there should be a strong story for the users to go and explore and create things and experience in this metaverse. So that's the reason I came up with a story, and that's the path where I started to do the world building. And about the world, this is a little intro where I introduce the characters and the world and how it works.
Okay, back to the fun part, kittens first. A long time ago, there used to be a type of creatures called the kittens, born out of human desires. Whenever a human desired something, and these desires could be anything, ranging from simple desires such as craving for pizza to more complex desires such as wealth or love, a kitten appeared for that desire. Think of it like this. There is a kitten in charge of the department of pizza, and the kitten's sole job in life is to make humans eat as many pizzas as they can. If so, this kitten will work towards it by making humans desire more pizza and making the already existing desires for pizza even stronger. The sole purpose of these kittens is to help, induce, or sometimes even manipulate humans into fulfilling these specific desires. However, the universe requires balance to function. And if the kittens just work towards helping humans achieve each and everything they desire, the balance of the universe will be all over the place. Therefore, there are also kittens created by the universe in order to maintain the balance. A fine example of a universe-made kitten is the kitten of poverty. That's about how the kittens are born and how they fulfill their life's purpose. How do they die? Well, they don't. They simply cease to exist. If any desire ceases to be, then so will the kitten behind it. If humans no longer desire ice cream in this world, a highly unlikely thing, however, if the desire for ice cream ceases, so will the kitten of ice cream. Let's get to some of the properties of these kittens. The more widespread a desire is among humankind, the longer the kitten shall live, and the more powerful it could become. Similarly, the stronger the need to balance, the more powerful the universe-created kitten shall be. Also, these kittens are not just beings that carry out their duty. Each kitten has a unique personality, much like humans. Alice is one such kitten that plays a crucial role in this narrative. She is also behind one of the most innate human desires, love. Therefore, her formal title is Alice, the Kitten of Love.
So this is the base character that I designed, and so that's the base story of the of Kittens was, and the base character was designed to base on to the NFT collection. And as you saw, there are different desires and different characters in this story, and the base character will be used to develop the NFT collection. So I started with the sketching first, as you can see, with the basics. I'll get on to the world, why the things are different, and what things I considered when I developed the character. So I developed the base character. These are some testings I did, and this is the final character I came up with. So the base character looks a little different from a human, even though they look very similar to human because they're born from a human desire, and they have long ears to listen for the human desires, and they have wide hips because the world they live in will be a place which is created by anti-gravity force. So to live in that world, they need their gravitational point in a lower position. That's why they have wide hips, and that helps them to stay stable in their world. And this is the 0.1 NFT collection, the 2D version that we created through the base character. And the next part, the world building, where things got more complicated and fun. The world building, I've used many guidelines to create the world building, and first I needed a base. So I started with the gravity and the topography map. As you can see, this is the gravity, how it works. So this world is based, as I said, on a sacred object in the middle, and it has created this effect which spreads the gravity around the place. And the anti-gravity helps, and the push helps to create this topography, to create the shape of the island. And it affects the rock formation of the island too. As you can see in the middle, there's that sacred object which creates that anti-gravity effect. And so as you can see, this is like the whole soil cycle, how it pushes the bedrock to the top, things like that. And also the anti-gravity affects the water cycle of this world. So unlikely in our world, the world we live in, the water always try to come to the ground, and there's a lot of water on the soil because of the gravity, but because of the anti-gravity, water tries to float around the place. And this is how the water behave around different gravitational areas. So basing on this physics that I laid, I was able to develop more concepts and how the life will be for the users and for the things that are living in this world. So first I started with the trees, and I did some experiments and got inspired by the trees that are in our environment. And this is one tree that I designed, which you can see is a very similar tree to a lotus. As you can see, there are petals that helps them to stay on the ground and to fight the anti-gravity. And the roots are upcoming through the flower to grasp the air bubbles that are surrounded in the atmosphere. And as you can see. And this is another tree. And as I said, as we saw in the gravity map, there are different gravity areas in this world. And in gravity, this is how a tree would react. A bend, a short, shrunk tree with flexible movements because of the gravity. And next is an anti-gravity area which has a push. So you can see the trees are growing upwards, and there's less movement because of the anti-gravity, because of the push that's coming through the ground. And next is a mixed gravity area where we can see both of the, a mix of the both of the trees. And here are some other trees are in the planet, the world. And next comes the houses, comes with the lifestyle of this world, of these kittens. And because of the anti-gravity, again, they have to have houses with structures which will not make them float. So, so the users who are in this NFT place, or in this metaverse, can customize their houses, can create different things as they like. And here are the technical drawings and some other drawings of different kind of houses. And since I laid the structure, the physics, and the basic elements, then I got the chance to create games and cultures, how the lifestyle is really in this world. So here are some things, other activities that these kittens can do, the users who get into this metaverse can do. This is type of a game where like they write down their wishes and they throw up into this floating middle mountain range because of the anti-gravity. And it's some kind of a belief that they believe that what they write in those rockets may come true. And next is another game where like a gliding thing where it's something very similar where we can see in this world, but it gets more interesting and you be in the sky for a longer time because of this anti-gravity effect. And food, because of the anti-gravity and because of the nature is different, they can't have liquids, and so they have to, if they are having drinks, they always have to convert them into ice cream or to jelly, things like that, and these are kinds of food that can be seen in that world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudeep. We are moving to the fourth presenter, Sampath Vidushan. The title, You Learn, right? Digital platform to elevate learning while playing. Sampath is, again, a graduate from the Department of Integrated Design. He is specialized in media and communication design and currently working at Dialogue Axiata Private Limited as a UX designer. Vidushan, I invite you to do the presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. So this is me in 2017, winning the SLT Esport Overwatch Championship. And I was really into gaming back then. And I started gaming when I was in my grade 11. And I spent a lot of hours playing games. And this led to a conflict between me and my mom, where I just wanted to play games and win things, where my mom wanted me to focus on my learning. So it was a real hassle for me to grow up, and so I started thinking, are there any other people who faces the same problem as me? So what I did was I found few other people who are also into gaming. So I had a talk with them. So I realized that they had the same problem as me. So the main thing of understanding the problem is kids spend an excessive amount of time playing games. So then I started thinking, why do we play games in such an excessive amount? So what I did was I talked to these people.
මම ඇත්තටම ගොඩක්ම ප්ලේ කරන්නේ රෑන්ක් එක වෙනුවෙන්.
මම ගොඩක්ම Dota ප්ලේ කරන්නේ කවුන්ට් එක ලෙවල් අප් කරන්නයි ඒකේ තියෙන දේවල් වින් කරන්නයි.
ස්ට්‍රෙස් යවනවා මට ඒකින්. ඒතර මම ඒකේ ස්කින්ස් වලට කැමති. එතකොට මම ප්ලේස් වලට කැමති.
There are so many characters in every game. So
and also like there are so many skins, and I always love the the animation part of games. And also when we complete the battle pass, we can get like more skins. Like they're really attractive, colorful, very unique. When it comes to Valorant, and for an example, when it comes to Valorant, we can always, there's something to watch, right?
අතන මේකේ වෙන්නේ මේකේ ස්ක්‍රීන් සේම ගත්තාම පොඩ්ඩක් අර ගේම් එක ඇතුලේ පොඩි මේ චරිතයක් වෙන්න පුළුවන්. මම ඇත්තටම ගත්තේ සල්ලි දීලා ගත්තේ සමහර ඒවා කියන ගොඩක් සල්ලි දීලා මාර ගානක් පියලන් කරා.
I think I really enjoyed the gameplay of the games, and there are a few games that I have my eye on.
So after talking to them, I understood 3 reasons why they mostly play games. So the most common reason is to the players spend so much time on these games to up their skill, ranks, and to get good at the games. And the second reason is to win in-game goodies, items, and complete achievements and complete tasks and quests. And the third reason is just pure fun and enjoyment. So I found this second reason very intriguing and important. So what they're talking about here is in-game goodies, skins, cosmetic items, and battle passes. So most of the time these items can be used to enhance the visual style of the game, and sometimes it can also give an competitive advantages for the players. So these things comes with a problem. They cost money. So being students, these players do not have a very disposable income on their hand. So they choose to spend their time on these games and playing to win these particular items. So what if I can provide an alternative method of acquiring these in-game items, eliminating the time they spend on gaming, and use it for something else? So what I did was I pitched my idea to both parents and children, and I got an overwhelming positive response from them. So the concept is parent and child mutualism, where each stakeholder gets a net benefit. So the proposed solution is an incentive-based, individual and collaborative, task-oriented, gamified learning platform for student gamers. So in this project, I mostly focused on the UI UX design. Then I also focused on the content delivery model to organize, deliver, and consume the educational content. And also I spent a small bit of my time on branding and business components as well. So how it works is a child sees an in-game item that he or she wants, and they goes and tell their parent. What the parent does is buy that particular item and put that behind a play wall. So the child has to go through a gamified learning experience and complete a lesson which is approved by the parent and provided by an educator or an institute, which is delivered through a content delivery framework. So after they complete the particular lesson, as a reward, they get the item that they want, and parents get their feedback after the child completes the lesson. So next I move on to affinity mapping to create my user personas for my primary and secondary target groups. Then I moved on to my framework design. So what I did was I took a sample lesson, which is the grade 10 science lesson 1, which is chemical basis of life. What I did was I extracted all the allocated time periods for the lesson and broke them into sections and created a chunk from those sections. So these chunks include particular sections as explanation, slow, quiz, and summary sections. So a chunk can consist of any of these sessions. So then I integrated Pomodoro technique into these chunks. So a user has to spend 25 minutes on a particular section of the lesson, then they can take a 5-minute break. So combining 4 of these, I created a Pomodoro section. So a lesson can be integrated using a bunch of these Pomodoro sections. Then I moved on to the integration of gamified mechanisms. So I ran through a survey, the most common gamified mechanism used in games, and I came up with 3 mechanisms: checkpoints, retries, and levels. Then I did a gamified mechanism assessment of these mechanisms and pros and cons of using these. And then I moved on to the game selection. I ran a survey also through this for mobile and PC platforms, and I selected Dota 2, which is distributed by Steam platform, to be presented as my first game in the platform. Then I created a list of requirements for my users, what they want and what they need. And I did affinity mapping and card sorting with my users to really understand what they are looking for. And based on those affinity and card sorting sessions, I created task flows for each and every single task in the UIs. And combining those flows, I created a user flow map for the whole thing. Then I moved on to paper prototyping, and based on those paper prototyping, I moved on to wireframing for the admin portals and the parent side user interfaces and the child UI as well. Then I focused a little bit more on the branding side, so the logo, the tagline, the color palettes and the stuff. Then I moved on to the semi-structured interviews for deciding typefaces and icon styles for the app. Then I moved on to A/B testing. What I did was I created dark style and light style for the app and conducted the A/B testing on those particular tool styles and came up with a singular design for the final UIs, final stylization as you must. And then I moved on to high fidelity prototyping. So same as earlier on the content provider's UI, the child's UI, and the parent's UI design. Then I moved on to user testing. And based on user testing feedbacks, I improved the UIs a little bit more, gave a little contrast, added new features and stuff. So here is a little bit of a promotional content I did for my product. So in summary, what I did was I created an incentive-based, individual and collaborative task-oriented learning model and a gamified platform for student gamers. Why I did it? To reduce their time being spent on the games and focus more on learning. And how I did it was by providing in-game items in exchange for their completing lessons related to tasks which otherwise they would have spent trying to win in-game items and stuff. So that's the summary of my project. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Vidushan. We are moving to the fifth presentation of the day. Chaitya Bhuvatta. The title is A New Experience of Collecting Postage Stamps as a Hobby Among School Children. Chaitya Bhuvatta is again a graduate from the Department of Integrated Design. He is specialized in media and communication design and currently working at Hastiya IT Private Limited as a UI UX engineer. Chaitya, it's over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Chaitya. I'm here to present my comprehensive design project. So my scope of the project is derived for user experience, user interface, and also a bit of branding. Do you know that collecting stamps as a hobby is not outdated like sound, right? Let me show you the journey, how I created this hobby into a new experience. Let's watch a small video.
Postage stamps of a country are official government-issued documents as a part of their postal system. Postage stamps are a powerful communication medium that represents a country's media, politics, arts, and culture. In Sri Lanka, the postage stamp is a principal product of the Postal Department in the Philatelic Bureau. Out of the main functions, printing, supplying, and issuing stamps for the collectors are their main priorities. Most of the profits come from selling stamps to these collectors. Stamp collecting is one of the world's most satisfying and educational hobbies, and there are an estimated 20 million plus collectors worldwide. Stamp collection is a fantastic hobby that comes with many benefits. People of all ages from all different walks of life love to collect stamps. According to their surveys, around 49 to 50 stamps are issued in Sri Lanka with different themes each year. Considering the collector market and the potential postage stamps as revenue raisers, the Philatelic Bureau focuses on promoting stamp collecting to a new level. Postage stamps are a perfect skill developing tool for children. The best part about stamp collecting is that it allows you to learn about other nations' cultures, currencies, and monuments. Because it is a discovery-based strategy, it is also an excellent teaching tool. Because of these important facts, the Philatelic Bureau wants to consider promoting stamp collecting as an interesting and a brand new experience. When promoting stamp collecting, they wish to make use of the diverse visuals seen on stamps. By analyzing the stamp collectors, the Philatelic Bureau wants to have the potential on promoting stamp collecting among school children. This project aims to develop a platform for school children to promote stamp collecting as a hobby into a new experience.
So I first started selecting the participants. All the selected participants are school children who collect stamps as a hobby, the age between 15 and 19. For my research along with the design process is to first understand the user about collecting stamps and their emotions. For that, semi-conducted interviews and observations were conducted to identify their needs and behaviors and their routines. After that, I have identified several key points that there are two user groups which goes to government and private schools, interested in different varieties of stamps, a technological generation, creative and like to more learn different subject areas. Then I have started building personas to identify demographic, psychographic and behavioral factors more further. To reflect the touch points and to map the experiences of the stamp collecting process, user journey mapping was also done according to the two users, for the government school children and for the private school children. Most of the students used to share or exchange stamps in the community, and students actively participate in the school philately societies and used to explore more details of the stamps are the main key points which I have found. After that, I have started ideating along with the proper understanding of the user. For the ideation process, two user groups were involved, expert in collecting stamps and the participants. From collecting information from the brainstorming sessions which I have conducted with the experts, I have found some interesting points that after identifying these key points, most of these ideas are the use of technology and creativity, both physical and digital modes that can be promoted stamp collecting have been discovered. After that, I want to analyze the user opinions about how to promote stamp collecting to a new level. So for that, several activities have been done. For the first activity, the participants have to write down their opinions on promoting the hobby. Overall, the ideas have written from this activity are related to their physical activities involving their school life, and some are focused on technological activities. For the second activity, the ideas were analyzed and the repetitive ones were removed for further analysis. The activity is used to rate the user ideas on a scale which the users that think what idea will affect. All the ideas were shuffled and rated using different participants. So after that, I have to select the user-rated ideas and the expert-rated ideas from that. So an impact effect matrix was selected to pick up the potential ideas from the above activities to change stamp collecting in new ways. By further analyzing the previous user emotion, the best 3 ideas were selected. These are the higher user rated ideas and the most written ideas on the expert opinions map. So creating stamp, Philately Society stamp reading and creating your own stamps are the selected ideas for my further development. After finalizing the ideas, I have to convert these ideas into concepts. So firstly, I started analyzing the ideas of stamp visual reading. From my research, I have found that there are stamp readers that accepted methods used to visual read stamps, which were mind mapping method and the KWL method. The method depends on the reader's perspective on how to visualize a stamp image. A standard method of visualizing had used to read stamps. Stamp visual reading depends on the person's creativity and the knowledge of how they can visualize the stamp image data. So the stamp visual reading can be converted to create endless stories by visualizing the stamps. So my second idea concept development is to create your own stamp. Firstly, I start analyzing how the postal department creates postage stamps. Analyzing the process of making the stamps, I identified some steps making the stamps can be digitally converted into digitally converted. So the process of making stamp as the postal department can be converted into create your own stamp and apply for competitions. This will open up the public and the community to design for stamp for the postal department. So the third idea is to establish in societies. These societies conduct stamp exhibitions, stamps sharing and sharing knowledge about the stamp collecting process and show the importance of the stamp as a hobby. So the idea is for establishing philately societies can be converted into stamp social community that everyone can access and share their experience about the stamp hobby. So creating endless stories, create your own stamp and apply for competitions, and stamp communities are the main 3 pillars of my application. Then I had to write down the screens to how the application works with all the components connected. Storyboards have been made to identify and explore the user's experience with the applications, which is how the user uses the product. Pair prototypes have been developed in each stage to get the flow of the feedback from the users. In process, multiple iterations have been done along with the users to get the feedback. After that, I mapped out the finalized information to get the clear user flow for the application process. According to the system architecture, a low fidelity prototype was developed and after testing the prototypes. After considering the feedback, a mid-fidelity prototype was created and tested with the application called Figma. So after testing the feedback on the users, development has been done, and after that, I have started designing the branding. So the name application Fill Beyond represent the Philately Beyond, which the app gives the more ways to promote a stamp collecting into a new way of experience. The finalized logo icon represents the application related to the postage stamps, and it's connected with the technology representing the stamp collecting in transforming into a new level of experience. Interviews were conducted to use to understand the visuals, styles, icons, and illustrations. Colors have been identified to the platform by considering emotions, color psychology, clients, and type. Initially, considering the factors, color palettes have been created. Because of the variations, the color selection and customizable option have been added to the application in which the user can customize the color preferences. For the applications, as you can see, the icons and buttons have been inspired by the stamps, which called the gum breakers, to give a unique look for the application. So for the fonts, rubric fonts have been selected for the graphical user interface. After testing with the user, and the illustrations were added to the user interface to create an overall mood and a guide to the user to how used to different stages in the applications. With the visual study conducted and the user group, several styles were tested with the user. After that, the final prototypes have been developed. The users are invited via a link to install the applications, which the postal department shares in their websites and the seminars that conduct annually in the schools. There are 2 ways that can be on board to the application. Firstly, by directing your name and starting the application. Then there is a tour of how the application works and start by signing the initial process. This method will be used mostly by the newcomers. So for that, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaitya. The final presentation for the session, Ishani Rajapaksha. She will be presenting on an exploration of innovative textile construction with an integration of traditional Dumbra weaving and contemporary fashion. Ishani is again a graduate from the Department of Integrated Design, specialized in fashion and lifestyle design, and currently working at MS as a 3D designer. Ishani, it's over to you.
Hi, I'm Ishani Rajapaksha. I love to work with crafts and create new fashion aesthetics. So when it comes to Sri Lanka is a rich country with textile craft. So this project starts with my passion. It's like working with craft communities and doing those kinds of things. So recently, in last December, UNESCO recognized Sri Lankan Dumbara weaving as a heritage craft. So as a designer, here my role is to understand the learning process of Dumbara weaving and like explore the traditional Dumbara weaving with material processes and explore how it can be combined for this modern design context. So Dumbara weaving is based on Thalagune village. It is in central province. Still there are few families who practice this Dumbara weaving technique, and they are the last royal weavers of Sri Lanka. The iconic product of this Dumbara weaving technique is Diyakachiya. This is a bath cloth for king. So the special thing here is it is developed on the loom. So it makes Dumbara weavers as the pattern weavers. So the uniqueness of this Dumbara weaving is this Dumbara loom. It is treadle loom. It has two foot treadles to weave the ground fabric, and the shuttle. Normally in this is the main point. They insert shuttle manually, so it is used to like weave design motifs. So this loom and the extra weft weaving technique is the special thing here. So extra weft weaving means there are two weft, one for design motif and one for the ground fabric. And the other thing is Dumbara can weave reversible fabrics. Dumbara is the plain weave. Usually plain weaves doesn't create those reversible fabrics, but usually the twills does, but plain weaves does not. So it is the special thing. It's because of this extra weft weaving technique and because of their special warp. So it is similar to the industrial double cloth weaving technique. So here, after that Dumbara weaving research, so then I have to like combine that with the contemporary fashion. So now contemporary fashion is no longer still like there are like form and shapes, those kind of things. Now it is more into like flexible fit, motion support, like to like support the body and adaptability to the body, those kinds of things. So I compare the Dumbara weaving technique and contemporary fashion. So as a summary, to highlight the three-dimensional concept in response to female contour, we can use this Dumbara extra warp weft technique and do a structural change to this technique and add different quality to this with material changes. So with that we can gain that adjustability to the body. And so then the experiment framework begins with the looms experiment. And this is the extra weft weaving process. You can see this is the extra weft with elastic. It creates vertical peaks and it gives horizontal movement. And this is extra warp weaving process. It creates horizontal peaks and vertical movement. So these are the experiments, and then the material experiments with the different yarn gauges and different elastic yarns. And what I'm doing here is, it is like an exploration of innovative textile construction with integration of traditional Dumbara weaving and contemporary fashion. So here I'm working as a facilitator to contribute to the next steps of this heritage craft. So this was my process, and the aim is to establish new knowledge on heritage craft through design intervention. So there are three main objectives. First one is to explore the one and only heritage craft in Sri Lanka and see the future possibilities, and then experiment in the Dumbara weaving tangible and intangible techniques, and create 3D and functional textile development, and then lastly understand the relationship of body with woven fabric. So as a second stage, I explored the human body and identified the body movements and the placement. These are the body placement. There are three. First one is the shoulder area and the leg area. Second one is the torso, and the last one is the upper bodies with the hands. So these are the movements. First two has two-way movement, and the last one has four-way movement. Those are based on the research and research things. So then as the stage 3, we're going to achieve those body movements with the identified double cloth weaving technique. So to gain vertical movement, we need horizontal peaks with extra warp weaving. To gain horizontal movement, we need vertical peaks with extra weft weaving. To gain the four-way movement, we have to combine those two things. So these are the body placement experiments and how the experiments works on the body. And then we check the function, then the visuals, color checking. You can see extra weft means this side, warp means this side. Extra weft is visible, but extra warp is invisible. And using 2 or 3 colors gives complex visuals. And when we use lighter color, it gives shows the manipulation better than the darker shades. And these are the line experiments and peaks experiment to check the stiffness and the function and the drape, which distance create the stiff peaks, or which distance create the drapey peaks, those kinds of things. And then how the real experiment works on the body. And then the loom experiments, we have to check the tension of the loom as we are using elastic. So to get the look I want, I used 1:4 tension to the elastic warp. And then the main thing is the cutting ability of this weaving. So I experiment with my craft person, and we find out that above 1.5 inches plain weave is safe to cut. And then to execute this technique, we create prototypes. So it is based on direct pattern on loom. So its silhouette experiments were based on square garment possibilities. And then the prototypes, there were 3 prototypes based on the identified 3 body placements and the body movements. So these are my prototypes. And this is the process of this weaving. garment on the loom, so no cut and sew processes. So this is the most important part of this project, the technical details. And so it is from body to loom process. First of all, we have to identify the body placement and the movement. And then we have to develop the sketch based on this body placement and based on the function and the design aesthetic look you want. Then again, we come back to the body and take the measurements and add extra allowance for the surface shrinkage. And then again, we develop the technique and the appearance with the silhouette developments and then the normal pattern development. Then we add allowances for the extra warp and weft structure. So you can hear there are, in the shoulder area, there are 6 peaks. If we use 1 inch for these peaks, we have to add 6 extra inches vertically. Likewise, we have to develop the normal pattern and we have to develop the final pattern development. So that's it. This is prototype 2 and this is prototype 3. And this is the development board as this is same as the earlier one, body identification, then the movement range identification, then the sketch development, then 2D planning, and then loom planning and the direct pattern on loom, and then finally the prototypes. So these are my final looks of the prototypes. And there are limitations like loom width, the gauge of the elastic and the cotton yarn and the warp length planning. And here we have future possibilities to combine Dumbara colors and design aesthetic to this textile development. And we can change the weaving structure and we can do material changes and do things. Most importantly, we can develop comprehensive design catalog with the learning outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishani. That's the end of the session 2 of today's conference presentations. So we will move to the Q&A session. Can we all, the speakers, come to the front? Can we get some support on that? The presentations were very interesting, and you all can see some of their work displayed at the exhibition area as well. I hope you all have questions to ask. Okay, I will not go one by one. Anyone from the audience, please go ahead. You can ask questions. If I remind you the names, Connor Chaithier. Chaithier's presentation was a new experience of collecting postage stamps as a hobby among school children. Next, Sitin Tisal, a digital experience of clothes swapping, virtualizing physical world interactions. Next, Vidushan, You Learn, digital platform to elevate learning while playing. Next, we have Sudeep, world building and base character design for Kitum's verse. Then we have Ishani, the last presenter, an exploration of innovative textile construction with an integration of traditional Dumbara weaving and contemporary fashion. We have Hasanya at this corner, a wearable device for claw pluckers to protect their health while ensuring them to make their job easy and quick in a secure manner. Can we have some questions? it will be interesting to ask questions. Anyone? Okay, as a start, I will ask one question. This is to Tisal. Tisal, you mentioned you pitched your idea to a company.
Yes.
What's the feedback?
So for the feedback, I was able to talk with machine learning engineers and also on the possibility of developing the algorithm with the implementation of Google's existing API called Google Vision AI. So actually they were able to provide me with a prototype algorithm with two matching items, which is not very complex though. But for the feedback I received is there's a possibility of developing the technical parts, and actually they have the interest in pursuing that project.
Okay, thank you very much. Interesting to know. Most of your projects are can take forward. I believe some are actual projects, like Sudeep's, right? It's happening now, is it?
Yes, we started the project, but because of the NFT market is wiggle, these days we are on hold. And as we did the world building, and now we are looking for what other parts we can grow on, because we have a story and we want to take the story for the audience. So we are just exploring what we can do.
Definitely. Yes. Thank you, Sudeep. Anyone from the audience? Again, I would like to ask. Okay. Ishani, what challenges you faced, while you were there in the village? So how was your experience, and what challenge you faced during your project?
Yeah, it was nice. I stayed with my craft person for 15 days. If you're, I can suggest, if you're ever trying to do a project like this, you can't do it from here. You have to go there and be with them. It's not just the project. You can understand their lifestyle, how this craft community works with their things and how they manage those things. And I think I really enjoyed my CDP with comparing my batchmates, because week prior to the final presentation, I was there with them, go for hikes with those. There were 3 brothers in the home, so it was like a trip for me, and I enjoyed it a lot, and I learned a lot from them about this waving technique. So it was nice.
Thank you, Ishani. I think same happens to Hasanya. Can you give a small...
Yeah, actually, it was very funny, and it was actually I like to, as Ishani told you, I like to suggest you to do things with communities. It's very nice to move with them. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, we have a
we
have a question.
So I have a question for Sudeep.
Yes.
So I really like your project, but there are major companies like Facebook with their metaverse already out there, and they already have a market, they have audience. So do you thought about to market your Kittenverse to the audience, or expand it, make people aware about your Kittenverse in any marketing perspective?
Yeah, I'm making you people aware about Kittenverse, so you can, if you like, you can get into it. And yes, we have a lot of competition, and Facebook Meta is one platform, and we are actually not competing with Metaverse. We are going to be a part of Metaverse once Metaverse opens up to let the users or developers to upload their own worlds. So we are using such events to let people know what's happening in Kittenverse. And also we are just doing our promotion, and we are planning to expand, as I said before. We are looking for many other paths to spread the story. And as Ishani and Hassan said, it's fun to go outside and do a project with the community, I agree. But it's something else to create a character, create a whole world, and live in it for 5 months. It's something else. I'm not comparing, but I'm saying it's great too.
That's it. Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay, I would like to ask from Chethi and Vidusha and Boon, what's the next stage or next step for your project? I believe it can be implemented.
So yes. So my first challenge is that, like, the stamps, which nobody not interested in that subject area, but along with the process which I have done, I have identified that there are more knowledge which we can get from the stamps. So for now, I will be promoting this with the philately department for the school children, and for further they will contact, but still in the stage that in the level which I am proposing.
Thank you, Chethi.
Thank you.
Vidusha?
So I removed a few sections from my presentation because of the limited time. So there is a sound business plan and a monetization program. So anyone is interested, they can invest in my project and make bunch of money.
I think now you are working at Dialogue, so you can propose your project, definitely.
Yes.
Love to see. Okay, thank you very much. And again, I'm asking, yes, I see there's a question coming.
My question is for Vidushan. Actually, currently, in Sri Lankan context, parents are not allowing their kids to buy or take a part in games. So first, how can we convey to parents this educational platform, because it's also aligning with gaming?
I would say a big part of it is making the parents aware of how a game can be utilized in a beneficial way for the students and for the parents as well. So the main thing is you have to clearly communicate what are you going to do with this platform and how can it be beneficial. So most of the parents are under the impressions that games are bad, and it leaves a bad impression of the child. So I think we can start by mitigating that attitude towards game. So I think that is the first step of doing it. Yeah.
Thank you, Vidushan.
Thank you, Vidushan. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, I see. That's it. Thank you so much, the presenters, and I wish you all the very best for your future. And it was really lovely to have you all presenting your projects here. And yes, wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
And with that, we say a very big thank you to the session chair as well, Ms. Ruandika Senanaika. Thank you very much indeed for chairing this, the second session of the undergraduate. So thank you to all the speakers as well. We do have some certificates for the speakers, so I do invite the session chair to please come forward. And to accept the first certificate, I would like to invite Hasania Patirana for your presentation on a wearable device for clue pluckers to protect their health while ensuring them to make their job easy and quick in a secure manner. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Tisal Dimel to please come forward for your presentation on the digital experience of clothes swapping, vitalizing physical world interactions. Thank you very much. Very interesting concept and presentation. And next, we have Sudeep Sansika for world building and base character design for Kitam's verse. And as you said, it was certainly a new experience. So thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we would like to invite Sampath Vidushan for your presentation on ULearn digital platform to elevate learning while playing. Thank you very much indeed for your interesting presentation. Next, can we have Chaitya Bowatha? Thank you for your presentation on a new experience of collecting postage stamps as a hobby among school children. And finally, we would like to invite Ishani Rajapaksha to please come forward. We have a certificate for you as well for your presentation on an exploration of innovative textile construction with an integration of traditional Dumbara weaving and contemporary fashion. So let's give all these undergraduates a big round of applause and encourage them. Thank you very much for your interesting presentations, and thank you for being a part of Integrated Design Research Conference 2022. So ladies and gentlemen, with that we have come to the end of the undergraduate sessions. And as we don't have time, we won't get a lunch break. We have to move into the postgraduate discussion. So, but I do invite the fourth years. You can go out and collect your lunch. The third years, I'm sorry. So the third years can go, collect your lunch, quickly eat, and come back. And following that, the others can go get their lunch. Since we're running out of time, since we have the exhibition opening at 5 o'clock, we're going to move in straight to the postgraduate discussion as well. So thank you guys very much. And I would like to now invite the event chair, Dr. Sumantri Samara Vikrama, to give you an intro into the postgraduate discussion. Thank you very much.
This is not from the chair point of view, but I'll just quickly let the level 3s know you can go and have lunch and be back soon, because there are some interesting sessions from the industry who will be coming in and presenting. So for that, it will be nice if you can be here by 2 o'clock. Lunch is served upstairs. And level 4s, please stay back. All participants are given lunch. So as soon as the level 3s come only, we can release the level 4s. So level 4s will also be getting lunch at that time. So within half an hour, you all will have to come back. So meanwhile, we will continue the postgraduate sessions. And whoever is interested to stay back, you're definitely welcome. Maybe the speakers who were there can stay back and have listened to the stories of what is going on from the research, the existing postgraduate students of the department, what they are up to. Okay, so I am honestly very honored to have 3 representations from many, a few of our postgraduate students. So we have, very interestingly, we have different representations coming in. And so we have Mr. Kasun Jayamana, who's an MSc student, who will be talking on the craft knowledge management on Aluvehare Heritage Center. And then we have Ms. Shamila Fernando. She's a MPhil student, and she's will be talking to you all on film production and the documentation. We have Supun Dulanga, postgraduate student. He's currently doing his MSc on type classification on display typography. And we also are expecting one more speaker. Nevertheless, we will start with the 3 postgrads. So to start off, I will give the floor to Kasun.
Good afternoon. I'm Kasun Jayamana, a master's student from Integrated Design Department. So today I'll be talking about a segment of my research, which is my main research is about is local craft and design business strategies based on batik craft practice at Alvihara Heritage Center. So as a one segment, I'll be talking about a sustainable system identification of tacit knowledge management within the Alvihara Heritage Center. And my supervisors are Mr. Randika Senanayake and architect Chana Dasratha. So without moving, so these are the topics which I'll be discussing on my talk. So it'll be more like a casual talk. I'll be explaining it not based on for. So as a problem statement, Alvihara Heritage Center, as a personal, as in professionally an interior architect who was practicing and fascinated about the Alvihara Heritage Center, which is situated in Matale, Alvihara, which is an integrated business. I see it as an integrated business where art, craft and design involved. So the sustainability of the business throughout, so how it has been made a role, as in how it is being as a long-term ongoing project, has design played a role on it. So that is the main concern as a statement of problem statement of my research. So in this particular presentation, I'll be talking about this identification of this system, sustainable tacit knowledge management system, which is focused on Alvihara Heritage Center. So as we all know, emerging creative economy, which is like a very important factor, which is now everyone's talking about, where all most of the industries are moving towards creative economy. Emerging economy. So therefore, it is very important for us to identify ethics and also sustainable design business methods where for us to move forward. So the design business mechanism is a very important role in this main aspect. So in my research, I've been talking, so it has been divided into 4 main categories where you look into. So most of the approaches were observation approaches, where because this particular segment of Alvihara Heritage Center was not recognized as an craft business. So therefore I have looked into, and also I've had the privilege of working with them together for us to identify this particular system throughout the process of this thing. So I'll be talking about also, after this, I'll be talking about a brief explanation about this Alvihara Heritage Center for you to be knowledgeable about. So Ina De Silva Alvihara, who was born in 1922, she was the youngest daughter for Sir Richard Alvihara Heritage. So that means like Ina De Silva is one of the co-founder of the business. So she was also married to Osman De Silva, and so this is an image which you can see where her and his brother, and this is an image of Ina De Silva. So this is where we have started. So where the Alvihara Heritage Center is based on Ina De Silva. So she was also recognized as one of the elite, as in a very popular character in Colombo. So as you can see, she was featured in High magazine back then. Also, she was also published in. So the importance of her. So these are some images of her daughter's wedding, which was happened back then, and how the craft has been evolved. So there was this point where her husband was appointed as organizer for a craft exhibition. So she took that opportunity to go around Sri Lanka and investigate on craft business, as like craft production. So that helped her to have knowledge on making it establish a business in Alvihara. So, and also meanwhile in time, so there's this, everyone talk about this famous house called Ina De Silva House, which was located in Alfred Place, where which was located, so just the size has gone a bit. So it was located in Alfred Place, and also now if you can, at the moment it has been moved to, as in we have archived this particular building to Lunuganga, which is also a conservation project which I was involved in. So I was privileged to be a part of it. So that also helped her to identify the potential of expanding the craft industry to the context. So these are some images of the original building, which was at Alfred Place down Cinnamon Grand. So as you can see, so we actually shifted this building to Lunuganga now. So it's at the moment, if you want, you can go and see it at Lunuganga. So going back to the original location, we're talking about Alivihara Heritage Center, which is Ina's original ancestral house, which is situated in Mathale, Alivihara. So the location context. So this, as my focus, so these are some, again, reference images for you to have a basic understanding, the context study about this particular character. So, and also moving on to the workshop and the society, which is the important role played in this particular research, where group of women which is around Mathale has been, she has gathered all the women around Mathale who were unemployed, and then made, this craft, batik craft, as in they have different crafters practice. I'll be explaining, but my focus was batik craft, was situated in Mathale. So there was originally this particular craft was not there in this context. So these are images where how she got this thing. So if you really look at it, so Alivihara Heritage Center is basically based on 4 main craft practices, where hand embroidery, batik, brass work, and carpentry. So originally it was started with hand embroidery and then move on to batik. Brass work and carpentry was introduced later on during the periods of JVP rights. So to get the men involved in the business. Yeah. So just some extraction from Kumaraswamy's book, where talking about Sri Lankan traditional techniques of hand embroidery, where she has been influenced and used. So few images again for example for her hand embroidery was practiced at Alivihara Heritage Center, and some toys, also some images. And as you can see, this is an image of an bedspread, which is like a king-size bed, which if you can imagine. So one of these square wood approximately will be 9 inches. So if you can scale it, the amount of work and craftsmanship which is involved in this particular work. And also, in my study, when I've been focusing and then looked into how the adaptations has been taken. If you can really see, these are some flowers which are used in these particular craft products, which is like cushion covers and hand embroidered cushions, where you can see these flowers has been depicted from Sri Lankan traditional paintings. Yeah, so there were languages, and also how modern meets the craft. Yeah. So, and moving on to a small description about how the brass foundry was work, and then also carpentry. As you can see, the scale of work. So it's a life-size elephant which is done out of timber, which is at the moment in Kannalama, and some of the works which is as for an image reference. So moving on to batik practice, which was not originally practice which was not in Mathale. She was introduced to that with a lot of experiments. Some of the works which you have looked into, where if you can see how the art and colors has been refined in these particular designs. So this is a famous sunburst which is at number 11, Jeffrey Baba's office, and coat of arms, lighthouse Gaul, and also you can see how the different provincial flags, as has been reproduced using batik craft. So these are some objects which I have been looking into, where I have identified how the potential of how that could have been approached with the craft, and the famous Kataragama flag, and to later on. So all these were much more earlier periods. So this was like a nearly refurb which was done at Cinnamon Yala, Cinnamon Wild, which is done by again architect Chana Daswantha, and then the Anantara Kalutara. So as you can see the scale of work where the batik flags, how it has been, so all these work was done at this particular workshop. And also, if you can see, as a glue, she has been introducing this Alu Kitchen, which is called, like, so this is the restaurant which was happening at Alu Vihara Heritage Center itself. And also there was a branch which is facing in the main road, which is called K2. So this restaurant which was located in the premises, Alu Vihara Heritage Center, which was called K2, K1. So as a strategy, as in, like, so in my research I've been talking about how that was used as a strategy for people to move in, because Alu Vihara Heritage Center was off the main road from Mathali. So therefore, for her strategy was to name the restaurant which was for the main road, which called K2, and then whoever goes there would ask why it is called K2, and then they will be like, okay, if you are interested, you can go to K1, which allows them to see the magnificent craft which is there, and then they can purchase. So that was that was the role which was running through the process. So this is like a conclusion of what I've been talking about, how the context, like Alu Vihara Heritage Center, and then about and the practices which we've been talking. And as a limitation of this study, I have only limited this particular study for the batik craft at Alu Vihara Heritage Center, AHC. And also I have referred, as in, like, so as I originally told, my research was about design, local craft and design business strategies. I have also limited my research to AHC itself. So I don't know whether you all are familiar with this. This is the previous photograph from Cinnamon Grand, which is now with the light fitting. So it used to be these hanging tapestries, which was used as the decorative elements from the atrium. So as you can see, the scale of the work and also the objects, as in the elements that has been used to depict the batik craft. So through that, so there were different avenues were opened up, and this was also commission work which was done a hotel in Texas, USA, through the connection of, as, like, whoever visited Oberoi back then and then wanted to commission her work at Texas. So the wide spread of worldwide, which was and then as a political statement, like, so her involvement, her relationship with Jeffrey Bava allowed her to design the flags for the parliament. So when Jeffrey Bava was designing the parliament, for the opening, it was she was commissioned to do the flags, which was the flag. So as you can see, the techniques and all the characteristics are like based on the traditional elements, and also it works as mainly it works with the contemporary work. So as the main case study, how the system was being identified, was the Benthura Beach ceiling, which was I was being privileged to be a part of this whole process, where what we did was so originally this hotel was built in 1967, and the original design was done by Anil Gunathilka, which is the son of Ina De Silva, and then Anil Gamini, and then so this was being replica. So the idea was that we refurb Benthura Beach now, which is called Cinnamon Benthura Beach, where we took all the existing panels, and then we reused the same, as in we redid the same designs again with the, so you can see, so this is, so that's an image from 1994, the original image which is and then this is the new image which is how it is being depicted. So to be happy, so most of, as in most of them were generations, but there were few artisans who were from the original production, as in, so they were so it was very for me to getting involved and then identifying this particular system, which was how the knowledge has been transferred through this process, was being very easy for me to getting involved in this project. So as you can see, so through the information which I gathered, how the knowledge has been transferred back. So as you can see, the process of the system, as like the knowledge transferring system was like, what they did was, as the designer, so she gathered the information surrounded about her, and then conserve it, and then moving on to practice with the artisan, and then through the practice they innovate products such as for example flags, cushion covers, like tapestries. Likewise it was done, and then finally it has been utilized. So this system rotates. So system rotates. So when you also you can see, when the artisans have been practiced, they also gather knowledge from their tacit knowledge which is involved, and then you go back again, they conserve it. So throughout the experience of the artisans and then the designer, it evolved for us to have a wide range of knowledge which is very hard to be transferred as physical papers or things. So it was always inbuilt. So this was being identified because of this. As I originally mentioned, this was an integration of art, craft and design. So in my research, I have identified the intersegment of the art and craft design is the business model of Alugvihara Heritage Center. So if you really look into further details in my research, where we see how the practice has been, so the designers involve how the role of design as in input, like the main idea of how the design is being put in this particular research is where the segment, so where the designer, so this system identification is much more important for us to, as a sustainable economical, as in emerging economy. If you are looking at economical, this identification of sustainable businesses is very important for us for our future. Yeah, I think, thank you.
Thank you, Kasan. So that was one of our MSc students who's specializing on Alugvihara Heritage Center and the business model behind it. So I would like to invite Sharmila, who's doing research on film production, documentation.
Thank you very much, and good evening everyone. So I'm Sharmila Fernando. I'm a postgraduate student. My research, I'm specializing on film production designing, special reference to the Sri Lankan cinema. Sorry, my supervisors is Dr. Sumanthi Samarvikrama and Mr. Priyanda Fonseca. And in this session, I would like to, like a storytelling, I would like to explain what is production designing and why we would need to document it. And on film production design and documentation. And film or a cinema is the most beautiful fraud in the world. Actually, in film designing or cinema, we create the world, the atmosphere, stories which is not existing in the world. But still the audience is they believe it's real. That's why when I hope everyone also are going to the cinema to see the films, that's why we laughing with them, we crying with them, and we getting moods. In the horror films we get different moods. Because the group of people who create the cinema or the film, they convincing us to believe this whole part of things in the screen is believable, it's real. So I would like to do a brief introduction. What is the film design is so incredibly influential. Actually, we don't even see it. The production designers create worlds for us, and they're convincing us to believe it. And then believe it, and we accept the finished products as real. So absolutely nothing in feature filmmaking is real. What you see on screen is blend of reality, film reality, and some good old-fashioned furniture, smoke, and some mirrors, and some jewelry, some costumes, pulled together by production designers and their talented teams. So, to explain what is production designing, whatever happening visually on the screen, that's production designing. Production design is indefinable. The position knows no bounds. So, I would like to play it again to watch carefully what is production designing. It's almost everything on the screen except the actor or actress. So if we remove the production design parts, there's nothing to see on the screen. So that is what the production design is. That is why we need to document it, we need to study it, and we need to preserve that knowledge for the future. So here I presenting some few images belongs to different films. And first one is different, the second one is from the Hotel Grand Budapest. Third one is Emden Men. I'm very like to say that's one of first film I've done in international movies. I'm a part of that production designing team. And the fourth one is the Moonrise Kingdom. If you watch, observe it carefully, the four different images it's totally different. It's totally different production designs were presented, totally design stories, cultures, create characters. So who is this production designer? That's the one major question. He is the head of the art department. This is normally the international standards I'm talking right now. So the production designer is the head of the art department, and on this department there's art directors, set decorators, and construction supervisors. Apart from these three categories, production designers were involving costume designing, hair and makeup also, because production designer is the person who designing whole production. The production designer, he has responsible for budget also. Then he has the time restriction. So he needs to finish all the set construction, all the dressing, everything before principal shooting is started. He creates character developing, he interpret characters, interpret director's vision, what's in director's head, what director needs to interpret from the film. He is responsible for interpret the story, visual storytelling, creating story world. And then what is in his head, that's because the one single person doing everything. It's like he is doing medical drama, he is doing horror films, He's doing romantic movies, he's doing historical movies. So he should know architecture, painting, aesthetic subjects, different cultures like different religions, life experience, history, research, philosophy, psychology, management, etc. There's many more he needs to know. So finally, with all this knowledge and everything, he creates film authenticity. He feels like films look like authentic. Actually, it's look like authentic. He's creating it like look like authentic. That's the major part of my research, the role of the authenticity, how its production designers were doing, creating authenticity through the production design. So the production designer has this knowledge parts, and it's actually the tacit knowledge, because so one person in head, he creates everything, he creates concepts and he creates worlds. The tacit knowledge which he gained from his skills, experiences and practice. So here also I put 5 characters which is very different. So the first Hobbit, the PK, Superman, Avatar and the Spartacus. So the production designers needs to know about what kind of the Hobbit, what kind of a hair, what kind of a things he needs to create. And for the PK, what kind of the Indian culture and how they are going to interpret it. And the Superman, it's the character we developed. Avatar, it's a totally different thing. And the Spartacus. So it means he has that knowledge. That's why I'm just trying to emphasize this. He has knowledge, tacit knowledge, bunch of knowledge is in head. And still, anybody can't, even the audience, we can't, when we're seeing a movie, we can't think what he done and how he's done. So sometimes we think, oh, it's an existing house, existing palace, or existing character. But only the production designer and the crew behind the camera only knows, no, it's a created one. It's not existing one. So it's like there's some other movies. So I'm, as a professional practitioner in Sri Lankan cinema, as a production designer and on-set standby art director in international movies, I would think about, in my head, there's always 2 questions are popping. Do we have production designers like this in Sri Lanka, and what they have done and how they have done? So then I'll just start a background research. I'm very luckily, I'm a production designer, and most of the production designers, art directors were my colleagues, and I'm very honored to be a part of their design crew. So I started background research, and I selected my limitation was the first 50 years of Sri Lankan cinema, from 1947 to 1997. So I did a film credit observation, and I did unstructured interviews with resources persons such as art directors, film directors, and film producers, and few film critics. And I have searched about national and international film awards for these films. So the key milestones of the Sri Lankan cinema was 1925 to 1947 is a silent era, which is not clear. The details were not clear. But in research, they found 3 silent films were produced in Sri Lankan cinema. But the Kadavunu Porondo is in 1947. We officially accept it's the first feature film in Sri Lankan cinema. And then 1956, the Rekava, which is the first film shot completely in natural environment. In 1963, the first color movie, Ranmutuduwa, and so on. 1963, artistic boom with Gamparaliya, the Satsamudura, Tumanghandiya, and the golden era was 1960 to 1980. Which is Gahanu Lamai, Bambaru Avit, Maldini, Simeon, and so on. There are so many films produced. And then the film observation, I selected, actually I watched nearly 300 movies to observe credits. So the very unfortunately, there are in so many movies, like the half of movies, there's no credits remaining. It's not in a good condition. So I found 120 films out of 860 films which is produced in first 50 years, and I did a graph for which is what the film number, film like release date, art director, credit, and the film director. The when I searched the international awards, there are so many films. They get international awards. So there should be someone who design authentic films. That's the one point. And then I got the sample group selection from that 120 films, and I categorized the art directors and got who are the most famous or most talented art directors, and then I selected 5 art directors from out of them. So the outcomes is I found 8 different singular titles for describe art direction or the production designing. In some films, art direction or the production design title was completely ignored, like Rekava, Satsamudura, Handaya, and Haralakshya. It's like films, they're totally ignored. There's no art director title in the film. So, and there's no documentation about Sri Lankan film production designers found. So then I realized the Sri Lankan production designer needs to be defined. Who is the production designer, what he has done and how he has did. So my research, one part of my research focused on to inquiry on the role of the production designer of early Sri Lankan cinema. So my sample group was 5 art directors. Luckily they all, the art directors, which is my colleagues, and it's very, very helpful because they talk to me, when I'm doing my narrative interviews, because I selected narrative interviews especially. Production designers were the storytellers, so they like telling stories, and the production designing is part of their life. So it's the production designing includes their childhood, their rural life, their family life, their experience, everything. So I think, and we selected the data collection method as narrative interviews. All the interviews held in their comfortable home. So it's like finally I got 5 main interviews, which is more than 7 hours. One interview is more than 7 hours because I speak to them. It's more like a discussion. So I have some questions. I just ask some random questions. Why do this? And then finally I gathered a lot of information, a lot of experience. So in this, thank you, because before that I would like to say, from this research, I would like to collect or at least some of this tacit knowledge and documenting for the future generation. Because if we lose this art directors, production designers, who create Satsamudura, Bambaru or like Gamperaliya, there's no, we can't get it back because the whole knowledge and concept and the designing process is hiding in their head. So from my research, I'm trying to my best to get all this information and documenting it, analyzing it and documenting it for a future generation, for my film field. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Shamila. So I feel the audience would really want to know who you interviewed, which I will ask at the end. So we have the last postgraduate presenter. We have Supun talking to us on type classification on display singular type.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I would like to present a segment of my MSc research project. The research project is Sinhala display typefaces, a visual classification of Sinhala book cover titles. So the project is supervised by Dr. Sumatri Samaravickrama and Dr. Girish Dalvi. So the main objective of the project was to identify and classify letter form variations in early Sinhala book cover titles in Sri Lanka. So this project goes as a historical research, which involves documentation, classification, and observation of a lot of primary data. So talking about historical researchers, numerous studies on history of a specific subject area can be found as historical research. It is an examination of elements from history. So it is also a type of qualitative research, and it is basically observation about elements from history regarding your particular subject area. So historical studies in any subject area is really important. Why? Because it defines our community's identity and it contributes to identify global trends in any particular subject area. So I'm talking in general just for now. I mean in historical studies in any subject area. It helps us to record and evaluate past activities, and as well as it helps to search and identify the relationships of past happenings and their links with the present. Moving forward, I would like to take this statement from Kamil. It is important, historical research is important because we need to gain a clearer picture of who we are by examining where we have been. So this is what basically are historical studies. So this is an example for a historical research. We can determine the era of a painting by examining its painting style. As with the contribution of many historical researchers in the subject of art, this has been developed around several years, going through several publications and conferences and everything. So when it comes to documenting design history, these are the important milestones of early design studies in design history. So there are few publications throughout the timeline, like the coming of age is a symposium, Meg's History of Graphic Design is a book, and the State of Design History is a series of books. So with all these studies over the years, this subject of graphic design has defined, especially in Eastern culture. So these are the outcomes. As a result, chronological study on graphic design has emerged, organizing from cave dwellings to digital design in the present. So this documentation of design history has gained these outcomes. More theories and criticisms have been built up on the subject. Movements have been identified. Diversity in graphic design has been identified. And this historical documentation of movements, artists, and their artworks contributes directly to the expansion of the knowledge domain of graphic design. So, in terms of typography, moving forward, so when it comes to my subject area, so these are the historical studies which has done over the past years. It came out as classification systems. So these all classification systems are based on historical studies. I would like to take out one specific classification system by Robert Bringhorst. So this is his study. According to his study, he has identified these typographic, these classification of typography. So there are typefaces we can identify as Renaissance and Neoclassic, Realist, Lyrical, Baroque, Romantic, Geometric, and Postmodernist. So he has been identified all these typographic segments, categories, going through the historical elements and by examining historical artifacts. So as a result, when we see these type of posters, we know what it is. We can say it's a pop art by Andy Warhol by looking at the image, and we know the background of it. It strengthens the subject. And on the other hand, in terms of typography, we know this is a sans-serif typeface. And we know the history of it and how it came. When we are doing a sans-serif typeface today, we know that it has been done previously. So it's nothing new. We know where it's coming from. But in Sri Lanka, do we know from where these coming from? We don't have much studies about our own history of graphic. Like the most important thing is when we are doing something new, we doesn't know it is new or not. So my research is going to contribute that particular stage of the knowledge contribution for this particular subject, which is typography. So to do that, we have to look into primary data. So primary data for graphic design and typography in Sri Lanka, we have identified one of the most important primary data as book, because book contains a lot of imagery, a lot of typographic elements and lines, curves. All the graphic design elements are included in one object. If there's one object, it's called a book, especially the cover of the book. So moving forward, we have identified 2 books in the history that we had, and we converted it into a poster for Encanto de Typografia in Portugal, and we presented it, and it is about composition of the book in Sri Lanka before and after the printing press. So before we identified before printing press as all our leaf manuscript books. After printing press is the book we have today. Like it's a comparative study which I'm not going to more describe further, but it is a comparative study in brief. Within these 2 books, like if we had, when we have a book cover in today's modern printed book, what we had in Ola Leaf book was Potkambe. So like that, this research has moved forward. So in terms of primary data, a wide range of books were published during the evolution of the printing press. I mean, after the printing press, which is now we can identify it as modern printed book. So we did another study on that, an analysis of historical data to determine early Sri Lankan print technologies. So we did this to determine the technology used in early printed books, more specific to print technology used during the early book publishing in printing industry in Sri Lanka. So basically in here what we did was we published this as a conference paper, and here we first studied all the possible printing technologies, and then compared with the books we had. So we came to a conclusion that what were the possible printing technologies that existed. So that was the main outcome. So let it be. So we will go forward with our main discussion. So in terms of book preservation and conservation, Colombo Museum Library holds a very special place, because most of these early prints are lost and remainings are catalogued in archival locations. This is one of the most important archival locations we have. So we went to the Colombo Museum archive, and we did some observations. So these are the outcomes of it. The earlier printed books are in a shelf dedicated as shelf with the oldest books. So those are rarely referred by readers and rebound. This is the most important observations we identified. So when in terms of preservation, when the staff of this archival location, when they preserve, they rebound these old books with an additional cover by removing the book cover. Like they literally replace the book cover with the hardboard. So during this preservation process, it was evident that book covers are replaced with the plain cover board, which means all the details of the original cover has gone, like its typography, its identical visual elements, so all are gone. So before it happens to all the books in the shelf, so this is the issue. The original cover of the book is replaced, resulting in loss of historical data. Early book cover graphics, layouts, its styles, practices, all would be replaced with this plain cover. So I conducted semi-structured interviews with few staff members, and I came to realize these issues in book preservation process. So there's no even lowest possible situation to preserve a book in that archival locations. Air condition system is broken, fire protection system as well, and there's no pest control system, and the scanning process can damage the book, and these are all old methods. So the digitization technology is almost outdated, and there's no process to preserve the illustrations and lettering separately. That's why they replace those book covers with a hard cover. So there are few more issues with book cataloging as well. These are called Suchi cabinets. So this is their old system. So with all these things, I came to realize that historical research and documentation in any subject is important. And Sri Lanka has its own history of printing, publishing, and a collection of all printed books as visual artifacts in archival locations. And due to lack of preservation, these graphic specimens should be recorded and categorized. Otherwise, it will be lost forever. So this is how I collected my data. We went to Colombo National Museum Library, and we took several shelves dedicated to old textbooks. And as a random sampling, we have taken out one shelf. It included nearly 1,500 books ranging from 1870 to 1925. So all these books were books are with original Sinhala book covers published in Sri Lanka originally. So this is my collection of data. There's almost 1,500 book covers scanned in 600 dpi to identify almost all the graphic elements in the digital screen. And all the samples were then tabulated. Title of the book, author's name, publisher's name, place and date, including its physical dimensions, width, height, and thicknesses, all are recorded. So this is my treatment of data. we have taken it into folders and divided by decades. And when we take into a graph, the number of books are varying with years, which means we can assume that number of published books has been increased gradually. As you can see here, in 1872 we can see almost 2 books, but when it comes to 1860 there are almost 50. So this is a pilot visual survey I have conducted. This is all about focusing on get to know of our data, because just because I have 1,500 book covers, I had to know what's inside these book covers. So I have taken all the 1,500 book covers one by one and try to identify the graphical elements inside it. So moving forward, I added it into a table divided by elements, the way they compose, and especially typography. And these layouts I have identified. Going through the timeline, I came to realize this image has taken a place when we move forward on the timeline. So with this research, I was able to identify the graphic elements and get to know about my data. And then I removed all the other elements and I took out all the titles, which guides to our main study. So in my second pilot visual survey, I tried to identify baseline variations when we take these titles as a one unit, as a single unit. So the baseline is the imaginary line, line upon which a line of which the text rests, as you can see in this image. So these are the baseline variations that I have identified, and I tried to make an assumption, and I tried to identify an pattern, but I couldn't. So in historical researches, you have to move forward with what you have, no matter what. So I had to accept it as it is, and these are the tryouts that I'm trying to identify a few patterns here. And when it comes to our main study, classification of visual elements, our main methodology was based on observations, and it's based on hierarchical cluster analysis. So we can do this hierarchical cluster analysis in 2 ways. First one is divisive, which means top down, which means we take all the 1,500 book titles and try to divide it into 2 groups. Then we take one group, then we divide it to other groups. So likewise, we build up a tree. So this is how we classify in hierarchical cluster analysis process. So going forward, I have identified 2 major groups. First one is book cover titles with 2D effects and book cover titles with 3D effects. Moving forward, when I come to identify, when it comes to 2D effects, I identified there are 2 basic other variations as well. So these are basically examples. These images are basically examples. So in 2D effects, I have seen 2 major variations: illustration based and non-illustration based. So moving forward, I have added all these variations one by one into my cluster analysis. So in illustration based, I could see illustrations on flesh, illustrations of negative spaces, and illustrations combined with anatomy. And non-illustration based, then it comes to another 2 segments, flesh carved and texture added. And when it comes to flesh carved, I could see mobbed out from the flesh and fragmented flesh typefaces. So when it comes to 3D effects, I could see again illustration based and non-illustration based in terms of 3D typefaces. And these are all based on base observations, which means I record as it is and as how I see things and as how I feel things. So moving forward, I'll quickly go through the whole tree of cluster analysis. So when it comes to drop shadows, we could identify top lit, side lit, and bottom lit shadows, how shadows created. And I found almost 28 letter from visual variations of singular book cover titles across the timeline. So that was one of the most important findings of the research. And this research still continues. And that study was almost a non-expert classification system, this one. So my next step would be take this non-expert classification into expert classification system. To do that, I had to move forward with my main methodology, which is called as content analysis. In a content analysis, the difference is, in here I was doing mental categorization. I was recording things as I feel. But in content analysis, we have to put regulations and we have to take parameters, and according to parameters, we have to reimagine the whole system of titles. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a nice day. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much. I'm sorry that I had to, we were way behind, we are behind schedule, so we have one more presentation on, so just to give a quick, explain what happened is now these are the postgraduate students who are presenting, and the first three presenters were actually talking on the most important part of the historical component and researching. The next presentation is from Ms. Panchani on packaging, which she will now present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present about authentic craft souvenir packaging, which is related to my PhD research. My supervisor is Dr. Sumantri Samaravikrama, and I would like to present my presentation. In this presentation, I would like to conclude thank you. In this presentation, I would like to introduce first of all what is souvenir and what are the type of souvenirs, and the souvenir authenticity, souvenir supply chain, and why the packaging is important for souvenir. Also the packaging materials, the existing souvenir packagings, research outcomes which is related to my research. There's a few outcomes I have to show you. And also the analysis, and then I want to show you what is the conclusion I have came about why this souvenir needs proper packaging. So the souvenir is a memorable object which traveler always wants to collect from where he visits, like from all the destinations he visits, he always wants to take as a memorable object. So in the previous times, those travelers visited those sacred areas. I mean, in the ancient times, they visited those areas and they collected rock, soil, water, and leaves and those kind of broken pieces. It's because they felt a more authentic feeling by collecting those things. But later on it changed into the craft objects, which is related to the destination. So those travelers did not just purchase it just as a memorable object, but also as a gift give to someone, and also as an evidence of their travel experience. So this souvenir authenticity can be categorized in 3 types, which I was reading in the literature. So they want, the one is the objective authenticity, which feels local essence more, and also the creation of the craft person, genuinely created by the craft person, which has might be having historical value. Production process should be genuine. So you can see in the image, sometimes travelers visit these workshops and purchase these objects because they want to feel that the object they purchase is purely genuine. So the constructive authenticity is not much genuine, it is subjective to the person. For example, I can tell you, if a traveler goes to the barefoot and purchase a very genuine souvenir, and if there is some duplicate souvenirs in the other shop, so he doesn't mind of purchasing that because he is expecting something similar to the original one. In this constructive authenticity, those when they feel it, they just want to take something from the destination, not a genuine. And it also the modern objects also can come under this constructive authenticity. The existential authenticity is not an object, it is actually an experience. For example, if you go to, if a foreigner comes to the local context, and when he wants to go in a local train, like to get that experience, that is coming under this existential authenticity, because he doesn't collect any object, he is just experiencing something in the local context. And there are 4 types of souvenirs. One is totality souvenir, the linking souvenir, life souvenir, and pilgrimage souvenir. Totality souvenir is representing where he visited. Like you can see in the image where there are key tags and those kind of things, which shows that the name of the place kind of thing. And also the linking souvenirs are the something functional thing like household items. And the life souvenirs evokes the nostalgic feelings like mainly the food. Sometimes if you have visited Italy and if you have original pizza there, then once you come back to that, you feel that the same thing from some other place. So that means, or in childhood, like if you have the toy or a smell or something like that, if you feel that from the souvenir, then you purchase that. So that is a life souvenir. The pilgrimage souvenir you can see in the image, like Eiffel Tower, some famous icon things, the places when they visited. For example, if a traveler visits our Sigiriya frescoes, they can purchase something like a statue of Sigiriya. This image is not clear, sorry about that. When the PDFs get resolution down. And what I want to explain here is souvenir supply chain. In a destination, there are 4 types of suppliers where the traveler can meet and purchase a souvenir. One is a souvenir producer, and the other one is a souvenir retailer, and the souvenir vendor, and the middleman. Thank you. Souvenir producer is a person who creates the souvenir, and the souvenir retailer is the one who purchases the souvenir from the souvenir producer and sell. Souvenir vendor also does the same, but the difference between the vendor and the retailer is vendor doesn't have a permanent place to sell the souvenirs. He is going one street to another. Most of the time those are street souvenir sellers. And the retailer, souvenir retailer, is the one who has a permanent place like retail souvenir shop. And the middleman, most of the times, is the one who brings travelers to the souvenir seller. Most of the time, that can be a tour guide. So, somehow to meet this customer, these 4 types of suppliers having greater responsibility to sell the souvenirs and also representing the country, especially. So they are representing the destination. So they have a great challenge to great challenge to create a good relationship between the traveler and the destination. So I in my philosophically, I have a feeling like if this souvenir present to a traveler as a gift from a destination, so that means that feeling will support the souvenir traveler to to come back to the destination. So that revisit intention is can create by the souvenir supplier by representing the destination. So it is finally not just selling just an object, it is a gift from a nation to another nation. So that this relationship bond can be strengthened, like gift exchanging thing. I'm not going to explain that because with the limited time, I can briefly tell you, very briefly. There is a model called Dr. Sherry's model. I have not added into the presentation. That model explains how we exchange the gifts. So when we exchange the gifts, it increases the relationship strength. So he has explained in the model, and that same concept we can use for this, and we can also exchange the souvenir as a gift. If we exchange the souvenir as a gift, definitely we can increase the relationship strength between the traveler and the destination. So that research I have separately done. I can give, if you want, I can give you the research papers we have done on that. You can read and understand that. With the limited time, I'm not going to explain that. Okay, now because of this, if we think that the supplier giving a gift to a traveler, that means that gift should be presentably present. So at that point, we need a proper packaging, with proper wrapping for that. That is why, and also other reason is, one is to present it nicely, and the other one is the traveler is always traveling to one country or another. That means he needs some protection for the product he purchased. So that means the two purposes are there, protection and the communication. Especially the warehousing and logistics means, if he is carrying it in a plane or ship. And when we come to the packaging, when we consider the packaging, mainly there are 4 things we have to consider about packaging. One is containment, the protection, communication, and convenience. Those are the very basic things we have to consider when we are doing our packaging. So I'm leading you to, in next slides, I will show you how the existing packaging of souvenirs are there. And then that's why I'm explaining these slides. There are 4 types of the companies which needs packaging, and especially the niche market and market-led companies need packaging because they are more value added. They are showing more value in the product. So that means these souvenirs also coming under as a niche market product. Therefore, the same scenario, the package. Authentic craft souvenir also need packaging. When we see the packaging life cycle, it produces, transport, and it has a shelf life, and it reaches the customer. So we have to consider those things even we are doing a packaging for a authentic craft souvenir. There are type of packaging research types. Material innovations, packaging market research. There are 2 types mainly. And there are 3 types of packagings: primary packaging, secondary packaging, and tertiary packaging. So we should consider when we are designing a packaging for authentic craft souvenir, there are 3 types. Sometimes one packaging is not enough. We need a secondary packaging as well. Sometimes we need tertiary packaging as well. And also world is more trying to find much biodegradable packaging material to dominate the whole market. So that is their dream to come true. And these non-biodegradable packaging and biodegradable packages are two types. We have a lot of non-biodegradable packaging we are using right now. So there is a high demand on biodegradable packaging, even we are designing authentic craft. So I am mentioning this because craft communities can create these biodegradable packagings surely, because that is not food items, then it doesn't have much contaminating issues. And you can see here how the existing packaging in the other countries. In that side you can see how the Japan is packing their souvenirs. They are giving a name called omiyage for that, and this other one is Korea. That is how they have concern so much about souvenir packaging. And I'm actually presenting this. This slide is because to show you how the Sri Lankan craft person is packing a local souvenir. So you can see this fascinating coconut shell flowers vase packed like this. This is how I received the product. This is how it has packed. It has packed with shopping bags, newspapers, tissue papers, and some reusable food containers. So this is how it has been packed. So by observing these things, I came to a conclusion that I think it's better to research why this is happening, why these people are not concerned about these things. So according to my PhD research, the objective 2 is discussing about the current situation of authentic craft souvenir exchange process, and also the packaging, why this packaging is not, what is happening actually in the current situation. So I'm not explaining whole thing, but I want to show you what are the results I got when I was doing an interview with the craft persons. I did a qualitative research on that objective 2. I collected the data and with unstructured interview, and I'm not explaining so much. So this is the sample group. I selected these 30 craft persons from the National Craft Council because I believe those we can guarantee that National Craft Council is producing authentic craft souvenir producers, which they produce is authentic. So these are the categories which the Craft Council has categorized. So I collected through unstructured interview. I was talking to them and asked them why they have, what are the souvenirs. Sometimes they didn't have idea about what is a souvenir is. Sometimes they believe the product they produce is not a souvenir, and those issues were there. And these 3 government bodies are responsible to produce the souvenir, research the souvenir, and market the souvenir. These are the souvenirs that our Sri Lankan craft person locally produce. So I identified the totally souvenirs there, linking souvenirs there, life souvenirs there, pilgrimage souvenirs are there. And again, the supply chain, existing supply chain had an issue with producing and supplying packaging. And these are the existing packaging solutions. They had, in the current situation, they use cardboard boxes, paper bags, brown paper bags, old newspapers, natural materials, velvet boxes, craft paper, craft board, polythene related packing, and those kind of things. So you can see the SP is souvenir producer. These number of souvenir producers were using these materials. Then when we come to the analysis, I'll show you the advantage. I did an interview with them, and I extracted the things they spoke, and I did it with line by line coding method, and I have understood that there are advantages as well as challenges they have in the context. So as advantages, there are two types. One is advantages of upgrade the look of the content. Other one is advantage of protect the content. They have achieved that sometimes, but not all. There were percentages. The advantage of receiving gift form content from the package. The advantage of using Souvenir as a package in another craft. The advantage of having more confidence about the authenticity of the content in the package. The advantage of having high value for content due to the package. The advantage of using unique material for the package is to add value to the content while evoking Sri Lankan identity, packaging for brand communication. So those advantages they have identified. And I'm not going to explain more on these things, but briefly I can tell you the conclusion. They have especially I can tell you there is a lack of knowledge more than that when we look at the issue, we feel that they don't have money to create the packaging. But actually the reason was, what I found is there is a lack of knowledge of creating packaging. They don't have a knowledge about the materials. They don't have knowledge about the technology. So I think what I came across is, I feel that there is a need to educate the craft persons in the country as well as the whole supply chain. Not only the craft person, the producers, vendors and the middleman, all the suppliers in the souvenir supply chain, and there is a gap between the knowledge they have. So I propose, I would like to propose at the end of my research and the PhD research to design a framework for them to design packaging for the souvenirs. Thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you so much. So with that, we conclude the postgraduate session. And there is a Q&A session. We are also behind half an hour. So I'm just, maybe I'll take a quick, because I'm sure the audience will have some questions as well. So if you all can come up to the stage. Yes, please. So while the stage is being set up, I'd also like to state that these 4 postgraduate students are just a sample of the current students. And what is also interesting is we have 2 MSc students and we have 1 MPhil student as well as a PhD student. So in another sense, we also learned that all of them are in the middle of their research. So none of it is finished. So if you all felt that their presentations were half-baked, that could be the reason. And so with that, can I open the floor for questions? Any questions? If not, I have a lot to ask. Yeah. Okay, so just to start the questioning process, I'm going to start with Kasun. Yeah, and so one is, it was quite interesting to learn now, okay, what the background also today, we had the keynote, and what we spoke about what we learned about the keynote is the fact that we saw the importance of local or the design in the global south is now taking some sort of interest. So with that, I know that most of you all are talking about the whole importance and the knowledge of documenting history. So what was your most remarkable discovery during your research, especially within the community? Yeah, just give it one. Just give a nod. Just nod.
So what I presented today was like in a system identification of how the knowledge has been transferred from generation to generation. So it was one of the key thing, which is like, and if you really look at, so this particular workshop was well known, as like well known, but it was not identified how the knowledge has been transferred. So, and now at the moment the design is not design is not there anymore, but still the business is running as a process. So the identification of how gathering, conserve, preserve and innovative those factors, and the link between is the most interesting thing which I learned through the process. So which is also important for us to identify these systems for if we are approaching the creative economy. So we need to identify the successful business approaches for us to as a case study.
Lovely. So there is also, I believe there is a lot of hope now. Most of the samples that you have taken in, or the story of Veena as well as Aluviharya is very old. So which again, now you're saying for it to sustain, this can actually take it to another level. So I believe your research will contribute in only one sort of it, or you're going to take it as a sample, and what's the plan?
So the key thing about in my research, because it was like 1 year master where like so we so the duration of time is limited, so the idea was to identify. So what we can do is like this, so this can be a potential of like practicing. So like at the moment, as like we were doing a workshop in like next to like on Sunday is about the own brand which I'm involved. So this research actually helped me to put up the brand, which is how the knowledge of artisans has been collaborated with the designer. So that was one of the key things, which is like so it is a good model that you can follow.
Okay, so you're saying you were inspired from that and you started your own brand.
Yes.
Lovely. Thank you. Very inspiring. So with that, my question is for Sharmila. You rushed in your presentation, but we would have wanted you to tell us stories because we all love watching films. And it's also quite impressive on the fact that you are a production designer yourself and you're doing a PhD. You're transferring into a PhD. So from an MPhil. And what is interesting is just a quick question on whom you interviewed, because you spoke about your friends being production designers. We wanted to know the names.
Yeah, so from my observation, I really found out nearly 28 art directors who contribute their great knowledge for create production designing for the first 50 years of Sri Lankan cinema. And out of 28, many of them are very unluckily, they are not with us anymore. So I selected 5 art directors. The first one is Mr. Hemapala Dharmasena, who started with Sandesha in 1959. And the second one is Mr. Errol Kelly, who started with the God King film, and he is still working, and I'm very glad to say I'm an assistant of him right now and working on another project. And he is still working on the international movies with Spielberg also. And then the third one is Mr. Lal Harendranath, who started with Situkumario in 1971. And he's still doing it. He's he did a lot of from Dr. Pathiraja also. And the fourth one is Mr. Velegedara Ranasinghe, who was branded as Rupavahini Kurulla. It's like he's the person who started teledramas in Rupavahini, and he did Gurugedara and many more films. And the fourth one, the last one, is very hidden person and very innocent person, Mr. K.A. Milton Pereira, who did Viragaya, Mahagedara, Sailama, Bavaduka, Bavakarma, and so on. But those 5 persons are very innocent but very hidden people. And I'm very lucky to say I have worked with them all. So I personally talk to them like Ayya, and it's a very good opportunity to me to collect the details and interviews from them.
So obviously when it comes to research, you can't interview your friends, right? So how do you define these 5, how do you define the 5?
So I define, those are the 5 key art directors who did lots of films. So as an example, Mr. Hemapala Dharmasena, he did more than 75 films. He is the person who did lots of film.
How did you refine them into a scientific component? How did they become the 5?
So I nearly looked 300 movies, more than 300, but unluckily I gathered the titles from only 120 films out of 860 films from the first 50 years. And then categorizing, and I got the details like which year they release, who is the director, who is the art director, and what the title they used. And out of that lot, I categorize how many films did Mr. Hemapala Dharmasena, out of lot, he did 25 films. Mr. Errol Kelly, out of lot, he did 18 films. Likewise, the art directors who did the amount of films and who get the best art director awards in first 50 years, Sri Lanka, we held nearly 85 film award ceremonies. Out of 85 film awards, only 55 film award ceremonies were awarded best art director. Out of that 55, 17 awards were got from Mr. Hemapala Dharmasena, and Mr. Errol Kelly and K.A. Milton Pereira got nearly 11 awards, each 11 award. And there's some more art directors named Lionel Pereira, but he's not with us anymore. And there's one, and like Sarachandra Samarakwadi, but those are the living heritages. So I categorized the living heritages and the out of best.
Thank you. It's quite interesting. We have Kasun talking about heritage craft, and then we have Sharmila talking about the living heritages. And I think this is also contributing a lot to the field of design, and a similar contribution came in from Supun. So Supun, would you tell us what was your you told us a lot when it comes to the historical components. Sorry we had to rush you at the latter part. What was the discovery as a research student? What was your feeling when you saw the book covers? For the first time maybe?
Yeah. Actually, the main component of my research is those primary data. Which includes almost 1,500 book covers. It's a lot to process actually. That's why I was almost trying to identify my data on more than half of my research, I think. So that was quite experience. The most of the time I was going through the data several times. I can even see those covers when I close my eyes, honestly. So that happens obviously. It traced into you when you are continuously involving in those graphics. So that was a whole lot experience. So that's why I love this research process very much. So I'm glad I got that opportunity to even look at those things. I have seen many when we look at other cultures and especially in Eastern culture, we know what is Tichil and those things we are familiar with. So building up that knowledge was something I was honored building up that knowledge. Like so, thanks, man.
Thank you. So, because most of our audience is young graduates, undergraduates, I have a question like from all the three. Was it, did you know what your research was when you started, is the question. If I ask from Kasun.
So that's a tough question, which is, I think that was the most tough. So when you start the research, I had like, so the counter argument which I had was like, I've been always insisting that Alvihara Heritage Center was a business, which when everyone was like, denying it. But throughout, like, throughout the process, when you gather information and like, data, then you realize, okay, but how do you, as in like, so like, it's different language actually, as in research is different language. So the story, which is like, always when I'm presenting, it is like a story. Always it's a story when or even all through my PRs, it's like a story which I'm talking about. But there is a scientific component which needs to be added when you are like, putting it together. So it's very important, and yes, it's like, still we are learning about it, as in, so I think it's not the same which I thought.
Okay. And anybody else wants to answer that? Yeah.
Still a doubt. And still processing. Every day learning, every day find out something new. And every day, I'm just thinking, oh no, yesterday I was thinking this is right, but now I found something else we need. So it's research is all about every day gathering knowledge. And it's very interesting if we selected our own interested area. So I love film and I love film production designing. So that's why I love my research also.
Nice. So Pun, any thoughts on the writing part?
Yeah, that was actually I was most struggling with, like, so when you are constantly involving the fun part, you miss the most important part. Like, yeah, writing has to be done in a very scientific way. They expect us to write a proper research paper, a proper documentation. So yeah, I was continuously procrastinating on writing, but now I'm getting into that anyhow. Like, yeah, actually, when I was discussing with my colleagues, it was a common thing, but anyway, you have to finalize your research and submit your thesis, and that's the main thing. But when you're constantly gathering data, analyzing again and again, when you're finding out more and more things, so you miss the most important part, which is writing, I guess. So yeah, that happened a lot during my journey. So yeah.
Okay, so thank you. And Sulakshana, now completely from a different perspective. Everybody was talking about history and documenting, and so you're talking about packaging, and you're going into, again, culture. So there's some similarity I see actually with you and Kasun as well. When you started off your research, what was it that you were actually wanting to look or want to find out?
When I started research?
Yes. What triggered you to get into this research? That would be a question.
Yes. It's huge variety. That was the issue, because I couldn't understand where should I start, from where should I ask. And there are a lot of places that souvenirs are selling. And I wanted to connect those dots. That was the hardest thing. And also it was boring when I was starting, honestly. When actually Dr. Sumantri is the one who taught me to asked me to study about the souvenir packaging. So souvenirs, why should I study souvenirs? That kind of feeling came to me, because I didn't want to do that. Because Laksala was so boring place for me, honestly. But I thought there is something. So I started from there, and I started in 2019, June, and when I was starting, I didn't know about research methodology. I didn't know about how to do this, but only thing I could do is reading, which I am still doing, which helps me to strengthen more when I am doing the research, and that helped me a lot to connect the dots. That is where I could start, and I still believe if you make a strong literature, you can do that. You can. That is the thorough base and the foundation you have for your research. I remember when in my first script, it was full of literature. I haven't visited to any craft person. I haven't visited to any retailer shop, Sony retailer. So, but only thing I had was literature. I had to, because here I have to tell this thing is because you all are fresh graduates and undergraduates. When you're doing research, there are small things, very small things we should know. Like there is a, it's a, not an app, there is one called Mendeley, so that helped me a lot to keep my library on my laptop. We didn't have resources to buy the books, and we don't have proper libraries in this country, but we can explore the things. We can ask our students, our friends who are studying in the foreign universities. They gave us links, and there is a Russian lady has created SQUI Hub. If you want, I send the link. So that has created for them, for the researchers to download the things, but it's pirate. But they have a philosophy. What they are saying is, they are saying the knowledge is for everyone. So that is their concept. So like that, there are small things, and there are. So those things, little by little, I learned. So there are things, small things that you have helps you to take one step forward. So that helped me a lot.
Thank you. So I believe the challenges are definitely there, and that is also issues we spoke in the morning as well on the issues when we start designing. So the reason why I ask these questions on the reading and the scientific component is especially because we do have challenges. We don't have material, things like that. But then you all have actually taken a huge step in establishing these fields, and obviously you all will be the pioneers who will actually contribute into the design field in your studies, and I really hope that your research will be completed and completed successfully, and your research would actually be useful to the future. Thank you. Any other questions before concluding? From the audience? Okay, so I'm going to wind up since we are behind schedule as well. So thank you so much, and congratulations on your work.
Thank you.
About to start an interesting session. completely from a different perspective this time. One is because for the last 1.5, nearly 1 day, we have been listening to a very scientific frame of design. And today we have, since with the inauguration of the IDR conference, we have actually brought in the importance of bringing academia and industry together. And we are indeed very glad that we have 4 speakers on board, and especially we are quite excited to hear your stories. So to start off, I would like to invite Mr. Priyantha Subhasinghe to come on and share and learn, for us to learn about your story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we heard a lot about heritage crafts, but I am here to tell you something about a non-traditional craft. I represent a company that specializes in hand knitting. Now, what is hand knitting? I'll just outline what I'm going to talk to you about today. I'll just touch on introduction in knitting, the differences between machine knitting and hand knitting, then our story. How did hand knitting come to Sri Lanka? Very often people ask me, this is like selling a freezer to an Eskimo. So I will tell you our story, and then our collaboration with the University of Moratuwa, and finally the challenges to the designers and the industry. Well, that can be never ending, but I will try to restrict as much as possible. Now, how did this begin? The word knitting was derived from the word knot. And this is the earliest form of clothing used by humans, long before weaving. The earliest evidence, however, is from the least possible place that we would think of, pyramids in Egypt, where they found fragments of a hand-knitted sock, thousands of years old. And by studying that, it was quite obvious that they were quite advanced in their techniques in hand knitting, because it was so finely knitted and intricately patterned. So historians believe that hand knitting started in the Middle East and spread to Europe through the Silk Road trade routes. So, of course, you can, there is not much, because nobody probably knows where it actually began. The Scandinavian countries, of course, claim that they started there. So there are different stories. But the basic in knitting is just 2 stitches, whether it is machine knitted or hand knitted. It is the knit and the purl. Or there are thousands of other stitches, but all these start from these basic 2 stitches, the knit and the purl. Now there are also 2 methods of knitting hand knitting in the world. This we didn't know till about 40 years ago, because there is the British method, which probably your grandmothers or your great-grandmothers knew. But there is a Scandinavian method of knitting. The difference is that the British method uses panels, the front panel, the back panel, and then it's joined with a side seam. The Scandinavian method, which is supposed to be an older method, is a seamless garment. It's knitted circular and doesn't have seams. 40 years ago, when we started this project, you could easily identify a hand-knitted sweater. If someone was wearing a round yoke sweater, obviously it was hand-knitted, because there were no machines that could do it. But today, with the advancement of machinery, technology, there are enough machines, different machines that can do a lot of it. But then why, one would ask, why is there still a market for hand knits? Now here I think I'll have to explain the difference between machine knitting and hand knitting. Machine knitting probably, the first machines in knitting would have come about 250 to 300 years ago, so relatively recently. And machine knitting is something where you mass produce, but hand knitting is something that is one of a kind. It's limited editions, designer wear, and of course expensive. Because in machine knitting you can probably produce, depending on the machines that you use, let's say 500 to 600 pieces for a day. But in hand knitting, it takes 1 week to produce one. So that's the difference. So then talking about hand knitting, it's a craft. Now what is a craft? Craft is something, a skillful activity traditionally done by hand. Now this is important to understand. So a lot of people don't understand the difference between a machine knit and a hand knit, and they don't understand why it is so expensive. So the relevance, then I would like to, I'm cutting short a lot of things because otherwise it would take too long. Now what is the relevance to knitting to Sri Lanka? Now when did this come to Sri Lanka? Now that again we don't know, probably through the Silk Road, because of the traders that used to visit us. But then we were a Portuguese colony, and then Dutch, and finally the British. So somewhere down the line, this has influenced us. But it was the British who taught us the British method of knitting, and it was in the school curriculum, in missionary schools, and probably, of course, in girls' schools and convents. So that is why probably the older generations know knitting and also crochet. Now crochet is a different technique. Now again, talking about methods of knitting, the Scandinavian and the British method of knitting uses two stockinette needles, two needles. But the Scandinavian method are two needles but joined with a wire. That is how you get that circular knitting technique. Probably now in Sri Lankan context, after the British, it was our company that introduced the Scandinavian method in 1979. And now over the years, we have trained about 4,000 or maybe even more people around the country, except the north and east, because when we started in 79-80, I think in 83, the riots broke out, so we didn't have access to those areas. But other than that, in most of the areas, we have trained women in hand knitting. Now our project, I will tell you our story. Our story began in 1979 when a Norwegian company was celebrating their centenary year. They wanted to do something different, start a hand knit collection. To do a hand knit collection in an oil-rich country like Norway was not feasible because it was done as a hobby. So they thought, why not go to this part of the world? We were a third world country then. I think we still are. Anyway, we can provide, instead of providing aid, we can provide trade, which was a good concept. And so they came here, and by that time, I think our economy had just opened up, and the first free trade zone was established in Nigambo. So my late father, who was involved in this project, had worked in the government sector. It was a monopoly at that time before the open economy, where all the mills like Veyangoda, Pugoda, Min area, I don't know whether some of you may not have heard of these. it was a monopoly because all the textiles that were woven here, the government imported all the yarns. So this changed, and a lot of privatization took place after 77. And that was when tax incentives were offered, that was when this Norwegian company came to Sri Lanka. And they wanted everything to be done by hand, no machines used. So now it was not feasible. I mean, just imagine 400 women in one hall with nothing to do but sitting and knitting. If it's a factory environment, it's different. So they thought, no, this is going to be a time bomb if we do this, right? So why don't we take the industry to the village? Now this is the concept which President Premadasa used in his 200 garment factories later on. But this took place in 1980. And we suggested to the Norwegian directors that came, why don't we take the industry, like handloom centers, we can open up knitting centers. And by doing that, they don't have to come to Colombo, spend on boardings, because whatever they earn, they take home, and they come from home. Of course, they had to come to a center. And so that it was on that concept that we started. And it was a very flexible thing, because unlike going to a factory and working 8 hours, especially the young mothers or the young women at that time, were able to, even do their housework, go during the lunch hours, bring their children. So there was a social element to this. And, it helped in the preserving of the family unit as well. So this was the project which had many aspects. And so we were initially very successful. That's how we started. We had to face a lot of challenges to it took at least 4 to 5 months to be an expert in knitting. So, I mean, at that time they were very eager to learn, right? And so they came, they learned the entire process. Whereas if you go to a factory, you are on a production line and you are doing one thing the whole day of a weeks of a month. But here you learn to produce the entire garment. And that was the training we gave them. And we were successful from, there was a Norwegian couple that came and taught the first batch of 16 girls, I think. And they in turn went into 16 different areas and started training youth from that area. And this ended up in employing, at one time we had about 600 girls working for the company. And we were exporting about 2,000 garments a month, which was, trying to think of it now, very basic. Now 40 years have passed since then. I have been involved in this right from the start. I was actually working for another multinational company, exporting local produce. So I knew the export procedures there. And so when my father found it difficult to carry on alone, I left that company and joined this project. Sometimes I wonder whether I took the right decision, but I'm happy because I work on grassroots level, working in different areas, know all these people by name, whether it's Bandarawela, Nuwara, Balapitiya, Ambalangoda, or Nigambo, Wattala, Kolonnawa. So, as at now, of the 4,000 people we have trained, we are employing about 250. So there's a lot of scope open. But logistically, it's a difficult task. The important thing here was, how do you maintain quality? Because here we are producing something in a village, and some of these girls haven't even been to school, probably been up to 8th standard. But they are producing high quality garments to international markets. You call it Milan, Paris, Scandinavia, Netherlands. And as at now, we are working with Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Australia, Belgium, France, UK. So this is what we have achieved, right? And I think our knitters could be, I mean, they're world class. I can very easily say that because we don't get any complaints from anyone, and they are, with more than 30 years experience, they can handle any advanced technique. One thing about knitting is you never stop learning. There are always new things that come in. And what is special about knitting is, you could create, you could even create your own stitches. So you can create something in 3D, unlike, cutting a fabric and sewing something. You're creating from stitch the entire garment. So it's, in a way, it's mathematics, because what is important is that you have to have an instruction and a pattern sheet and so on in knitting. So you start from the bottom. Well, you can start from the collar and go down as well, but you cast on, we cast on so many stitches, and then you increase, you take the shaping like that, you decrease, and so on, and then you finish the garment. So our collaboration with the University of Moratuwa, I think, dates back to about probably 20 years. When I was working at this earlier establishment, at that time, I think it was a Bachelor of Degree Design course before the Department of Integrated Design. And when the university didn't have enough computers, so we spoke to the Norwegian government, and we were able to get about 20-30 state-of-art computers, and we started a design center at Templars Road, Mount Lania, where we gave free access to university students to come and use those. We had the latest printers, scanners, all that, multimedia. And we also offered free workshops and student projects. Some of them, I think, are in high places today, like Mars Industries, Brandix. Some have gone abroad. But what is interesting is that this collaboration lasted, and it is still there. In the last 2-3 years, we couldn't do anything, probably the last 2 years because of the pandemic. So hopefully we can restart that. I don't know whether we can, if you can, just to show you some of the student projects we had done. We not only work with the University of Moratuwa, we also work with the Academy of Design, and a lot of, if you can start that from the beginning. With Amesh Vijaysekara. Amesh Vijaysekara was, there was no knitting module at the Academy of Design, so when he came to us, he didn't have any idea of knitting. So his entire collection is based on colors and just the knit and purl, very basic knitting. But he has played around with materials. Now, another thing I want to tell the students is, when you think of knitting, don't think of that baby garments and booties and things like that. You have to think out of the box, right? And you are not restricted to yarn, not wool or cotton. You can actually knit with anything that is flexible. So it could also, if for example, if our reed brayer could be made flexible, we can make a revolutionary change in our handicraft sector. But unfortunately, our reed brayer is not flexible, or I don't know whether that could be done. So starting from Amesh, then we had, this is Himesh from the University of Moratuwa, and his collection was based on, I think, I can't remember the concept. I think it was something like jellyfish or something which inspired him, right? And so the flow of the garment. And then we have Pragit is from the University of Visual Arts. Now he did a collection entirely on crochet with a lot of embellishment, but unfortunately his it's not very clear. I think it's more scenic than. So if you can go to the other. Maybe Natalia Lienage. She's from the Academy of Design, and her collection was showcased last year, and she's now doing on a commercial scale. And there is, unfortunately, I don't have all the student work here because we haven't got photo shoots of some of the others. But then we have, yeah. I'm sorry if this is taking time, but what I have to emphasize here is that the designers must think out of the box. When it comes to knitting, what you have to do is you learn the technique. You learn the possibilities and limitations. I think that for any craft, you must know the background and learn the possibilities and limitations, and then see how you can improve on that. For example, in knitting, like the lines go horizontal. You can't take too many colors vertically, right? So if usually we only use 3 colors, and if it's more than that, it becomes very thick. And by mixing materials or by selecting yarns, I mean, in knitting, I think in weaving also you get that. There is what we call a standard tension. The international standard is 10 centimeters into 10 centimeters, and the number of stitches on a row and the number of rows in height is what is called the tension. So usually if you are buying yarn, the label on the yarn shows, this is the tension of this yarn and this is the needle to be used. But some doesn't have, then you have to physically do it and then work out the tension. But you can also change the appearance of a garment, of a design, by changing this tension. How do you change the tension? You can change the tension by using a different size needle. Say the recommended needle is 3 millimeter. If you use 10 millimeter needle, you get a very loose, in some of these you can see that they have done that to get a totally different look. So that is the challenge to the designer. And also you can mix materials. You can mix different, you can knit with ribbon. I think one of your students, A.B. Cosmos, if you can go with that. Not here. Yeah, Buddhipriya Cosmos, in the University of Moratuwa. He did a sustainable collection using leftover yarns. It was street fashion, leftover yarns, and mixed with ribbon, and using different techniques. It looks as if it has been cut and so on. No, it has been knitted from down upwards. So, and also he has used different techniques in that. So this is where the imagination of a designer is very vital. The use of proper materials and equipment in any craft, I think, can do wonders. The other thing is, of course, importance of using colors and using colors cleverly. But I think in your university education you will learn that. The other most important thing is to be inspired, create, and visualize. One of the workshops that I attended, I was fortunate to attend a lecture by Reggie Kandappa, who was who owned a Grants advertising company. And in his success story, he said, one thing that I always do is whatever advertisement that I create, I first visualize in my head. I see the end picture, and then I try to achieve it. I think as a designer also you should do that. Whatever you design you visualize what your design, and then see how to achieve that. Very often students come to me and say, so we like to use whatever yarns you have. We will change our design according to the yarns you have. Now don't do that, because then you're losing your design creativity. I think the best thing to do is first you design, you use all the colors. It's like giving an artist 3 colors and saying do a painting, whereas if he has access to a palette of colors, he'll do wonders. So you should first not think about any restrictions. Design your color palette or whatever, be inspired, design, and then see how to, if you don't have the yarns, sometimes we sponsor the yarns for these projects, but then you have to source it, or you have to find some way of dyeing it. It's possible to dye cotton, but I'm not sure whether wool can be dyed. But for a graduation collection, it's not the user situation is different, so I suppose you can dye to get your design across, or what you have visualized. Like I think here also in some of these collections we have done that. So it's important that you come up with the right colors and the right techniques. Another important thing that I have to mention is when working with craftsmen and artisans. Now I have worked in companies where there have been different departments, the design development department, product development department, and then the production. So when the designer goes to the production, they run away. Apu one right? Now why is that? That is because of the lack of communication. Now you as a designer, you can visualize, or you can, but how do you give that thinking to the person who is actually doing it? Let's say an artisan or a craftsman. So, one way of doing it is having a product sheet. You can call it a text sheet, product sheet. In our case, we call it instruction and pattern sheet. And you have to have all the details in it, and you have to have a proper rapport with the person who is actually doing it. Sometimes you may have to sit with that person and do it. So that kind of communication is very important, because otherwise you think you say this is what you want, and you think, okay, I'll come in 1 week's time. When you go in 1 week's time, it's a disaster. And then you say, this is not what I had in mind. But how do you expect that person to know what you had in mind? You see, so these are the challenges I think you all should understand, especially working with artisans and craftsmen. They are not designers, and they don't have the thinking power that you have. So you have to give that to them. So how do you transfer this to the person who's actually doing it is very important. The other important thing is timelines and working schedules. Working with a craft, I think the university also should understand this. Working with a craft, the student must be given time, because it's not like cutting and sewing a garment where you have to do stitch by stitch, and it is time consuming. When we work with international buyers, we have a 3 to 4 month turnaround time. So when a student comes and says we need this next week, it's practically impossible. Right? So this you have to understand. Both students and I think the university also has to understand that anyone who's doing a collection craft based, whether it's not only knitting or crochet, I suppose even batik, or whatever, it's time consuming, and they have to be given extra time. And then the next important thing is, what do you do when you go out of the university? How do you cope with, it's a different game altogether. Then you are, you think it's easy. You think that after 4 years of university education, now I'm out, now I can do whatever you want. Well, that's not how it works. It's not that easy because markets are determined by different trends and also price. So when you're thinking of designing when it's knitting, you have to keep in mind, thinner the yarn, the more time consuming it is, but thinner the yarn, you can get more details, right? But it is more expensive. Thicker the yarn, less time consuming, less details, but it's cheaper. So you have to create a balance on these things when you are thinking of design. So when you get into the commercial world, then those things do matter. If you are just doing something for a university graduation collection, you don't have to think about those things. But in the actual world where you have to do costing and pricing, you can easily price yourself out of the market. So these are important aspects. I hope I have covered everything. My time is up. Is there a question and answer session, or could I take any questions now? Okay, so I will leave this last 5 minutes if anyone has any questions. Right? Okay.
Hello. Just one question, right? There are so many very talented students are there, and they want to start their own businesses. So right now, I think they are kind of struggling to find out, overseas markets. Do you have any tips for them to, take them forward?
This is why I said it's not an easy task, and I think this is a national need. I hope to bring this up with this task force which they have appointed recently, because especially a student who wants to start his own business is going to find it very difficult with registrations, with how to get the samples done, where do you get materials, how do you do the packaging. For example, if you want to even register your business, you have to go from post to pillar. The grammar workers will give you a hard time if you are trying to register it in your personal name, because now all those things have changed. And they will ask, bring a photocopy of the deed of the house that you are trying to do it in, and all sorts of. So it's very difficult. And if you want to get you want to do samples, you want to do 10, 15 samples, you go to a label manufacturer. The label manufacturer says, no, you have to do our minimum quantity is 2,500 labels, and each label is 25 rupees. So how do you do this? So this is a national need. It's a problem. It's not going to be easy. Finding markets is a different aspect. There you have to of course go. You have to show what you can do online, and then today on internet and the social media, it's easy to find markets. Or you can also through our embassy or the embassies of other countries, you'll have to do some research on that and do your own marketing. But to do that, first the best is to have a website or Facebook or something which will be a marketing instrument for you. So that is my advice. But consistency in quality is the most important thing. If you just do one thing for a photograph and your actual product is something else, that customer will never come to you. So it's very important that you maintain that quality. If you do, that's what we did. And that is our success story. So if you do that, you can survive. As I told you, we have trained about 4,000 people over the last 40 years, but we are employing only 200. So there are enough people who can do it for you. Right? So, but the startup is what is most difficult. Now, another thing I have found that there are a lot of students who graduate as fashion designers, but they are doing other jobs. So this could be the reason. And also, I think if from the university or the government can offer a place where they can market their creations. Like some of the private institutions have their own outlets, but the university can't do that. But the university probably in association with the private sector or with the government. There are like the National Crafts Council or, I'm not saying Luxor, but, it has to be an upmarket. It has to be where the designers can present their work. So, and also it will have to be a process where the designs are screened by the university or something to be put into that, where markets can be solved. There is the Export Development Board, there are, the Ministry of Industry, so there are, the institutions are there. It's simply that, they don't get together and work towards that. I think the students who leave need that backup, because otherwise they'll end up and may not be using their potential at all. I hope I have answered your question.
It's an excellent answer. I think something that as the staff we need to work on that one. We need to combine with those institutions because they are there.
I think just one more touching on that. You will have to, if you are doing something like that, you will have to act fast, because they are just allocating funds for things like that. So this is a need. But then it is not we who will have to bring that forward. It is the university who will have to say, look,
exactly,
we need something like this. Can you all do something for us? And I'm sure they will do it. We
Exactly.
from the private sector can press on it.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer. And also got one more question.
Yeah.
I will be quite quick. Right. So that one is like, how do you manage? So we have seen like there are a lot of students who are working with you. So how do you manage those intellectual properties, that side? So because you are selling them at the outside, even in other countries?
No, what I showed you today are graduation collections done by students. Those are not our designs.
Right.
So we have helped those students to do their our designs are. It is there in that website, so anyone is free to go to the website and go down the.
These are not for selling.
No. Okay. These are not our designs. This is under academic. So this is under academic collaborations with the different fashion institutes.
Right.
So we have put that on as a service. Right. We also offer services to foreign companies too, where if they need
Really
our services
really
in
appreciate
meeting.
your work. Thank
but
you so much.
we don't sell locally, so we don't. It's just. It's only for 100%
I thought
export.
these things are directly going for export markets.
No. This is all.
Excellent.
This is all student
Appreciate
work.
your work. Thank you. Thank you so
very
much.
Right. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Priyantha Subasinghe. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. It was indeed a very insightful presentation and very nice to start off with the industry session. So coming up next, we have the next presentation by Mr. Thilan Vijaypura and Mr. Supun Patrage representing JFNI Packaging. So to give you a very brief intro into who these two gentlemen are, Mr. Thilan has almost 20 years of experience in technical, chemical, marketing, quality assurance and sustainability in the field of printing and packaging industry, and is heading the technical research and development sector in JFNI Packaging as a Deputy General Manager. Whereas Mr. Supun Patrage is a packaging concept and strategic designer who has experience working with world-renowned brands. And we're extremely happy to have you both here with us today. So with a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Thilan Vijaypura and Mr. Supun Patrage over to the podium.
Sorry, actually, there was a small technical issue. So, first and foremost, I want to thank the organizing committee for. So, first and foremost, I want to thank the organizing team for inviting us to be a part of this conference. So, basically, going back to my presentation, in this presentation, I'll basically give a brief introduction on the company, and also Thilan will take over from there, and he will talk about our sustainability drive in JFNI. So basically, JFNI commenced in 1978. Now we are a 43-year-old company. So basically, we have started our company catering only for Unilever in 1978. And the best thing about our customer relationships is that after 43 years, we are one of the largest packaging suppliers for Unilever at the moment. And in terms of packaging solutions, we are into flexible paper and board, pre-printed corrugated, rigid plastics, and digital printing. So more than that, from the total need of paper in Sri Lanka, we are contributing for 20% of the imports in paper and boards as a single company. And also we convert around 3,000 to 3,500 metric tons of paper, board and films to value-added packaging. So in terms of total solution provider, we have 5 state-of-the-art packaging manufacturing facilities in Sri Lanka for catering local Sri Lankan companies, and also we do quite a lot of indirect exports as well, catering to local customers. And in terms of overseas facilities, support customer verticality, supply verticality, and improve lead times, and also to reduce the carbon footprint, we are in onshore facilities overseas. We have a facility in UAE and a facility in Kenya, and recently we are in Bangladesh as well. So we are trying to start production in Bangladesh from December. So this is our CEO strategy. I'm sorry about the resolution. It doesn't match with the whole screen. So in terms of, other than the facilities I mentioned in Sri Lanka, we, as a company, most of our customers, most of our brands which we cater are based in US and Europe. So basically, we have a custom relationship coordinators stationed in US and also in Europe. So this is a brief introduction about Dubai plant. So it's a $4 million investment, and also through this UAE plant, we are trying to cater for the Far East and also to Egypt as well. So there's a small video we have. again, this is our plant in Kenya, so it's again a $3 million investment in Kenya, and we are trying to cater to the African region through this plant. And there's another video which we have made to show the process of packaging in Kenya. And the best thing about these expansions to other countries is that we have grown with our customers. So basically in Dubai, as I mentioned, we have gone to Dubai since one of our main tea manufacturers went to Dubai as a venture. So it's Ahmad Tea. Ahmad Tea is one of the largest, third largest tea manufacturing companies in the world. So we are proud to say that we are the largest packaging supplier for Ahmad Tea as well. So, and in terms of Kenya, we have been to Kenya. We are in the same free trade zone as MAS and Hela Clothing. So that is one of the reasons to move out to Kenya as well. And Bangladesh is the newest addition to the expansion plan. So the investment is huge versus the previous investment. That is because of Bangladesh is one of the most blooming economic country in the current context. So why not have a presence in Bangladesh? So this is predominantly for our apparel customers. And Indonesia is the future plan, so to cater MAS, Hoploon and Sumri Textiles, one of the industry's leading apparel companies. So to cater those brands, we are trying to reach out to Indonesia as well. So this is an interesting slide for us. So this is basically our customer portfolio. So as you can see, most of our customers are coming from an apparel background. So the thing is that more than 65% to 75% of our revenue comes from apparel-based companies. So as you can see, as one of the most diversified packaging companies in Southeast Asia, we are very big in food and beverage industry. So you can see a lot of renowned brands as Pizza Hut, KFC, and Lipton, Dilma, Ahmad Tea. And also in terms of diversification, you can see a lot of, we are into protective equipment, packaging, pharmaceuticals, ceramics, and also as I mentioned, we are very big in FMCG market as well. So in terms of paper and board packaging, these are some of the value additions which is existed in the market. So we are, we can actually provide these value additions to paper and board packagings. So foiling to embossing, varnishes, and laminations. The best thing about paper and board and corrugated packagings are that we can do all the value additions which we can use for paper and board packagings for corrugated packagings as well. So these are some of our specialities, and also PET and PP, polyethylene and polypropylene packagings. And this is another strength of JF&I packaging. So we are one of the largest biscuit wrapping supplier for CBL, and also for a lot of tea brands, and as I mentioned, Unilever. We are huge in flexible packaging market. And digital printing, I think this is my last slide. So you all will be hearing from Tilan the interesting parts of JFNI packaging. So as the final slide, digital printing is, we are using digital printing as a, we are using calibrated digital printers for value-added sticker printing, and also we are using digital printers for variable data printing. So I think to talk about sustainability, I'll hand over to Tilan. He'll take you all through the sustainability.
Again, I would like to thank for the entire organizing committee to providing this opportunity. So as Supun mentioned, JFNI is a $60 million US company. So our revenue generate majority from the US dollar earnings, as well as proud to say we are a 100% Sri Lankan company, and move out of from the country as well. And another proud to be here is because we are the largest packaging supplier for Tommy Hilfiger, Calvin Klein in the world. Okay, so that's part of it. So let's talk about the sustainability. So basically, our sustainable journey based on the 4 basic pillars. One is about the reduction of the carbon footprint, driving toward the circularity, then reduction the impact for the environment, because each and every industry we did harmful for the environment. Then the optimization of the designing, which we have been engaged with University of Moratuwa. This is one of our invention. Normally the plastic hanger, it's a single-use plastic. So after the usage, it can be either reused or either throw it for the landfilling. So we came up with a solution. It's a 100% paper-based product. It's a 100% biodegradable. It can be recyclable. It can be reusable as well. So apart from the design, what we did was, we were thinking about, because in the apparel segment, the apparel packaging, they were talking about the SMV, standard minute value. So in the previous one, the plastic hanger, they have the 4 components. One is the hand tag, then the collar guard, the size tag, and the hanger. So they need to accumulate all the things. So we came a solution, it's a sustainable one, which all the features were embedded. So this is can be certified for the certified as a FSC. So I'll elaborate on more. So this is one option, and which is commercialized as well now. So we are exporting to several countries. So totally, this is our invention, and we were about to get the patent for this one, but the management has been decided not to take it open for others. That's for the industry. And this is another invention we did. So normally, to make a bag, you need to have the polyethylene or any kind of polymer coating. So when you use a polyethylene, it cannot be recycled. It's very difficult to recycle. So in this case, we have been used a bio-based coating. It's similar as a paper, which have the semi-transparent manner. Then the complete product is recyclable as well as it's biodegradable, and which is comply with the TUV home composting certification as well. So these are the products which we currently develop for the multinationals, and commercially we do the productions as well. This one, normal the polyethylene is a non-biodegradable product. So either you can do the recycling only. So, but the polyethylene is the most economical material which we can be used for the apparel packaging. So we work with the US-based researcher and convert the polyethylene into the biodegradable manner. So this product is completely biodegrading within 12 to 18 months time in the normal landfilling environment. So it tends to break the polyethylene into Polyethylene is made out from the carbon and hydrogen. It degrades into the carbon dioxide and the methane. So other than the regular testing, I have been tested on my compost bin, so which has been worked. So these are commercially we do for the several brands. Now this become a hot topic. The formulation belongs to us, and it's the patent for us as well. And the other thing is, which is comply with all the regulatory regulation like the REACH, ROHS, then all the things, and it has been tested and proven for ASTM D5511 standard. That is for the anaerobic biodegradability, and which is not harmful for the environment as well. So you can do the overgrow the tree and all things. It will be not ended with the marine plastics or microplastics. With regard to the circularity, as I mentioned previously, so we link with the small scales as a CSR project, because sustainability is not only for the environment. That should have to look after the environment, the society, as well as the culture as well. So in here, we have linked with the small scale collectors, ask them to collect the PE, the polyethylene waste material, either post-consumer or post-industrial waste. We ask them to segregate
Grammarly
it,
makes
wash
communication.
it. Then we remake the bags from that one. So this is how we have been linked with the what do you call about the circularity. So just quickly I'll run through because time is behind us. And this is another one we did with our own waste. And the last one I want to read. Normally in Western province or north, there was a Tetra Pak accumulation is approximately about 1,000 metric tons per month. So Tetra is made out of from 4 different type of materials: paper, alufoil, the PE, and the metallized polyester. So we do a small scale project, extract the paper component from the Tetra, then make the printable paper. Okay. So this is commercially, and then it was interested by the Nestle. They also joined with us. So you cannot make a paper only with the Tetra. So you need to incur the other type of recycled paper. So where it's come from ours, and all the raw materials are either sustainable, soy-based or the vegetable-based zincs and all. And this is we are certified for the as I mentioned about the FSC, which gives the complete traceability where you purchase the paper. Then the quick prototyping. So this is actually one of your colleagues' invention. So he did this. So Pune is actually from University of Moratuwa. Then we have another 4 with us. Then this is somewhat interesting. You might be seeing this packaging. Previously it was a single-use plastic. Single-use plastic converted from the recyclable packaging and the biodegradable packaging. So other than Sri Lanka and Maldives, anywhere in this chain you will be not able to find this kind of product. So we invented these 2 concepts. That's why we changed as a game changer. With regard to the sustainability, so these are the certifications. I will not emphasize on this one. Again, thank you very much for you all.
A very big thank you goes out to Mr. Tilan Vijaypura and Mr. Supun Pathurage from JFNI Packaging Private Limited. I think JFNI have been helping and being partnered with University of Moratuwa for a period of years. So we want to say a very big thank you to both of you for taking time to come here today and being a part of our industry session. So let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and say thank you very much. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our next speaker for this industry session. And he is none other than Mr. Anura Varnakulasuriya, representing Midaya Ceramic, to give you a brief intro into who this gentleman is. Mr. Anura, after studying and working in the information technology field in the USA, returned to Sri Lanka in 2005 to take over as Managing Director of Midaya Ceramic Company Private Limited. He is also the Managing Director of MYS Lanka Private Limited, a company he formed 10 years ago which prints and exports ceramic transfers. He is a director at Midaya Packaging Industries Private Limited. He is also currently the president of the Sri Lanka Ceramics and Glass Council and the deputy president of the National Chamber of Commerce. So with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Anura Varnakula Surya.
Good afternoon, everyone. So in my 30 minutes, I hope to impart our story of our journey of Midaya Ceramics, but also hopefully you learn something about design en route. So who are we? Midaya is a 54-year-old company started by my father, and we have developed, changed, adapted over time, and come to be a gathering of, as this reads, multi-skilled craftsmen and women capable of producing ceramics, but not just ceramics, handmade, high-quality niche ceramics for the world market, and also help designers bring their ideas to fruition. So it was a tough start for my father in 1968, but because we were agile and we took risks, we survived, and otherwise I wouldn't be here in front of you today. The next slide is, ceramics. Anyone design ceramics for their product design category? Anyone from anyone? No, okay. So ceramics is not an easy subject. We take minerals from the earth that you and I walk on all the time, process it, clean it, blend it, and fire it to roughly 1,300 degrees Celsius. How many of you bake? Hands up. Anyone who bakes in the kitchen? University of Moratuwa students, nobody bakes? No wonder you all are not my size. But oven in the kitchen goes up to about 180 degrees Celsius. Ceramics are usually fired at about 1,300 degrees Celsius. So you can imagine the heat. It melts metal. So that's why I say it's not easy, ceramics. We are mostly 80% OEM. That means we are an original equipment manufacturer. We make for others. And about 20% is our own Midaya brand. Next slide is a short video about what we do. make it look easy. So who here knows Stephen Hawking? 2, 3, 4 people. Moratuwa University, come on. Okay. So Stephen Hawking, if anyone can't remember, died recently, but he's a very famous scientist, astrophysicist, if I can remember. But around the late 60s, while he was still walking, he was still a genius. He was on a flight cross country or to another country, and sitting next to him was a Sri Lankan. Some of you may know this story, said in a different way. But Stephen, being a brilliant man, was bored. So he asked the Sri Lankan sitting next to him, would you like to play a game? I'll ask you a question. If you can answer the question, I'll give you $500. Sorry, I'll give you $5. And you ask me a question. If I can't answer it, I'll give you $500. So Sri Lankan. So if Stephen Hawking misses the question, he pays the Sri Lankan 500. If the Sri Lankan misses the question, Sri Lankan pays him $5. So Stephen Hawking, Sri Lankan says, sure, why not? Hawkins asks the Sri Lankan guy, okay, what is the exact distance from the Earth to the moon? So the Sri Lankan thinks a little bit and says, I don't know the exact answer to that, and gives him $5. And it was the Sri Lankan's turn to answer the question, ask the question from Stephen. And he asked, okay, what goes up a mountain with 3 legs and comes down the mountain with 4 legs? Now, Stephen thought of all the books he's read, all the books he's written, all the friends that he has had conversations with about science and everything, still could not come up with an answer. So he took $500 and gave it to the Sri Lankan. And it was Stephen's turn to ask another question, but he said, before I ask you another question, can you tell me what goes up a hill or a mountain with 3 legs and comes down with 4? Then the Sri Lankan took $5 from his pocket and gave it to Stephen. So that's the ingenuity or the brains of Sri Lankans, right? This story has been told related to Einstein as well. But just to get you, just to wake the back row up. So my dad, just like Mr. Priyantha's dad, started Midaya in 1968. He was from a wealthy family in Welawata. He was one of 13 siblings. Yeah, that family could make their own cricket team. Not anymore, not these days. But since he wanted to be an industrialist, he wanted to be a manufacturer, he got the opportunity to go to Japan around 1960. He studied as a private student in ceramics. And after about 7 years in Japan, he came back to Sri Lanka to start his own business. During that 7 years, his family business, or his father's business, had really taken a nosedive. They were not doing well at all, so he had to find alternative means of starting the business. So, timeline, 1968, starting with 4 employees. He had to start from scratch, even though he had the knowledge. There was no capital. He had to borrow from friends. I think his starting capital was around 50,000 rupees. And as you all know, negative mindset from friends and family, oka hariyanne naha, that kind of attitude. But he persevered. Lack of raw materials and support industries within Sri Lanka, we still don't have it. Sorry. So, with all this, he managed to start. It was tough, but he slowly grew the business. And this picture is probably from the 1980s. The first kiln that they hand-built. We were the first factory to use LP gas for firing. We were not the first ceramic factory, but right now we are the oldest ceramic factory surviving. That young Japanese lady there is my mother, and in design code you would call me a mixed media product. So after the initial startup issues and after slow but steady growth, 1985 to 1995 were the golden years of Midaya Ceramics. The designs were done in Japan, and we did the manufacturing for US and Japanese companies. We work with companies like Hallmark, Disney, Warner Brothers, Lennox, LucasArts, San Francisco Music Box Company, so many, but it all went through Japan. We didn't design anything, we made to order. Most of the products we did at this time was ornamental wear, ornaments, figurines for these companies. And since no child labor laws existed during that time, my brothers and I were dragged to the company almost every holiday and every weekend and forced to work in all the departments. But that turned out to be a good thing, because by the time we were 12, or I was 12, we had ceramics in our blood. So, survival challenge. Does anybody know what BC stands for in a timeline? Take a guess. Come on, you guys are creative, right? Supposed to be. Before Christ? No. BC is before China, for me, right? So 1995, before China, everything was great. Around the late 90s, China rose its mighty head. So AC, after China, this period, was becoming difficult for our factory. We lost a lot of main clients to China, Disney, Hallmark. China could produce ceramics at half the price. The quality wasn't all that great, but our customers didn't care. Half the price was better than lower quality. By this time, I was living in the States. I had done my degree in MIS and computer science, doing a very good job, getting paid really well, because this was the boom of the IT industry. I got a call from my brothers and my dad in 2004 saying, we need your help. We have the skills, we have the workers, but we don't have work. We don't have orders. Can you come and take over marketing? So I couldn't say no, because it was this factory that made me able to go to the US and learn. And because we were playing in the factory, working in the factory, we knew everyone by their names, and I couldn't let anyone down. So I put everything aside, packed my bags, and came to Sri Lanka in 2005. My green card was almost done, but I didn't care about that. So in 2005, I came back, and the first thing I did was I went to China, because China was our main problem causer. I went as a ceramic buyer with a friend of mine from Europe, who was already buying ceramics from China. And the first thing I learned in the 2 weeks I was there, within the first day, is there is no way we can compete with China on price. Impossible. We were here, they were here. There is no way. Even then, in 2005, the labor rates in China were double that of Sri Lanka. They were getting paid twice as much than us, but they were working 3 times faster. And if I wanted raw materials, if I want a raw material now, even now, if I want a certain pigment, I have to pay in advance, wait for a month until it gets shipped here, and only if I only want 5 kilos, I have no choice but to order 500 kilos because that's their MOQ, minimum order quantity. In China, you can, in one city, there are about 1,000 ceramic factories, depending on which city you go to. One street is all glazes, one street is all pigments. You can, buy anything you want there, and you get credit for exactly what you need. So what I did was, since we can't compete with them, found out what China cannot do. And that was the niche that we emphasized our production on. Small quantities, consistently high quality, flexibility, good English communication, transparency, and trust. I'm sure Mr. Priyantha knows about all these because he is also a niche manufacturer. With this strategy, we were able to survive. It took me 5 years to change direction. Luckily, most of these things were already ingrained with the people at Midaya. So, handmade was one of the things that we concentrated on. No machines except the kiln. We work with global designers who were looking for something different, who didn't trust China, who didn't want to work with China, who didn't have the quantities that China forced on you. And we helped add value to clients' products. So I'll give you an example of this mug. This is a mug we make for a customer called Susie Watson Designs, hand-painted. It comes from a mold, but everything after the mold is done by hand. This used to be made in UK, but we took over the production 10 years ago. And the Susie Watson brand is there, but also there's a letter, English letter at the bottom, and this letter changes depending on who painted this product. A means Anushka, and the customer knows who Anushka is, how long she's been working with Midaya, how many kids she has, what are her hobbies. There is a deep backstory about the painter. Not only my client, but my final client, the end buyer, also knows Anushka and her story because it's there on her website and in her stores. So there is a link between who made it and the final purchaser. So a normal mug like this sells in UK for about £2. Can anyone guess what this retails for in UK? Take a wild guess. There's a guess of £10. No, it's £20. So it's 10 times more price. I mean, you can buy a mug for £2 and drink with it and it's okay, but this is £20. Why? Well, quality is always there, as Mr. Priyantha said. Quality is the most important thing, but then there is the story, there is the link, and just, family pottery. We are not called a factory, we are called a family pottery, even though we have 250 people working with us. So also don't worry about being small. Small is the new big, because small makes it easy for you to adapt, change, and go forward. And always don't be afraid to try new things. Failure is the best teacher. I've gone through lots of failure, but gone forward. So continuous improvement and vertical integration is something that we concentrated on. And we improved our design studio process, especially after I hired a graduate from your program. We had just had sculptors about 20 years ago. We got a design, we got a brief, we made the sculpt, we make the sample mold, and then we did the production. But now we can we can work with designers who have good ideas, who has the money, from concept, just an idea, to a 2D, to a 3D, to a 3D print, to package design, because we have graphic designers, we have product designers, and we have sculptors working with us right now. So the rewards of the change was that we expanded locally with our own brand, started MYS Lanka, which is printing ceramic transfers for ourselves and export. And then we went online with augmented reality for our web shop, online store. And also just recently, in the middle of COVID, I managed to acquire a candle company that was closing down, which is a complementary product for ceramics. So now we're also in the wax and candle business. And our first export is going out next month to UK. So this is our current countries that we export to. I'll move on because I have only 1 minute left. So the future, we will keep evolving and adapting to world markets, keep building the Midaya brand, not only working as an OEM producer, but concentrating on our own designs because we have 54 years of knowledge. We keep learning, experimenting, and innovating. And we won't be afraid of change because it has happened so many times. So just recently we bought one of the biggest SLA 3D printers in Sri Lanka. So we just bought it down from China and we're playing with it right now. In the future I want to also go with a high resolution CNC machine for design, and then eventually move into technical ceramics, advanced ceramics, and nano ceramics in the years to come, because we can't stay where we are right now. What we did 30 years ago is not what we're doing now. What we should be doing 10 years from now is not what we're doing, what we're making now. So it's all about moving on with the times. So what's important for you, because my time is up, I'll go through this quickly. I can't say this enough. English is probably the most important tool you have other than your design knowledge. Polish it as much as you can, because if you speak correctly and if you speak properly, verbal and written, you can get a lot more done than if your English is not polished. So work on that. Keep improving your skills, as I said before. Respect everyone, that's very important, and also help each other. You're here not only to learn. A university environment is also to build a network. The network will guide you and help you right throughout your life and your career. So build those networks. Don't just stay in your cliques. Be outgoing. Get to know everyone, because this will be a good network for you in the future. Find your passion. Take on new challenges. I've said that. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Work at your highest quality level all the time. Do not be, as Yoda said in Star Wars, what did he say? Do or don't do, or there is no try, or something like that. So be humble when you succeed. That's also very important. A lot of you will succeed because you are the cream of the crop from our country. And follow your dreams, but don't forget to enjoy life. Thank you very much.
Well, that was extremely refreshing and inspiring. So I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. Anura Varnakulasuriya from Midaya Ceramic Company Private Limited. It was truly a pleasure to listen to you today. Let's give another big round of applause to Mr. Anura. Thank you very much indeed for gracing us with your presence here today. And as we move on towards the end of our industry sessions today, we have come to the final presentation for the day. And it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Ransley Burrows and Dushan Piris from DigiCandy. To give you a brief intro to Ransley Burrows, Ransley is a founder and chief content officer at DigiCandy. Ransley is former ex-chief creative officer at the Publicis Group Colombo, Sri Lanka, the creative in charge of Leo Burnett, Saatchi & Saatchi, and Publicis. And to tell you a little bit about Dushan, Dushan is probably the only creative design in the world to have won the Young Lions Creative Competition 3 consecutive times in a row. I mean, that is talent. So thank you very much to both of you for being here with us today. So with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ransley and Dushan.
Okay. Good evening. I know everyone is kind of waiting to get out of here and kind of mingle and look at all this stuff, and it's Friday. So we'll keep it really short and quickly get on to things. First of all, a little bit of an introduction. Like what I think Anura said, we are a company that's really small, so small that we don't actually have an office. So we work in cafes or we work from home. So we don't have a long journey like I think the other companies. It's great to see some when it comes to Sri Lankan industries, and these are the captains of our industries. So there's a lot that you need to, I would say, become a sponge and absorb. You can contact these individuals and talk to them, and they will be your North Stars or guiding lights. So treat them like that. So it's great to see these great success stories. So hopefully we are right at the bottom, starting, hustling, struggling. So we don't know what's going to happen to us. Maybe in 20 years you will hear something about us, or you will not. So we'll get straight right to what we do. And what we do is we look at, we love problems, and we love marketing, communication, branding problems, and we solve it interestingly with what we believe is everything needs to have some sort of a concept or an idea, a design solution that will align with a brand's problem or a brand's vision or mission. So this is what we do, and we apply that in our daily projects. Dushan and me and our other partner Mario, we've got collectively around over 60 years experience, and we worked in overseas markets. I was in Bangkok working for Malanlo as the regional creative director for Unilever for 3 years. Dushan and Mario both were in Myanmar working for JWT Mango there as well. So they've got lots of greater Mekong experience, all of us together. So we are back here due to different crises and all that. We are here. What do we do? COVID hit us, so we started. And yeah, it's pretty much interesting. This is why we have plenty of time to actually come here and talk to you. I would have never done this if I was at Leo Burnett, the CCO. You wouldn't believe how busy it was, right? So I was just basically trapped in big corporate offices, moving from one meeting to another, which was an utter waste of time, right? I love this, and we love collaborating with people, and we can do stuff that we never dreamt of, where we could pack up our bags and take a problem or two with us and go to Kitulgala. Let's go to Kitulgala and solve this. I mean, you can't do that when you're working in a big advertising agency. So this is what we do, right? We are enjoying it. There's no rules, but when you have this sort of freedom, it also is, you have to be very careful that you yourself become your motivator. You put pressure on yourself, because end of the day, if you don't come up with business, your kids are going to be, saying, Dad, we're hungry, right? So keep that in mind. You need to be very disciplined, right? I know Dushan is saying, here we go. He's talking too much. I always get this. So I hear you. So moving on quickly, I'm going to hand it over to Dushan because he's the designer, and he'll talk to us about focus design. Dushan?
Right. So in advertising, there are like so many ways that we use design, right? So we could talk about 3D, we could talk about illustrations, different ways that people use design for advertising. So since it's like there are so many things, like the theme that we have today, which is like focus design, we thought we'll focus on one really important aspect when it comes to advertising, which is using the design purposefully. Using a design to enhance the idea. So it's not just about drawing something or creating something, it's placement. How do we place something? So like Ransley correctly said, in our business, it's all about problems and solutions. So creative solutions can come, design solution can be better with the idea can be brought out or enhanced by the design solution. Now, for an example, if you see outside, you see this electricity lines, right? So the next example that I'm going to show is that this designer, how he found a way to enhance the idea by using that. It's nice, right? So it's for nose hair trimmer. So he found a way to use that material or where it is in a way of, an interesting design rather than just focusing on the art of it. I want you guys to focus on how the placement of the material. You want to say something?
Yeah, so I think when you are looking at situational or location-based, usually billboards are, they say Paliagoda. Well, you need to have a billboard in Paliagoda, right? What do? You get your computer and you're desperately gone Photoshop. No, get the hell out of the office. Go and see the site, right? Go to Paliagoda, check out where is this site. Okay, Paliagoda, lots of wires. What do? Hell, trees. What do? Right? Go there, and look at what is out there and how can I use material, how can I use the environment, like the Japanese do it a lot, and they use that environment to really see whether we could do a design where we use the environment and communicate our message in an interesting way. So this is why this is beautiful, so simple. So look at things like that. Yeah. First of all, don't try to create everything, out of thin air. Try to see what are the things that we can use.
Right. So the next one is simple. Macco, right? So a simple way to sell a product, which is like for fleas, for your pet. Do a nice float sticker at a mall where when you look from the above, it looks like fleas. And your pet is trying to, get them out. Similarly, a very nice, simple design here for a razor, where you just cut the grass that show like, that's how it's been used. I mean, you have a bit of work because you might need to do it like daily. Somebody needs to go and cut it. But it's a clever design, how the design actually help enhance the idea. Similar here, where Hot Wheels, as we know, is like these small toys, right? So a nice, interesting way of showing. So sometimes people think that, good ideas will need a lot of budgets and you need to spend a lot of money creating and doing 3D and stuff. As you can see, a really good design idea doesn't really need a lot of money. You just need a clever idea.
Yeah. So one more thing on some of the designs. Now, when you're looking at a particular, space or a dimension or material, identify what's the box, So we always think when it's a billboard for 20 by 10, 40 by whatever, think beyond it. I think this was mentioned as well. So always look at, what can I do that is outside of it as well when you get to your problem. So I think that's what's really interesting in these, is that you looked at a situation, a location, and you look at the environment, what's going around, and try to see whether you could communicate your message, when it comes to your product, through using those assets and elements out there as well.
Next we have a video. Let me see. So as you can see, IBM could have gone down the path of being, very techy and, company, but they really did something that is actually core to them, which is like smart ideas. Because what we want is not to immerse ourselves in like technology, we want like very simple solutions. So that's what they did. I mean, these are great designs to actually give that message to people. So these are just the stills. And here, Sprite. So what do you want to say? It's refreshing. It will cool down during summer. So they found a nice place and they created this, what do you call it? Like a fountain, right? Sprite fountain, where people can come and, actually can have a shower and cool down during summer. So a great piece of material with a nice design for it.
Now the problem, the client would have just mentioned that, okay, we've got, remember Hika Beach Fest? I don't know whether I'm dating myself here suddenly by mentioning Hika Beach Fest. I don't know if it's there anymore, but back in the days that was like pretty cool, like a beach festival and all that. So we went in, and and actually I was actually working on Sprite for Hika Beach Fest, and we had to do like, can we do something where Sprite is out there as well, because it's summer and all that, it's the beach. So so when you get that, once again think of what is the core proposition of the brand. What is this brand stand for, or what is the feeling this brand owns, right? So Sprite is about that whole clear, obey your thirst, refreshment. So look at that and always keep that one single message there. This is what it should be. How can I show refreshment in a way that it's going to surprise people? Nobody wants to do ads. Please remember that. We are not interested in advertising. People do not want to look at us. We need to surprise people. So do things that are acts, not ads, right? And do things that will change people's behavior, always. So this is what Sprite did. It's a great example of how you can actually capture the audience and get them to feel what Sprite really stands for, that whole refreshment, in a very relevant way that connects to them with that surprise element. So keep that going, surprise people.
Business cards. So these are like really interesting where we have seen like people doing the business class with this lenticular where you can see like different things. But something that we found that was really interesting is this. It's for divorce lawyer where you need to give your number to two parties. So what they did was just print it with a perforation in the middle. I mean, what a simple design idea that has a great solution for something where otherwise you have to ask for two cards, where you need one for yourself and one for the other party. Whereas this solved that with a great, great solution. Product design. Very simple. I mean, you don't need to do a lot. Like if you can get the printer to print that small, where you can do it something for a great yoga center, where you can bend it and you can see the human bending. So again, packaging. I mean, these are like, there are so many things that we can talk about, you know, labeling, packaging, you know, there are great ideas or great solutions through design. This is something that we found when we were in Myanmar, not done by our agency, but we were there when this was done, where Colgate did a campaign, designed the boxes, inside of the boxes with oral health messages. So these boxes they will take to villages. These are for shops where they open out and take the Colgate packets out, and usually you throw it out, right? You don't use it. But these guys designed these beautiful posters with oral health messages where they can put it up or we can give it to schools to use as an education medium for those kids. So yes, we are selling a product for oral health, as well as, you know, this is a way of educating the rural market in Myanmar. So this is something we thought that was very interesting use of design.
Just remember that when it comes to communication design, anything communicates, right? Any medium can be used to communicate, and the most effective ones are the mediums that you never thought of that could really communicate a message. So keep that in mind. That straw example was a classic example, but you will never think that, okay, wow, using that, you know, the ability to bend that straw, that whole flexibility, and when a yoga center places their message on that, you'll be like, wow, I like this. Why? Why do our brains like things that are fresh, right? Why did we like Gangnam Style, you know? Why? You know, because that bloody thing was fresh. And now if someone comes up with the same whole thing and all this dance, nobody cares about it. Because our brain, our closets, our wardrobes have, you know, are satiated or full with